Chapter 791. You're always the one who steals from me. Du Xiaofu glared at Ren Yingying, then looked at the one-armed old man, the tall and skinny baldy, and the others, and said, "Have you finished discussing? Are you still going to fight? Have some professional ethics, okay?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words and looking at the mysterious young man in purple armor and mask, the tall, skinny baldy, the one-armed old man, and the others couldn't help but be surprised. "Attack! Capture that woman first!" The tall, skinny baldy's eyes turned cold. He instantly attacked and locked his eyes on Ren Yingying. Chi! The tall, skinny baldy stepped on the demonic tiger under his feet. His figure instantly turned into a flash of light and rushed towards Ren Yingying like lightning. "This is mine. The Qinkuan bag is mine. Those few demonic beast bones are mine. The other people's Qinkuan bags are mine too. Everything is mine." Ren Yingying attacked and shouted. She looked like a bandit. Just as the tall, skinny baldy rushed out, a holy rune flashed and appeared in front of him like a ghost. Bang! A low, muffled sound reverberated as a bloody mist exploded in midair. The tall, skinny baldy's head and body were suddenly separated from each other in midair. Blood spurted out from his neck. The tall, skinny baldy didn't know how his head fell off. His eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. He died with his eyes wide open. In a short moment, the entire sky stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the air, Ren Yingying stood there. Her aura was holy, but she was like a demoness. The smile on her face was like that of a female bandit. However, there was no doubt that she was a very beautiful bandit. She was so beautiful that people were willing to give up their lives for her. This was because many people who had yet to recover from their shock had their bodies explode from the sky one after another, turning into a bloody mist. The female bandit didn't hold back today because these people either had a bloody aura or a ferocious aura on them. They were all people whose hands were stained with blood, so they deserved to die. There was no need to be polite. "Everything else is mine. Don't take it from me." Du Xiaofu also made his move. His purple soft armor glowed, and his long black hair fluttered behind his back. His tall and straight body made him look like an extraordinary warrior. Bang, bang, bang. The energy in the air spread out in all directions, and deep sonic booms could be heard incessantly. One by one, the ferocious and bloodthirsty people were killed before they could react. "Run! Run! We've encountered a barb! Run!" Finally, someone came to his senses and immediately started to flee. He was crying for his parents as he fled. Only then did everyone realize that they had met a fiend today. That man and woman were definitely not one of the rumored 5 people. Those 5 youths could not possibly be so terrifying. Bang, bang! Unfortunately, these fellows wanted to escape. But with their strength, how could they escape? "Where do you think you're going?" Ren Yingying shouted. Her attack swept across everything, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Several huge demonic beasts and ferocious birds were directly swept down. "Get down!" Following her shout, the last huge demonic tiger was brutally stomped down from the air by Ren Yingying. More than 100 people, including 7 martial kings and 20 to 30 martial lords, were smashed to the ground by Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu in a short time. More than half of them were killed, and the rest were severely injured and could not move. None of them managed to escape. Too ferocious. Who are that man and woman? Are they 2 of the 5 people? But I heard that none of them were wearing masks. It doesn't matter if they are one of the 5 people. Just don't provoke them. They are too ferocious. The one-armed king and the blood skull have been eliminated. Those 2 have been ferocious for half their lives. Now they have met their nemesis. The one-armed king and the blood skull have kicked a steel plate. They are so blind that they want to die. Such a huge commotion had already attracted a lot of onlookers in the surroundings. The onlookers were dumbfounded from afar. That man and woman were too terrifying. They were both ferocious and powerful. Don't provoke those two fiends. They are too ferocious. There were still people in the distance who were eager to try and take advantage of the situation. However, seeing the situation, they all gasped and wiped off their cold sweat. Quickly collect the cosmos bags. Ren Ying landed on the ground and began to collect the cosmos bags. Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Ying and felt that he had met his match. This woman must have been a bandit in her previous life. Little Xingxing, do you want to drink some of these demonic beast blood? After a while, Ren Ying looked at the few demonic beasts whose bones had been removed and said to little Xingxing in her arms, "Ayo, ayo!" Little Xingxing let out a low growl from his throat. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he did not care about the demonic beast blood and was determined not to drink it. Ingrate, you sure know how to pick. Du Xiaofu stared at little Xingxing. He did not care about the demonic beast blood. After all, it was not the same as before. His vision had improved a lot. Coo! There were demonic beasts and demonic beasts crying. The sound waves pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Swoosh! A figure flashed across the sky like lightning and reached the top of the mountain in an instant. Chi! The illusory afterimage bent his hand and grabbed at Ren Ying with a claw print. Chi! Just as the claw print was about to land on Ren Ying's body, Ren Ying's body seemed to have become illusory. Her figure disappeared under the claw print and disappeared without a trace. Sneaky! Can't you show your face? At this moment, Du Xiaofu made his move. His figure flashed out strangely, and he threw a punch at the afterimage. Boom! A terrifyingly sharp strength chi surged out and swept out. The afterimage was shocked. He did not expect the opponent's speed to be so fast that he could not avoid it. He had no choice but to counter with a punch. Bang! There was a muffled sound of energy as the force dissipated. The rune light flashed and disappeared. Du Xiaofu's body did not move, and the afterimage revealed himself. Chi-la-la! A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s but looked extremely young staggered. He rubbed against the ground and was pushed back a few feet. He only managed to stabilize his body after rubbing against the ground and creating a crack. The aura of the middle-aged man was at the complete martial king realm. The middle-aged man stabilized his body. The ground under his feet cracked, and his face was filled with shock. The other party was a young man, but he was actually able to suppress him. This was unbelievable. His aura fluctuated. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Dark chi surged in his body, and he was about to attack again. Stop! At this moment, a young man's voice was heard. Coo! In the sky above the mountain, a huge snow-white demonic beast descended. Ayo, ayo! Ren Ying's beautiful figure stood beside Du Xiaofu. Little Xingxing, who was in her arms, raised its head and looked at the huge snow-white demonic beast in the sky. Its watery golden eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. It flicked its tongue and almost drooled. It was a white jade heavenly goose, a demonic beast ranked on the heavenly beast list. It was not much different from the Xianyun scarlet dragon. It was said that its speed was extremely fast and it had the aura of a beast king realm. The white jade heavenly goose hovered in the sky. For some reason, it seemed to have sensed something. It felt uneasy and panicked. Swoosh, swoosh! On the back of the white jade heavenly goose, a dozen figures descended. Waves of aura descended, and the weakest was at the complete martial lord realm. There were close to 10 martial king realm auras. The young man in the front had an excellent temperament. His long black hair was combed smoothly, and there was a faint pressure on his body that made people's hearts palpitate. This young man was also very young, only 24 or 25 years old. Like the white jade heavenly goose, he was also snow white. The young man's white clothes fluttered, and his face was very handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, making his handsomeness carry a feminine aura. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, giving people a gentle and modest feeling. Swish, swish! In fact, as soon as the white jade heavenly goose appeared, the surrounding auras fluctuated and everyone's gazes gathered. It's the young city lord of Chujiang City. I heard that the young city lord of Chujiang City, Qin official, is only 25 years old and he is already at the complete martial king realm. He is a genius of Yuhing Palace and is an influential figure in Yuhing Palace. It's because of Qin official's position in Yuhing Palace that the power of Chujiang City has risen. There are rumors that with Qin official's talent, it will be easy for him to become an honorable one in the future. This young city, Lord Qin official, is Chujiang Emperor's favorite. He has great expectations for him. There were whispers coming from all around. Naturally, they couldn't escape the prying of Du Xiaofu's mind. Among them, the words Yuhing Palace immediately caused Du Xiaofu's mind to fluctuate. He couldn't help but immediately size up the white-clothed young man in front of him. At the age of 24 or 25, he had already reached the complete martial king realm. This gave Du Xiaofu a rough understanding of the strength of the seven-star hull. According to Du Xiaofu's understanding, the white-clothed young man in front of him was almost on par with Yin Machin even in the ancient heaven sect. However, Yin Machin should be younger in terms of age. To be able to reach the complete martial king realm at such a young age, he was definitely a dragon among men with amazing talent. Chapter 792. Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing up the white-clothed youth, Qin official, was also sizing up Du Xiaofu. The white-clothed youth looked at the blood skull, one-armed king, and the others who had been killed. His heart trembled slightly. Qin Guan was well aware of the strength of the blood skull and the others. They were definitely infamous in this area. There were a total of 7 martial king realm warriors, but they were instantly taken care of by this young man in purple soft armor. It was evident that his strength was not on the same level. Otherwise, it would not be easy to kill the blood skull, one-armed king, and the other 7 martial kings so easily. According to Qin official's judgment, the mysterious youth in front of him was probably younger than him. At the same time, his strength was definitely not much weaker than his. This caused Qin Guan to instantly feel slightly displeased in his heart. Since he was young, no matter if it was in Chu River City or Alioth Hall, he'd always been a genius, and he was an existence that stood out amongst his peers and led far ahead. This made him proud since he was young. Even his master had told him that he had a 90% chance of becoming a martial king within 3 years. At that time, he was only 27 or 28 years old. A 27 or 28-year-old martial king. How terrifying was that? It was enough to shock the world. It also meant that his future potential was limitless. However, the mysterious masked youth in front of him was not much weaker than him, especially when Qin official saw the girl beside him. She was so holy and beautiful. She was like a fairy. She was untainted by worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, she was also beside the youth. The unhappy feeling in Qin official's heart grew stronger. Qin official's figure landed on the white jade heavenly goose. He felt complicated. Then, his gaze fell on Ren Yingying's body. However, everything happened in an instant. Qin official returned to normal. Even if he was unhappy with Du Xiaofu, he suppressed it deep in his heart. To be able to reach the peak of the complete martial king realm at such a young age, it was enough to prove that Qin official was extraordinary. This kind of extraordinary was not only shown by his exceptional talent in martial cultivation, but also by his extraordinary mentality. Otherwise, with Qin official's age, it would be difficult for him to achieve such achievements and status. Young city lord, the middle-aged man who attacked first, who was a complete martial king, retreated to Qin official's side. His vigilant gaze locked onto Du Xiaofu and Reningying. Step back. You've got the wrong person. This lady and little brother can't be one of the 5 that escaped. The strength of the 5 that escaped shouldn't be this strong. Qin official did not show too much respect for the middle-aged man who was a complete martial king realm. Then, Qin official looked at Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu with a smile. Qin official waved his white sleeves and said politely, and we have the wrong person. That is, we. Sorry, we. And sorry, we have. We. That we, and NN's God. As NN. Looking at the smile on the young man's face, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with displeasure under the mask. But the other party had an easygoing appearance, and was also someone from Yuheng Hall. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly under the mask, saying, "Since you have mistaken me for someone else, you can leave." "Thank you for your understanding, little brother. May I know where you are from?" Qin official acted as though he did not understand Du Xiaofu's clear intention to dismiss him. He continued to smile as he said, "Let me introduce myself. My father is Chujiang Emperor of Chujiang City. I am Qin official, the young city lord of Chujiang City, and an inner hall disciple of Yuheng Hall." As he spoke, Officer Qin's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance that he did not hide. Indeed, the identity of the young city lord of Chujiang City and an inner palace disciple of Audiobook Hall was important, not to mention in the spirit domain, even in the entire central continent. In spirit realm, this identity was enough to move countless people and leave them in the dust. I have never heard of Chujiang City. I have heard of Audiobook Hall, but I am not familiar with it. Du Xiaofu shook his head and looked at Qin official. He said bluntly, "As for where we are from, I don't think I need to tell you." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Qin official's eyes flashed with displeasure again. However, he suppressed it deep in his heart. His handsome face was still calm. Kid, the 10 Martial King realm cultivators behind Qin official, could not help but show coldness in their eyes. "Don't be disrespectful to our guests." Qin official waved his hand and scolded the people behind him. Then, with a smile on his face, he said to Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu, "The two of you may not know this, but the mountain range has not been very peaceful recently. Our Chujiang city has been arresting 5 people because we have put up a lot of rewards. Many experts have gathered nearby. The two of you are about the same age as those 5 people. I am afraid that people will misunderstand. Why don't the two of you come with me? I believe that we will be able to arrest those 5 people. When the time comes, where do you want to go? I will personally send you there." Du Xiaofu looked at Qin official. His eyes under the mask were cold and somewhat unhappy. Then his eyes swept over an old man who looked to be in his 60s behind Qin official. That was a cultivator who had just reached the martial emperor realm. With Qin official's identity, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that he was accompanied by a martial emperor realm cultivator. This Qin official's identity was not ordinary. "There's no need. We have hands and feet. There's no need to send us off. You can go," Ren Yingying said as she glanced at Qin official and the others. Qin official looked at Ren Yingying and was slightly startled. That otherworldly and untainted temperament, which woman in the entire Yuheng Hall could compare to her? Compared to this woman in front of him, all the beautiful women in the entire Yuheng Hall would pale in comparison and be reduced to ordinary women. "Since this lady insists, I will not force you. Chujiang City is just ahead of us after we pass through this mountain range. If we reach Chujiang City, if there is anything I can do for you, please come to the Chujiang Royal Palace to find me." Looking at Ren Yingying, Qin official did not insist. He was still extremely polite and gentle, appearing very elegant. In the face of Qin official's elegance, Ren Yingying's beautiful face was holy and dignified. She did not smile and only glanced at him indifferently. Then, she stroked little Xingxing in her arms and did not say anything else. Seeing Ren Yingying's obviously disdainful expression, Qin official's eyes were slightly startled again. One must know that in the entire spirit domain, there was probably no woman who could refuse him. In the Yuheng Hall, there were many female disciples with extraordinary talents. All of them were proud to be able to walk with him. And it was also the first time he treated a woman like this. He did not expect that he would be ignored and disdained in return. However, the more it was like this, the more the passion in Qin official's heart towards the woman in front of him became more and more fervent. Then we will not disturb you, Qin official indicated, and then everyone leaped onto the white jade heavenly goose. Looking at Ren Yingying on the mountain, Qin official's face was full of smiles as he continued to ask, "May I know your names? Can you tell me?" "He is called Xiao Feng." Ren Yingying suddenly raised her head and became interested. Glancing at Du Xiaofu, she said to Qin official, "As for me, you don't need to know. Anyway, I am with him. So it is Brother Qiao. What a young hero. I hope that we can have a chance to catch up in the future. See you again." As Qin official's voice fell, his gaze once again swept across Ren Yingying's body. His lips curled into a strange arc as he sat on the white jade heavenly goose and left. As Qin official left, Ren Yingying said to Du Xiaofu, "That person is very annoying. I don't like him. However, he seems to be someone from the 7-star Hall. I remember that my name is Yu Tanji, not Xiaofeng, right?" Du Xiaofu stared at Ren Yingying, but his gaze revealed a bit of helplessness. "I know, but I don't like the name Yu Tanji. So, I casually gave you a name." "It's fine as long as I like it," Ren Yingying said with a smile, her face filled with pride. "You," just as Du Xiaofu was about to say something, his face suddenly froze, as though he was in a daze. Upon seeing this, Ren Yingying was also taken aback. She glanced at Du Xiaofu, and upon seeing Du Xiaofu's dazed expression, she pouted her cherry lips and said, "What's wrong with you? It's just a fake name. You don't have to be so angry, right? At the very most, you can just continue to call yourself Yu Tanji." There are people from Tianwu Academy nearby. An emblem appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, and the radiance of runes flickered on it. That was the emblem of Tianwu Academy, and Du Xiaofu had always been carrying it with him. If there were any Tianwu Academy students nearby, the emblem of Tianwu Academy would sense it. Ren Yingying's gaze also landed on the emblem in Du Xiaofu's hand, and a peculiar ripple of light flickered in her eyes. The white jade heavenly goose flapped its wings, and a dozen experts stood on it. "Young city lord, why are you so polite to those two? I suspect that those two might be related to the 5 who escaped." On the back of the white jade heavenly goose, the man who attacked Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying spoke to Qin Guan with a cold glint in his eyes. "They shouldn't be related. Qiao Feng and that lady aren't weak. The blood skeleton, one-armed king, and the others were killed before they could even activate their meridian souls. I'm afraid that even you wouldn't be able to do that, right?" Qin Guan said. "If the 5 of them are that strong, they would have escaped long ago. That Qiao Feng is indeed powerful." The middle-aged man nodded his head, not denying Qin Guan's words. He had fought with Qiao Feng before, and he was even suppressed. However, he didn't think much of it. The middle-aged man thought that he was suppressed because he wasn't prepared and underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, given Xiao Feng's young age, he wouldn't be able to suppress him even if he was strong. Fresh flowers, 819. There's less than 30 left. Brothers, let's push on. Xiao Yu is preparing to go all out tomorrow. As for Yu Tanji and Xiao Feng, forgive Xiao Yu for being naughty again. Ugh. Chapter 793. Young City Lord, the background of those 2 people should not be ordinary. It's better to be careful. An old man in his 60s, who had been standing behind official Qin and had not spoken much, spoke up. They are so young, but their strength is so extraordinary. Their background is definitely not ordinary. Official Qin smiled slightly, and a hint of femininity appeared on his handsome face. He said, "That's even better. Their background is not ordinary, so they are more worthy of me. Young city lord, if you like that girl, why don't you just capture her?" The middle-aged man in the martial king realm said, "What I want is not only the person, but also the heart. That kind of girl is rarely seen in the world. How can she be compared to ordinary girls? Official Qin glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "When the time comes, pay more attention in Chujiang City. They will definitely go to Chujiang City. As long as they reach Chujiang City, young city lord, how do you know that they will definitely go to Chujiang City?" The middle-aged man was surprised and puzzled. They appeared here and did not know about Chujiang City. It is obvious that they are going to the spirit domain from outside. Chujiang City is right in front of them, so they will naturally go to Chujiang City. Official Qin said, and his eyes were filled with confidence and pride. Once they reached Chujiang City, everything would be under his control. Mountains, valleys, and rocks. Roar. Occasionally there would be shocking roars of beasts, but the air was abnormally tense. In the middle of the valleys, there were 4 mountain peaks. On top of the mountain peaks, there were many figures. Their auras were sharp, and they surrounded the valleys so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the rather spacious area of the valleys, there were 5 young men and women. However, these 5 young men and women all had pale faces, but all of them had extraordinary temperaments. They were all like dragons and phoenixes among men. There were 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women were beautiful, and the 3 men were either cold or evil. However, at this moment, the faces of these 5 people were filled with solemn expressions. What should we do now? There is no way to retreat. It seems that we can only fight. A handsome young man stood quietly and said to the 4 people beside him. This handsome young man's black hair was tied behind his head, and a few strands of hair fell to his ears. His eyes were deep and dark, like an endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at them for a while, they would feel like they were going to be sucked in. On each of his wrists was a strange green rune bracelet. If Du Xiaofu, he would definitely be able to recognize this person's Heaven Luo sword, Guo Xiaofeng. After Du Xiaofu left the dark forest for the central region, Guo Xiaofeng and the others also went to the central region. By the time they reached Spirit Realm, almost 2 years had passed. And in these 2 years of tempering in the central plains, everyone had obtained many opportunities and tempering. Qianluo, sword, Guo Xiaofeng's cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the martial king realm. Let's go all out and try our best to escape. However, General and Li Yuxiao are still in their hands. We must find a way to save them. A handsome young man in a black robe said with a gentle voice. However, there was a hint of sharpness in his voice. His aura fluctuated faintly, emitting a baleful aura. He was Ghost Baby, one of Tianwu Academy's 9 Nethers Ghost Baby. His facial features were well defined, but at this moment his face was extremely pale. However, judging from his aura, Ghost Baby wasn't any weaker than Guo Xiaofeng. He even emitted a chilling, ghostly aura. You're severely injured. You must be careful when you attack. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei stood beside Ghost Baby. She was wearing a red palace gown with a layer of white jade covering half of her body, giving her an alluring aura. Even though her face was slightly pale, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei's large eyes were filled with charm. Her gaze was filled with innate charm. She was a woman who exuded seductive charm from her bones. A young man in a black robe stood quietly. He was Black Eagle Tangwu. His aura wasn't any weaker than Heaven's Sky Luo sword. No matter what, we need someone to leave alive. General and Li Yuxiao want us to leave because they hope that we can leave behind the legacy for Tianwu Academy. Someone has to leave alive. Among the 5 young men, the last one was a woman in her 20s. She had long hair and wore a red robe. Her skin was as fair as snow. She was incomparably beautiful, and her aura couldn't be underestimated. Junior sister Xinyan, you should leave first. You're the most talented, and the legacy of Tianwu Academy should be left behind by you. The Netherworld Princess Wu Kei spoke to the beautiful woman with a serious expression. She wore a short skirt that was like armor, and her slender, moist, and well-proportioned legs drew out a graceful arc, causing her to emit a seductive aura that came from her bones. Yet her face was bare and elegant to the extreme. Whoever can escape should do so. Once we attack, I'll set up a talisman array to block them. Whoever has the chance to escape must leave first. The beautiful woman said. Her eyes flickered with brilliance as she swept her gaze across everyone's faces. She sighed softly. This is the spirit domain, the central region. We're isolated and without help. If we manage to escape this time, we'll definitely raze Chujiang City to the ground and kill every single one of them. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei said coldly. I'm afraid the chances are slim. Guo Xiaofeng looked around and sighed softly. Actually, we're not isolated and without help in the central region. Back then, many kings went to rescue the academy. However, we don't know where they are now, and we can't find them in a short period of time. That fellow is also in the central region. I wonder where he is now. With his ferocity and perverse nature, he should be able to rise up even in the central region. I wonder where he is now. Ghost Child's eyes were gloomy and suddenly filled with determination. He said softly, however, this is also good. Even if we all die today, Tianwu Academy will still have him and his legacy will not be destroyed. Hearing Ghost Child's words, the other 4 people were moved. They all knew who Ghost Child was talking about. Gu Xinyan's eyes flickered slightly. She then restrained herself and her eyes dimmed slightly. Black Eagle Tang Wu looked around and said, they haven't made a move yet. I'm afraid they're waiting for other experts. They don't have the confidence to take us down. However, once more experts arrive, we won't have any chance. Then let's find a chance to charge out now, Netherworld Princess Wu Kei said. Be careful. They're making a move. It seems like they can't hold back anymore. Let's get ready. Gu Xinyan immediately said to everyone after Black Eagle Tang Wu finished speaking. Hearing this, Ghost Child, Black Eagle Tang Wu, and Guo Xiaofeng's expressions changed and their auras surged. There are people from the academy approaching. Just then, Netherworld Princess Wu Kei said in surprise. The Tianwu Academy badge in her hand started to ripple with runes. Everyone looked over and was shocked. Could it be that Li Yuxiao and the general have escaped? Ghost Child was delighted. They should have escaped. However, we're still in trouble. Even if they've escaped, they'll be in more danger. Jade, Maiden Gu Xinyan, was worried and her delicate face was unusually solemn. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind breaking could be heard from all directions as figures appeared in the sky above the valley. Their auras were no less than a few hundred people. There were many martial lords and martial kings. There were no less than 20 of them. The 5 of you have nowhere to run. Surrender yourselves so that you won't suffer. A gloomy old man floated in the sky and looked down at Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others as he shouted, Old Taoist Ji, they're not from Mount Qiuming alone. They're surrounded by everyone. When the time comes, you won't be the only one to reap the benefits. A middle-aged man said. His eyes were cold and there were dozens of people standing behind him. Their auras were extremely sharp. That's right. The benefits belong to everyone. Let's take them down quickly. Otherwise, when the experts from Chujiang City arrive, we'll have nothing to do. According to what I know, the young city lord of Chujiang City, Official Qin, has personally come to capture the 5 of them. A gray-robed old man said coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding gazes secretly changed. It was very obvious that these several hundred people belonged to many factions, and not just one faction. All right, let's work together and share the benefits. The gloomy old man called Old Taoist Ji nodded. He looked at Gu Xinyan and the others in the valley and shouted coldly, 5 juniors, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Do you think I'm a pushover? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Black Eagle Tang Wu looked at Old Taoist Ji coldly. a pair of black rune wings stretched out from his back. You want to do this the hard way. You've only just reached the Martial King realm. Do you think you can defy the heavens? The 5 of you are worth 5 low-grade Taoist instruments. Old Taoist Ji said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved like lightning. The aura of a Martial King realm Nirvana realm gushed out, and he immediately pounced on Black Eagle Tangwu and the others. Remember what we discussed earlier. Leave when you have the chance. Looking at old Taoist Ji pouncing over with a mighty aura that covered the sky, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei shouted. Her aura of a Martial King realm Nirvana realm spread out from her seductive body. The nether snake sword in her hand emitted a sword radiance that was 100 feet long. She took the lead to meet old Taoist. Chapter 794. Attack! As old Taoist Ji and the others attacked, the surrounding auras surged. More than 20 Martial King realm experts pounced at the same time. Their auras surged, covering the sky and the sun as they swept through the valley. Fight! Gua Xiaofeng Black Eagle Tangwu and their swords and palm prints rushed out. In an instant, the majestic aura was intimidating. Like a flash flood, it rushed out in all directions. Qi! Ghost Child's eyes surged with dark evil qi. The light black qi around his body was like a liquid that shrouded his body. The claw print swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, even the surrounding space would vibrate. Ghost Child had forced a Martial King realm expert to retreat. Qi. Gu Xinyan's eyes were clear and bright. Her qi rippled as she formed a seal and prepared to set up a talisman array. Be careful of this woman. She is a 6-star array talisman master. There was a loud shout as a Martial King realm expert pounced on Gu Xinyan, preventing her from setting up the talisman array. Don't let her set up the talisman array. An old man in a long robe shouted coldly. Fierce Xian qi covered the sky like a violent flood. Runes flashed and a vast energy fluctuation spread out, sweeping directly towards Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan was blocked and could not set up the talisman array. Light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate body under the red robe was like a jade willow. Without a sound, she retreated in a straight line like lightning. Qi La! Her delicate body was light and tender. In a short period of time, Gu Xinyan formed a seal with her delicate hands and attacked to defend against the old man in a long robe. Swoosh, swoosh! At the same time, several Martial King realm experts swept toward Gu Xinyan again. Swoosh! In the air not far away, Ghost Baby's face was pale. The strange claw mark in his hand directly froze one of the king's practitioner weapon longswords. The claw mark was like a giant pincer that froze the longsword in place. Bang! There was a muffled sound as a fist print landed on Ghost Child's back, causing him to spit out blood. Let's settle this quickly. In the muffled sound, old Taoist Ji sneered. The runes in his hand flashed, and a fist print landed heavily on Princess Netherworld Wu Kei's nether snake sword. Pucci! Wu Kei was unable to defend herself against the tyrannical power. Her graceful body was knocked back in a straight line, and the web between her thumb and index finger that was holding the sword was torn open. Blood dripped down her arm. Be careful. Ghost Child had been spying on Wu Kei the whole time. When he saw that Wu Kei was injured, he let out a loud shout, and the aura around him surged out violently. In an instant, chilly winds blew, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Qila! The faint black xianqi that seemed to have come from the 9 hells controlled the Ghost Child's body and spread out like a liquid. The talisman runes surged out and condensed into a particularly ferocious skull pattern. In the most terrifying manner, it directly forced the several kings who were attacking from all directions to retreat. Qi, old Taoist Ji's claw, once again swept toward Wu Quebec. The sharp claw seemed to be able to tear the space apart. It was difficult for the Wu Kei to defend against a Nirvana realm martial king. In the blink of an eye, a chilly evil chi swept across the sky. Ghost Child activated his Pulse Soul, and the shadow of the Pulse Soul covered his body, turning into a ferocious shadow of a flood dragon that coiled in the air. Ayo! The ferocious shadow of the flood dragon was huge. Its head was like a skull and evil spirit, and its entire body was covered in a faint black light. The ferocious shadow of the flood dragon opened its mouth and roared. There was a faint black liquid dripping down. Its entire body was glowing, and its aura was shocking. It's the 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon. The ferocious shadow of the flood dragon appeared, and old Taoist Ji's expression changed slightly. The 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon was extremely rare, and it was even rarer to be able to become a Pulse Soul. Elo! Ghost Child's body merged with the 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon as if they were one. His entire body was glowing, and terrifying talisman runes spread all over the sky as he swept toward old Taoist. Swish, swish. In the air on the left, Guo Xiaofeng activated the Qian Luo sword. The sword shadows crisscrossed, and the sword shadow talisman runes poured out like a flood. The sword radiance wanted to pierce through the space, and the talisman runes bloomed as if it wanted to destroy the universe. However, this terrifying sword radiance could not withstand the siege of so many martial kings. Screech! Black Eagle Tang Wu had already connected to his martial vein. A huge black-winged demonic eagle pulse soul merged with his body, as if he had transformed into a black-winged demonic eagle. The black-winged demonic eagle pulse soul flapped its wings, and a storm swept out. Waves of black energy swept across the sky like raging waves. Break! A burly man sneered. He seized the opportunity when many experts were besieging Black Eagle Tang Wu. A saber radiance slashed down from the sky, penetrating the defense and fiercely landing on the black-winged demonic eagle Pulse Soul Tang Wu activated. Chilala! The saber radiance shattered Black Eagle Tang Wu's Pulse Soul Phantom, and the black-winged demonic eagle Pulse Soul Phantom turned into talisman fragments. Uft! As Black Eagle Tang Wu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, his body flew away. Chila! Almost at the same time, Ghost Child's 9 Serenities ghost flood dragon Pulse Soul was shattered by old Taoist Ji, and his body fell into the valley. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How are you? Vermilion Bird used all her strength to push back her opponent. Her red lips were stained with blood, and she immediately went to Ghost Child's side. I'm not dead yet. You go first. Ghost Child struggled to get up, and his gloomy eyes were extremely serious. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Guo Xiaofeng, Black Eagle Tang Wu, and Gu Xinyan were injured again. The 3 of them fell into the valley with wounds all over their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh! No less than 20 Martial King Realm experts and many Martial Lord Realm cultivators gathered in the valley. Waves of aura surged and froze the space. Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the other 4 gathered around with pale faces. TSK, TSK, you want to do this the hard way. At such a young age, you have such cultivation. But when you fall into the hands of Chu Jianghuang, I hope you can still survive. Old Taoist Ji and the others looked at the 5 young men and women in the valley coldly. They sneered, and their figures floated in the air. They waved their hands and were about to capture the 5 people in the valley. Even if we die, we can't be captured. Just drag a few of them down with us. Guo Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with coldness, but the 5 of them had no other choice but to fight for their lives. They had reached the end of the day. Uft! A terrifying claw print swept across the sky and appeared in front of Gu Xinyan and the others. The 5 of them found it hard to resist the terrifying pressure. You can't touch them today. Just as the 5 of them were about to fight to the death, A cold and indifferent voice came from the sky. At this moment, the dazzling runes on the Tianwu Academy badge in Princess Netherworld Wu Kei's hand had reached its brightest point. The indifferent voice came out suddenly. Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, and Wu Kei's eyes flickered. Uft! In the blink of an eye, a faint light pierced through the space and appeared in front of China, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others in the valley. There were two figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a purple soft armor and a purple mask. His long black hair was loose, but not messy. He carried a strange long box on his shoulder. He stood tall and straight, looking extremely valiant. The woman's figure was graceful, holy, and majestic. Even Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei, who were beside her, paled in comparison. Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei, who were beside the woman, did not lose in terms of looks. Instead, it was the holy and majestic aura that spread out from their bodies. With the appearance of this man and woman, the entire valley trembled. For some unknown reason, the hundreds of people suddenly felt a strange chill in the depths of their souls. Puffed! What was even stranger was that the claw print in Taoist Ji's hand stopped in front of the masked man. However, the strange thing was that for some unknown reason, the masked man did not make any movements, but the claw of Taoist Ji from the martial king realm of the Nirvana realm stopped right in front of him. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between the two of them, preventing Taoist Ji's claw print from moving forward. At this moment, Taoist Ji's gaze changed drastically. Fear surged in his eyes. The masked man turned around, ignoring Taoist Ji, the 20 martial king realm cultivators, and the hundreds of people in the valley. Looking at Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Tang Wu, and Guo Xiaofeng, who were all covered in blood and severely injured, a chill suddenly surged in the masked man's clear and deep eyes. Martial king realm cultivators at the Nirvana realm. They are not people you can touch. Die! The masked man turned back and stretched out his hand. A fingerprint suddenly swept out. Uft! As the fingerprint swept out, lightning flashed and a terrible pressure fluctuated from the void. Then it directly destroyed all the defenses on old Taoist Ji's body as easily as tofu. Swoosh! The fingerprint sank into Taoist Ji's forehead and directly penetrated his head. Taoist Ji's pupils contracted. Before the horror could spread, his vitality was completely destroyed. Then his body poured out lightning and exploded in the sky above the valley. Puffed, puffed. Taoist Ji, a martial king at the Nirvana realm, was one of the most powerful martial king realm cultivators present. However, he was killed by the mysterious masked man with just a finger. The sudden change caused the entire valley to tremble with fear. The sudden change left Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, and Ghost Child dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Their eyes were blank. They are here to help us. They are related to Tianwu Academy. After a moment, Princess Netherworld came back to her senses. Looking at the Tianwu Academy badge in her hand, which was glowing with runes, her eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Chapter 795. With just one move, old Taoist Ji was turned into a bloody mist. To everyone in the valley, this was a horrifying thing. They all began to feel chills all over their bodies. The masked man raised his head slightly and looked around the valley. Under the purple soft armor, an invisible chill spread out. Under this chill, the valley was silent. Even the air seemed to have frozen. At this moment, everyone could feel that under the chill, there was a horrifying killing intent spreading out in the sky. That kind of killing intent spread throughout the world like a tide, causing their entire bodies to tremble. Run, run quickly! In the sky above the valley, some of the kings came back to their senses. They looked at each other in fear and chose to run at the same time. All of you go to hell! A cold voice was heard. Under the purple robe and soft armor, there were mysterious runes fluctuating, causing lightning to spread all over his body. The oppressive aura made Gu Xinyan and the others, who are not far away, want to crawl. Rumble! In the sky above the valley, the wind blew and the clouds surged. The sky darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Sizzle! Out of nowhere, silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky. The horrifying thunder surged and filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang! Lightning swept down from the sky. Streaks of lightning swept down from the sky and spread out. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others, hundreds of martial kings and martial marquis, cultivators who fled in all directions, were suddenly blasted into ashes by the lightning. Those streaks of lightning wreaked havoc, causing Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, and the others' hair to stand on end. This horrifying way of killing people with lightning made them tremble in fear. As the silver snakes swept across, the figures in the sky were blasted into pieces by the lightning. When the last figure turned into blood, mist, and ashes, the lightning in the sky also disappeared from the sky above the valley. Hundreds of people, no less than 20 martial kings, were all killed. Gulp, gulp, Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others swallowed their saliva and gasped. They looked at the mysterious purple soft armor man in horror. Your injuries are very serious. Take these pills. Ran Yingying walked over to Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others. She handed over a large number of king-grade healing pellets to them. You too, you are. Gu Xinyan looked at Ren Yingying and Du Xiaofu. She did not immediately take the pill from Ren Yingying's hand. After the initial shock, her eyes were filled with doubt. Ren Yingying said, "Take it. It's not poison. We are friends, not enemies. Take the pill. Why are you here?" Du Xiaofu landed on the ground, and the Tianwu Academy emblem flickered in his palm. "Thank you for your help. May I ask if you are students of Tianwu Academy?" Seeing the badge in Du Xiaofu's palm, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei was relieved. The crowd received the pills from Ren Yingying's hands. The emblem of Tianwu Academy couldn't be faked. The crowd was perplexed. Judging from the age of the duo, if they were students of Tianwu Academy, they would surely recognize them. However, one of them was mysterious, while the other was unfamiliar. "I am Ren Yingying, and he is Qiaofeng. We are related to your sect." Ren Yingying looked at Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others and asked, "Why are you here?" "We were training here, but we didn't expect to encounter some trouble. We offended the city, lord of Chu River City, Chu Jianghuang. We weren't his match. There were 2 others who tried to cover our escape and ended up in the hands of Chu Jianghuang." Ghost Child looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying in front of him. There was a pleading look in his eyes on his pale face as he said, "The 2 of you are related to our sect. Could you please save our other 2 classmates? We will be eternally grateful." Chu River City? Who else ended up in the hands of Chu Jianghuang? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled, and he immediately asked Ghost Child. As he gazed at the violent fluctuations suffused the eyes of the violet armored young man before him, Ghost Child was slightly surprised in his heart, and he said, "It's a senior and junior of our sect called General and Liu Xiao. For the sake of protecting the 5 of us as we fled, they fell into Chu River City in the end." Du Xiaofu raised his gaze slightly when he heard that. A chilling intent surged from his eyes. Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others looked at each other when they felt the chilling intent from the purple-armored youth. They were even more puzzled. "Someone is coming. They are from Chu River City." Suddenly, Ren Yingying said to Du Xiaofu. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's eyes were also looking at the sky in front. A huge white, jade, heavenly goose demonic beast had also appeared in the sky. There were many figures rushing over from the sky. Gee, the white, jade, heavenly goose flapped its wings and floated in the air. It was Officer Qin and the others who had met Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying not long ago. Official Qin and the experts behind him looked at the commotion around the valley. They could feel the killing intent and the pressure of thunder in the air. Then they looked at the 7 people in the valley, and their expressions changed. They seemed to be from Chu River City. Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and the others turned serious when they saw the experts on the white jade heavenly goose. I didn't expect Brother Qiao Feng to be familiar with these people. Official Qin landed on the white jade heavenly goose. His clothes were as white as snow. He looked at Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying with a strange look in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, extremely politely, "Brother, Du Xiaofu, we meet again!" Whoosh whoosh! Behind Qin Official, the other figures also landed behind Qin Official, and their auras surged secretly. "Young City Lord, we meet again. I heard that some of them landed in Chu River City?" Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Guan and asked straightforwardly. Hearing that, Officer Qin's expression changed. He glanced at Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei before looking at Ren Yingying. He still had a smile on his face and said to Du Xiaofu, "It's a misunderstanding. Brother Qiao Feng, it's all a misunderstanding. If I had known that these people were your friends, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Speaking of which, this misunderstanding is really deep." Under Du Xiaofu's mask, his eyes moved slightly as he looked at Gu Xinyan and the others. He didn't know the reason behind it. Chu Jiang, Emperor of Chu River City, cultivated a technique similar to Ghost Child's Yama scripture. Ghost Child fought with one of Chu Jiang Emperor's disciples at the Nirvana realm. He recognized Ghost Child's Yama scripture and wanted Ghost Child's pulse soul. "He has been chasing after us," Gu Xinyan said. Gu Xinyan said she had just taken Ren Yingying's elixir, and her pale face looked a little better. The back of her head was as black as ink, and it shone like a mirror. It naturally draped over her waist, which made the Qin official look at her. This lady is right. This matter was indeed caused by Brother Qiao Feng's technique and Yama Ghost Child. However, this misunderstanding is a little deep. As soon as Gu Xinyan finished speaking, Officer Qin looked helpless and regretful. He said, "I've just returned to Chu River City from Yuheng Palace. As far as I know, my father, Chu Jiang Emperor, was curious about the Yama scripture and pulse soul of Yama Ghost Child. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at it. Hence, this misunderstanding has occurred. The 2 little brothers who were left in Chu River City are still safe and sound. This is all a misunderstanding." Black Eagle Tang Wu was furious when he heard that. He shouted, "We're not stupid. How can this be a misunderstanding? You guys obviously want to take the Yama scripture and Yama Ghost Child." Officer Qin glanced at Black Eagle Tang Wu and said, "I guess my subordinates didn't do a good job and caused this misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, please let those 2 go." Du Xiaofu looked straight at Officer Qin and said, "Of course, of course." Officer Qin nodded with a smile. Then he frowned slightly and said, "However, Brother Qiao Feng, even with my white jade heavenly goose's speed, it will take a day or 2 to go from here to Chu River City. If we delay, it will probably take even longer. Moreover, those 2 friends probably won't believe me so easily." His voice paused for a moment before Official Qin's gaze flashed past Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying, and then he said, "Why don't all of you follow me to Chu River City? Firstly, we'll directly resolve this misunderstanding, and secondly, I'll apologize to all of you. What do you think?" Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others were all very surprised when they heard Officer Qin's words. However, from their gazes, they naturally wouldn't believe Officer Qin's words so easily. Officer Qin cupped his hands together when he saw the expression in the eyes of Gu Xinyan and the others. He said, "All of you young heroes have earned my admiration. I also intend to befriend all of you. This is a good opportunity. Please feel at ease and follow me to Chu Jiang City. I, Officer Qin, can guarantee that your 2 friends are safe and sound in Chu Jiang City. You can definitely be at ease." A strange expression that was difficult to detect flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes under his mask when he heard Officer Qin's words, after which he nodded and said, "All right, since it's a misunderstanding, we will follow Yang City, Lord, to Chujiang City." Officer Qin immediately revealed a smile when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. His demeanor was warm and elegant as he said, "That's great. Coincidentally, I can make friends with all of you along the way. It is true that no discord leads to friendship." Vermilion Bird, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others looked at each other, after which their gazes turned towards Gu Xinyan. In order to follow Qiao Feng and Ren Yingying, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, Ghost Child, Tang Wu, and the others who had escaped Chujiang City with great difficulty previously were also somewhat hesitant and worried. Du Xiaofu turned his head and said to Ghost Child and the others, "Just follow me. Nothing will happen." Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu's eyes as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Subsequently, she secretly bit her red lips and nodded. Gu Xinyan clearly understood in her heart that if Qiao Feng and Reninging were in cahoots with the young city, lord of Chujiang City, there was no need for them to put on such an act to gain their trust. Given Qiao Feng's strength, it was more than enough to capture them. Today's update has arrived. Chapter 796. Ren Yingying stood by Du Xiaofu's side, holding little Xingxing in her arms. She did not say anything. Even when Du Xiaofu agreed to go to Chujiang City, Ren Yingying did not say anything. However, his gaze would occasionally sweep past Chu Jiangqing and the others. His bright eyes were filled with slight ripples that were filled with coldness. After a while, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, and Tang Wu sat cross-legged on the back of the white jade heavenly goose. Officer Qin had been enthusiastically chatting with Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying. It seemed that he wanted to find out the relationship between the two and Gu Xinyan's group. More importantly, he hoped to find out the two's origins. Unfortunately, Ren Yingying did not care about Officer Qin. She was holy and cold, completely different from the fierce female bandit image she had in the past few months. It was obviously impossible to get any information out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. In the end, Officer Qin had no choice but to give up. A strange look flashed in his eyes. After Du Xiaofu, Ren Yingying, Officer Qin, and the others left, no one dared to step into the valley, feeling the inexplicable pressure in the air and the wreckage on the ground. Everyone's eyes trembled and their hairs stood on their backs. If they had participated in the encirclement, they would have ended up the same way. Chujiang City, a vast city that stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking from afar, a vast silhouette occupied one's line of sight. Noises could be heard from afar in the air. In the big city, it was bustling with noise and bustling with people. Chujiang City was even more lively than the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Dragon City. It was also much larger than Chujiang City. The young city lord is back. He should have captured those 5 people. The young city lord personally went out. In order to capture those 5 people, it was said that many Martial King realm experts were involved. Those 5 people are worth 5 low-grade Dao tools. The white jade heavenly goose flew past in midair. Countless figures below Chujiang City raised their heads and looked at each other. Many of them looked at the white-robed young man with envy and reverence in their eyes. Many of the women's hearts were fluttering. Brother Qiao Feng were here. The Chujiang Imperial Palace was vast and occupied within Chujiang City. It was dazzling in gold and jade, majestic and continuous. In the vast plaza outside the Chujiang Imperial Palace, the white jade heavenly goose circled low in the air, and everyone jumped down one by one. Where are the 2 people I'm looking for? Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the royal palace of Chujiang as he asked Qin Guan directly. Brother Qiao Feng, don't worry. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Everyone, please enter the Chujiang Imperial Residence and relax for a while. Officer Qin wore a smile on his face. He was gentle and modest, and his long and narrow eyes were filled with smiling ripples. All right. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't refuse, and he followed Officer Qin directly into the imperial estate. The interior of the Chujiang imperial estate was grand and magnificent. The pavilions, ponds, and waterside pavilions were all reflected within the green pines and green cypresses. The green vines, green bamboos, and many exotic flowers and plants adorned it. Du Xiaofu followed Officer Qin and waited until they arrived at a side hall in the Chujiang imperial residence. It was ancient and rather quiet. This side hall seemed to be quite a distance away from the center of the Chujiang imperial residence. Brother Qiao Feng, all of you must be tired from the journey. Why don't I arrange for everyone to rest in their rooms first? Officer Qin spoke to Du Xiaofu and the others in the side hall, and his gaze had always been intentionally or unintentionally landing on Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Quebec. There's no need. We'll just wait here. Ren Yingying spoke, yet she didn't look at Officer Qin. All right, everyone, please wait for a moment. If there's anything you need, just instruct the servants outside. I'll take my leave first to make arrangements. Officer Qin smiled lightly as some fluctuations were concealed in his eyes. After that, he bid farewell and left. Qi, as Officer Qin and the others left, Ren Yingying raised her eyes slightly. As she waved her slender hand, a starlight rune spread out and enveloped the side hall. Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and Ghost Child's eyes moved. They knew what she meant. The walls must have ears. There's a martial royal realm cultivator here. After setting up the seal, Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I can only vaguely sense that the aura is extremely obscure. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly and said, Are you talking about the one behind Officer Qin, or the other two in the Chujiang imperial residence? Hearing that, Tang Wu, Ghost Child, and Guo Xiaofeng's eyes trembled. So there was a martial royal realm expert behind Officer Qin, and they didn't know about it and couldn't detect it. What shocked Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, and Tang Wu even more was that there were two other martial royal realm experts in the Chujiang imperial residence. A lineup of 3 martial royal realm experts was much more powerful than an empire. The thought of 3 martial royal realm experts made Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu's hair stand on end. One should be at the mysterious level of a 7-star talisman master, and the other should be at the peak of the mysterious level of the martial royal realm. Their auras are very obscure. If they hadn't released their auras to spy on us, I wouldn't have sensed it. Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her eyebrows slightly. She said, Do you think they'll really let him go? Hearing that, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness. Then he smiled faintly and said, Let him go? How can it be that simple? Officer Qin asked us to come here because of you. He didn't keep an eye on you along the way. I think I'll make a mask for you. What do you think? Cut the crap. Let's be serious. Ren Yingying glared at Du Xiaofu and said, Why don't we just capture Officer Qin and exchange him? It's even more disadvantageous for us now that we're here. That martial royal realm expert shouldn't be a problem for you, right? As they listened to the conversation between Qiao Feng and Ren Yingying, the 3 martial monarchs didn't seem very serious. They seemed to have planned to capture Officer Qin and deal with the martial monarch who had just ascended to the martial monarch realm. Huff! Huff! Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei couldn't help but inwardly gasp. That martial royal realm expert shouldn't be a problem, but I'm worried about Officer Qin. That person isn't simple. Maybe he has some trump cards. If he escapes, coldness flashed in his eyes. Du Xiaofu had already thought about capturing Officer Qin and exchanging him. However, the general and Li Yuxiao were in Chujiang City. If anything happened to them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Du Xiaofu had to be cautious. Then what do you plan to do now? Ren Yingying understood and looked at Du Xiaofu. Little Xingxing, who was in her arms, raised his little head and looked at Du Xiaofu with his golden eyes. We'll take it one step at a time. If they let him go obediently, then everything can be discussed. If not, then we can only make them hand him over themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, coldness shot out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. An invisible chill spread out from his body, making Gu Xinyan and the others beside him tremble. Thank you for your help. We'll thank you in advance. We'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. Gu Xinyan walked out gracefully and bowed to Du Xiaofu and Ringying. Her eyes were as pure as autumn water. As she lowered her head, her long eyelashes formed a beautiful arc on her face that had recovered some redness. Thank you. We'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Gua Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, and the others stepped forward and cupped their fists. The two people in front of them did not know each other, but they had helped them so much. The five of them were grateful. Du Xiaofu looked at the five people in front of him. They had all reached the Martial King realm. Gu Xinyan had reached the peak of the Martial King realm and was a 6-star talisman master. The five of them must have had their own fortuitous encounters in the central region in the past 2 years. They must have experienced many dangerous situations to temper themselves. No need to be so polite. If anything happens later, remember not to be too far away from us. Du Xiaofu said to the five of them. It was not the time to tell them his identity yet. Knowing that everyone was safe and sound, Du Xiaofu felt much more at ease. Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, and the others looked at each other. They looked at the mysterious young man and the holy woman in front of them and felt a sense of déjà vu. The five of them even felt a sense of familiarity, but they could not recall it. They could only feel puzzled in their hearts. However, Gua Xiaofeng and the others already had a lot of trust in the man and woman in front of them. Whether or not they could save the general, and the Yuxiao depended on the mysterious young man and the holy woman in front of them. Official Qin is an inner disciple of Yuheng Hall. He has a strong background. Yuheng Hall is one of the 7-star hall. Ringying said to Du Xiaofu. She knew that Du Xiaofu was going to the 7-star hall this time. Yuheng Hall, Du Xiaofu murmured. His master, the revered weapon, had said that more than 1,300 years ago, his master's best friend, the hall master of Yuheng Hall, took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. That was why his master's primordial spirit left his body and escaped to the dark forest. His physical body was most likely still in Yuheng Hall. We'll have to come into contact with Yuheng Hall sooner or later. I just never thought we'd meet so soon. Du Xiaofu said meaningfully. He had a feeling that he would have many interactions with Yuheng Hall in the future. Afterwards, looking at Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others, Du Xiaofu said, "Let's rest for a while first. I think that even if they want to release them, it'll take a while." Several people sat in a small hall within the royal estate of Jiangchu. The atmosphere was rather gloomy. Their presences were concealed. Most of their presences were rather gloomy, which seemed to be of the same origin as Ghost Child's. Chapter 797. In the small hall, the most eye-catching person was an old man in his 60s sitting in the middle. The old man's facial features were similar to official Qin's, but the aura on his body was extremely gloomy. Beside the old man were official Qin, who had just left with Du Xiaofu and Ran Yingying, the old man who had just reached the martial royal realm, and the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the martial king realm. The other few people were also old men with extraordinary cultivation and strength. They were presumably experts with extraordinary status in Chujiang City. One of the old men, who was wearing a scholarly robe and had an embroidered robe on his back, sat close to the gloomy old man in the middle. There was a strange emblem embroidered on the old man's embroidered robe. From the looks of the surrounding people, the emblem seemed to have some background. There were a few people in the side hall, but only 4 people were seated. Apart from the gloomy old man in the middle, the old man who had just reached the martial emperor realm, and Qin official, who who had been following behind official Qin. There was only the old man in the brocade robe who wore a scholarly robe. The others were obviously important people in the Chujiang royal palace and had high positions. However, in front of the four people, they could only bow their heads respectfully. That man and woman are extraordinary. The seals they set up are extraordinary. The old man in the embroidered robe said. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. They are indeed extraordinary. It seems that they have some background. When the gloomy old man in the middle heard this, he raised his head slightly and looked at the strange people sitting there. He said, "Official, did you find out where they came from?" Official Qin frowned and said, "Those people are very tight-lipped. I couldn't find out where they came from. However, I can be sure that they should be people from outside the spirit domain. Those people are extraordinary. They come from outside the spirit domain. It is very likely that they are the younger generation of the one valley, two religions, three sects, and three factions." The martial royal realm cultivator, who had just reached the martial royal realm beside official Qin, said, "They can't be from the spirit sky valley. They shouldn't be from the immeasurable sect or the great Luin sect." The scholarly old man in the embroidered robe said. The aura on his body was faintly discernible, but it wasn't hard to tell that he was a 7-star spirit talisman master. Based on Brother Ling Yuan's observation skills, it seems that those few young people are definitely not disciples of the one valley and two sects. Then they can only be disciples of the three sects and three factions. The gloomy old man in the middle said, "This is the spirit domain. Even if it's the three sects and three factions, we don't have to worry too much," said the old man who had just reached the martial emperor realm, who had been following official Qin. Protector Xi Ming is right. This is spirit realm. The gloomy old man's eyes had a slight. "Father, I've already brought back the person who cultivates the Yama scripture. I think that as long as Father obtains your Yama scripture and the 9 abyss ghost dragon beast energy, you'll be able to take another step forward." Officer Qin smiled and said to the gloomy old man in the middle of the room, "That was the lord of Chujiang City, Chujiang Huang, his father. He was also an overlord in the entire spirit realm. The Yama Sutra and the 9 nether ghost dragon beast energy are extremely useful to me. If I can get them, my chances of making a breakthrough will increase greatly." Chujiang Emperor smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said, "However, that man and woman are not ordinary. If we make a move now, it will cause too much of a commotion. It will be troublesome. Father, this is the Chujiang royal palace. Not everyone can come and go as they please. No matter how extraordinary they are, they won't be able to escape." Official Qin smiled. He was extremely confident. Then an obscure look flashed across his eyes. He said, "However, one of the women is a little troublesome. But when the time comes, as long as she is in our hands, I will have a way to deal with her. Nephew, don't worry. It won't be troublesome. I have some small tricks that can make people forget some things. It's not difficult." The old man wearing a brocade robe had a strange smile on his face. He said, "As long as your father obtains the Yama Sutra and the 9 nether ghost dragon beast energy secret rune, he will have a chance of making a breakthrough in a short period of time. At that time, the strength of Chujiang City will increase greatly. With you in the Aliath Palace, no one will be able to contend against Chujiang City. Of course, I want the Yama Sutra and the 9 nether ghost dragon beast energy secret rune. I also want the others." Official Qin's long and narrow eyes rippled with a faint cold aura. "Be careful of the man and woman who came later. Otherwise, there will be a sudden change." Chujiang Emperor said. There was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be too worried in his heart. A young man and a young woman. This was the Chujiang royal palace. How could they defy the heavens? 2 hours later, official Qin came alone in the side hall. There was still a smile on his face. "Young city lord, where are the 2 people you let go?" Du Xiaofu saw that there was no one behind official Qin. There was a trace of coldness in his clear eyes. Brother Qiao Feng, I'm really sorry. The two brothers you wanted didn't believe me, no matter what. They thought we were lying to them. They would rather die than come out. Official Qin looked apologetic and regretful. He said, So, I think I can only ask Brother Qiao Feng to go personally. Hearing this, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others' expressions changed. Then, their gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Ren Yingying. Okay, I'll go with you. Du Xiaofu didn't think too much. He nodded to official Qin and said to Ren Yingying, Wait for me here. Ren Yingying looked at Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others. She nodded slightly. She didn't seem to be too worried about Du Xiaofu. Ren Yingying nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, Okay, be careful. Let's go together. Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu stepped forward. They wanted to go with Du Xiaofu. They didn't feel at ease letting Du Xiaofu go alone. Du Xiaofu looked at the three. His clear eyes moved slightly. He nodded and said, Okay, you three come with me. If that's the case, then please come with me. When the Qin official saw this, the three women stayed behind as a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. After which, he led Du Xiaofu and the other three away. Du Xiaofu walked out of the small hall and nodded to Ren Yingying. Then he followed official Qin. On the way, official Qin talked and laughed casually. Du Xiaofu followed beside him. He kept looking around. Under the mask, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Soon, a solitary courtyard appeared before them. It was empty all around. Official Qin's eyes moved. He said to Du Xiaofu, Brother Qiao Feng, it's just up ahead. Those two brothers are really stubborn. No matter what I said, they weren't willing to believe me. They insisted on seeing you guys before leaving. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu looked around cautiously. Du Xiaofu stepped into the courtyard and looked around. Then, he directly entered the courtyard. Indeed, there were two familiar auras there. In the small hall, two young men stood quietly. Their ages were about the same. They both looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. One of them had clear and deep facial features. He had a faint bronze complexion. When one looked at him, there was an invisible aura that seemed to be able to dominate the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers. However, this young man's face was pale and his aura was weak. The other young man had a tall and straight figure, his red hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were dark red, and there was an indescribable majesty and evil aura around him. However, this young man's aura was also as weak as the former, and his face was pale. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have their profound auras sealed. These two people were the general and Li Yuxiao from Tianwu Academy. The 2 years of training in the Central Plains had also left traces on their bodies, causing their immaturity to be worn away quite a bit, making them appear even sharper and fiercer. Their auras were also at the initial stage of Martial King Realm. However, their profound auras had long been sealed and they couldn't circulate it. If it wasn't for the fact that the resources in Tianwu Academy were lower, they might be even stronger with their talent and character. I don't know why they brought us here from the underground prison. Could it be that Ghost Child and the others have fallen into their hands? The general was worried. They had just been brought here from the underground prison, and they felt uneasy. I hope that Ghost Child and Wu Kei are safe. At the very least, they can leave behind a legacy for Tianwu Academy and have a chance to rebuild Tianwu Academy, Li Yuxiao said as his dark red eyes dimmed. If they're safe, you guys will be safe as well. A faint voice sounded. Just as Li Yuxiao finished speaking, a figure walked into the hall. The person was wearing purple armor and a mask. He carried a strange box on his back, and no one knew what was inside. Looking at the mysterious figure that suddenly appeared, the general and Li Yuxiao's expressions tensed up. They were on their guard, and astonishment could be seen in their eyes. General Li Yuxiao, it's good that the two of you are fine. They can rest assured now. 3 figures rushed into the hall with joy in their eyes. They were Ghost Child, Gua Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu. Ghost Child, it's you guys. When the general Li Yuxiao and Li Yuxiao saw the 3 of them, they were surprised. However, before their joy could be seen, their expressions turned solemn. The general asked, "Why are you here?" "Where are Junior Sister Wu Kei and Junior Sister Xinyan? Were you captured too?" "Don't worry, we're fine. Brother Qiao Feng saved us," Black Eagle Tang Wu said to the general and Li Yuxiao. "Brother Qiao Feng!" Hearing that, the general and Li Yuxiao looked at Du Xiaofu with astonishment and doubt in their eyes. Chapter 798. Brother Qiao Feng is an expert and has some connections with Tianwu Academy. It's a long story. I will tell you in detail when the time comes. Gua Xiaofeng said to the general and Li Yuxiao, "We are here to bring you guys away. Didn't the people from Chujiang City tell you?" "No. They left after bringing us out of the dungeon. We didn't know what they were up to and thought that you guys were captured," Li Yuxiao said in astonishment. "They didn't tell you guys?" Ghost Child immediately had a bad premonition when he heard that. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. "Are you guys all right?" Du Xiaofu looked around and then looked at the general and Li Yuxiao. His hand seals changed and numerous seals accompanied by runes landed on the 2 of them at lightning speed. Puchi. As Du Xiaofu's finger fell, the general and Li Yuxiao both spat out a mouthful of black blood. The profound energy aura on their bodies began to fluctuate, and the seals on their bodies were immediately broken. "We are fine. We just suffered a little in the dungeon." The general was astonished. The 2 of them were unable to break the seals on their bodies, but the mysterious person in front of them was able to break them easily. His strength was extraordinary. "Oh no, official Qin disappeared." Suddenly, Gua Xiaofeng cried out in surprise. That official Qin had disappeared without a trace. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw the general and Li Yuxiao, but forgot about official Qin. They didn't know when he disappeared. "We are trapped. There are already rune arrays set up in the surroundings." Du Xiaofu didn't seem to be surprised as he looked around the hall. Official Qin stood in the distance outside the courtyard and several figures appeared behind him. Their auras were all at the Martial King realm. "Activate the rune arrays and suppress those people. Capture them alive first." Qin official's eyes flashed with coldness. The calm and graceful demeanor on his body disappeared, leaving only a cold sneer on his face. Rumble. Someone started to activate the rune arrays. Instantly, numerous dazzling runes appeared around the inconspicuous courtyard, and a powerful aura spread out. The entire courtyard shook, and the surrounding space was about to distort. The entire courtyard turned into a huge rune array that was enough to suppress an ordinary martial monarch realm cultivator. The Chujiang Royal Palace was run by the Chujiang Emperor for many years. It was definitely not simple. There were countless rune arrays and other methods inside. If an ordinary person barged in, not to mention the numerous experts in the Chujiang Royal Palace, the rune arrays were even more terrifying. They would be suppressed even before they could see the Chujiang Emperor. Qin Guan's plan was to not waste any effort and directly suppress the extraordinary Qiao Feng within. Official Qin had wanted to take action in the mountain range mountain, but he was worried about Chujiang Yi. He wanted her Jiang Yi's heart. In addition, Officer Qin also felt that Qiao Feng and Qiao Li were extraordinary. Even if they were to fight, if they were to escape, there would be endless trouble in the future. It would be safe if he brought them to the Chujiang Royal Palace. Originally, this Qin official thought that he would have to spend a little more effort to persuade them to enter the Chujiang imperial residence. However, the Qin official didn't expect that he would be able to easily bring these people into the Chujiang Royal Palace. Furthermore, it was smoothly brought into the talisman array that had been arranged long ago. At this moment, it was absolutely safe. After suppressing these people and obtaining the Yama Sutra and the 9 Abyss ghost, dragon, beast energy secret rune from one of them. His father's cultivation would be able to take a step forward, and he would also be able to win the girl's heart. This was especially true for the other two women. Although they were slightly inferior to the pure and holy woman, they were still peerless beauties. One was like a fairy, while the other was like a demon. Thinking of all this, Qin Guan smiled. Everything was under his control. No one could escape from his control. Rumble! The talisman array was activated and the mysterious patterns on the talismans flickered. The entire courtyard seemed to have come alive. Li Yuxiao, the general, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and Tang Wu were immediately frozen by the terrifying suppressive force. With their strength, it was impossible for them to resist the suppression of the talisman array. They were extraordinary, but their cultivation was still too weak. This talisman array was probably enough to suppress ordinary martial monarchs. Needless to say, for Du Xiaofu, the Chujiang royal palace was extremely careful. Naturally, it wasn't something that the general and the other four could contend against. All of you, be careful. Follow me. Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed talisman runes around him. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and lines of talisman runes appeared in his hands. These were talisman arrays and talisman runes. From the time Du Xiaofu was born until now, including the 2.5 years in the ancient desolate space, it was no less than 3 years. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu's cultivation had always been at the peak of the Martial King realm and the peak of the 6-star Talisman Master realm. However, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of various profoundness, including talisman arrays, had definitely improved tremendously. Although he could directly ignore the talisman array by activating his arterial soul. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had the intention to hide himself. He didn't intend to casually expose himself. The talisman runes in his hand swept out. Du Xiaofu planned to directly break the talisman array. Although this talisman array wasn't weak, Du Xiaofu, who had been secretly spying on it, didn't think that he couldn't break the talisman array. Rumble! The talisman array was activated, suppressing everything. Official Qin had a smile on his face. This move was almost foolproof. However, it didn't take long before Official Qin seemed to have sensed something. There was a strange fluctuation in his smiling eyes. An extremely powerful talisman array rippled out from outside the courtyard. Then it spread out in all directions, as if it was about to break down. Young City Lord, it seems a little unusual. Behind Official Qin, several people's faces changed. They felt that the talisman array was unusual. Crack, crack! The terrifying talisman array rippled. Then, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out. The talisman array shook. In the end, it shattered under the astonished gazes of Official Qin and the others. Walala! Energy swept across the sky. The talisman array shattered, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Sand and stones flew in all directions. However, the fluctuation wasn't too big. This was because the talisman array wasn't forcefully broken. Instead, the talisman array was dissolved and destroyed from the inside out. Chi! Outside the courtyard, as the talisman array shattered, 6 figures walked out. It was Du Xiaofu, the general, Li Yuxiao, Ghost Child, and the others. Official Qin's face was filled with surprise. His long and narrow eyes were filled with coldness, but it disappeared in a flash. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the others who came out of the courtyard, Official Qin's face immediately turned into a worried and apologetic expression. He directly ran over and said, "Brother Qiao Feng, are you all right? I don't know how the talisman array was activated. I was so worried. It's good that you're fine." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu shook his head slightly as he looked at Qin Official, who was running over with an apologetic and worried face, after which his body rushed out in a lightning-like manner. With a wave of his hand, a fist that was wrapped in a flickering lightning glow violently smashed toward Qin Official. Du Xiaofu's face immediately changed, and he immediately attacked without holding back. How could Du Xiaofu not know what official Qin wanted to do? However, Du Xiaofu had always been worried about the general and Li Yuxiao being captured. At this moment, the general and Li Yuxiao were by his side and safe. Du Xiaofu no longer had any worries. There was only anger. Official Qin's face also changed slightly in response to Qiao Feng's sudden change in expression. Feeling the terrifying aura of Du Xiaofu's punch, he didn't dare to underestimate it. "Brother Qiao Feng, what are you doing?" As he shouted, Official Qin didn't immediately turn hostile. He immediately stopped in his tracks and retreated hastily. At this extremely fast speed, a rune light enveloped his entire body. Official Qin was obviously secretly waiting for Du Xiaofu. Boom! Following that, a fist mark caused the space to tremble. He raised his arm and directly collided with Du Xiaofu. Official Qin attacked. The runes on his fist flickered with a trace of unpredictability. He quickly blocked Du Xiaofu's punch, as if he wanted to take the opportunity to gauge Du Xiaofu's intentions. Bang! A low, muffled explosion immediately sounded. As the runes surged, sand and stones flew in all directions. There was even lightning wreaking havoc. Crackle! The lightning bolts overflowed in all directions. In a strange way, they could destroy everything and corrode Official Qin's defense. Dang dang! With a muffled sound, energy surged. Official Qin's feet scraped against the ground as he rapidly retreated more than 10 steps before forcefully stabilizing his body. However, he looked extremely miserable and his hair fluttered in the wind. The general, Li Yuxiao, and the others squinted their eyes. As bystanders, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations from the collision just now. This mysterious young man called Qiao Feng's strength had reached such a powerful level. No wonder he dared to enter the Chujiang royal residence to save them. At this moment, in a small hall in the Chujiang royal residence, Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei were all standing without sitting down. Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei's eyes were filled with worry and nervousness. They were a little worried about Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others. "Let's go. I think there's already a result." Suddenly, Ren Yingying raised her head slightly. Her graceful figure walked out of the courtyard. 2 strands of black hair by her cheeks gently brushed against her face with the wind. She was so holy and majestic. As the 3 women walked out of the courtyard, several figures appeared. Several Martial King auras fluctuated. One of the Martial Kings with Nirvana realm cultivation stepped forward and looked at Ren Yingying and Gu Xinyan. Wu Kei and the other 2 women were shocked. They immediately stopped them and said, "Ladies, this is the Chujiang royal residence. Please don't walk around." Today's update. Today's fresh flowers have reached 850, so Shao you will explode tomorrow. Chapter 799. It's him. Seeing the Martial King realm Nirvana realm cultivator, Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei's expressions changed. This person had fought with them before. He was the disciple of Emperor Chujiang. It was this person who discovered Ghost Child's Yama scripture and the 9 Abyss Ghost Dragon Pulsol, which made them run for their lives. The initiator was this person in front of them. "You want to stop me?" Ren Yingying hugged little Xingxing in her arms. Her eyes flickered and there was a hint of coldness. "Please respect yourselves. This is the Emperor Chujiang Palace." The Martial King realm, Nirvana realm, cultivator's expression changed slightly. Facing the holy and majestic woman in front of him, he felt like his soul was trembling for no reason. "Get lost!" Ren Yingying went forward. Her temperament became more dignified. Coldness swept past her as she went forward. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The Martial King realm, Nirvana realm, cultivator shouted. If these were not the women that the junior brother of the city master had his eyes on, he would not be so polite. As he shouted, the former's sinister aura filled the sky. He stomped his foot, and with the sinister aura a claw print was formed. The fierce, sinister aura was terrifying. Like a flash flood, the claw print covered Rin Yingying. The former attacked instantly. The sinister aura shrouded and made people's souls tremble. The coldness in Rin Yingying's eyes became even more intense. She waved her hand, and her beautiful figure spun and moved, drawing a graceful arc. Her figure quickly retreated. In an instant, it seemed dangerous. However, Rin Yingying cleverly escaped from the former's claw print. Swish! At the same time, Rin Yingying's figure did not stop. The moment she escaped from the former's claw print, her beautiful figure appeared in front of the former instantly. The aura around her changed. Her dress fluttered. A mysterious light rune surged out from Rin Yingying's body, making people's hearts ripple. Kill! Rin Yingying shouted. She was holy and majestic. Coldness poured out from her eyes. The light around her carried an extraordinary holiness. She raised her wrist, and a handprint suddenly fell. Rumble! When this handprint landed, there were talisman runes gushing out. It carried a vast aura that covered the sky and covered the earth as it directly suppressed the martial king at the Nirvana realm. This handprint seemed to have suppressed and solidified the space, and the surroundings fell into a strange stagnation. Bang! As the handprint fell, the defense of the Nirvana realm cultivator of the Frost Martial King realm was easily destroyed and turned into broken runes. He couldn't compete with Rin Yingying at all. Dark red blood spurted out from his mouth, and his body directly turned into a bloody mist under the suppression of the handprint. Bang, 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 streams of invisible ripples spread across the space. The surrounding Martial Emperor realm cultivators had no idea what was happening. While they were still in shock, their bodies were shattered into blood mists by the terrifying ripples. Ka-ka! The cracks on the ground continued to spread. All of this caused Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei, who were behind him, to be in a daze for a long time. Only then did they know that the holy and majestic woman named Rin Yingying in front of them was also extremely terrifying. Gu Xinyan and Wu Kei looked at each other. Looking at Rin Yingying's attack just now, they felt a sense of déjà vu. Qiao Feng, what are you doing? In front of the courtyard, Official Qin's figure retreated. His face was gloomy, and he was no longer polite. However, Official Qin didn't expect Qiao Feng to change his face so quickly. If he wasn't slightly prepared, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state just now. More importantly, Official Qin had the intention to test Qiao Feng's strength just now. Only then did he realize that Qiao Feng's strength was also very strong. It was just as he was worried. This Qiao Feng was strange and extraordinary, and his strength was terrifying. What I want to do is the same as what you want to do, Du Xiaofu said coldly. The Chujiang royal palace had captured the general and Liu Xiao, and chased after Gu Xinyan and the others. If he wasn't lucky enough to meet them, it would be unimaginable this time. Along the way, Du Xiaofu remembered the insidious scheme of Official Qin. How could he let the Chujiang royal palace go? At this point, Du Xiaofu also knew that if he wanted to leave the Chujiang royal palace, he wouldn't be kind. No matter what, he couldn't be courteous today. Boom! As his voice fell, a terrifying aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The coldness spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Young city lord, let me suppress this guy. A middle-aged martial king who had attacked Du Xiaofu in the outer mountains of the spirit domain shouted softly, and his figure dashed out. This martial king realm cultivator had always been concerned about what had happened in the mountains. Just as Du Xiaofu's aura fluctuated, he was already prepared. His figure instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! This person was a martial king realm cultivator. The aura on his body was extremely vigorous, and runes burst out from his body. Although he didn't think that he was weaker than the young man, from the various signs, he knew that the young man was indeed extremely powerful. This person didn't dare to be careless. A fist seal condensed and released runes. The fist was sparkling and translucent like a meteorite and instantly swept in front of Du Xiaofu. This perfect martial king realm middle-aged man had an extremely high status in Chujiang City. His cultivation was only below the martial emperor realm, which gave him the right to be arrogant. There were quite a number of young experts who had died at his hands, including those with extraordinary talents. Swish! His opponent's fist seal arrived in front of him in an instant, and a strange suppressive aura fluctuated. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, and a murderous intent gushed out from his eyes under the mask. Du Xiaofu also made his move, and a fist seal was formed. Du Xiaofu didn't use the domineering aura of the golden-winged rock. Instead, he used the mysterious move and merged the ultimacy of the mysterious move into it, making the fist seal similar to the mysterious move. The fist seal instantly collided with the former. It was overbearing and terrifying, as if it could shatter the void. Around the fist, there was a faint power that could distort the surrounding space, as if it was going to shatter the surrounding space. Boom! The fist seal collided, and the place where they collided shook violently. Then, a terrifying force exploded. Du Xiaofu's fist was glowing, and suddenly, it was filled with thunder and lightning, and a brilliant silver snake flashed, wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. The martial king realm cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that his opponent's fist, which was already terrifying, would contain such a terrifying force of thunder. Bang bang! Along with a loud sound, Du Xiaofu's fist shattered the martial king realm cultivator's fist. Then the destructive force of thunder and lightning poured out in an overwhelming manner, destroying all of the former's defenses. The dazzling silver lightning raged. It was dazzling and gorgeous, but it hid a destructive force. Puff! The martial king realm cultivator spat out blood. Then the bones in his body cracked and blood splattered. Then his entire body turned into a bloody mist. With just a single move, a perfect martial emperor realm cultivator was killed by Du Xiaofu with a single move. The other martial king realm cultivators were about to besiege Qiaonan, but when they saw this terrifying scene, they were shocked and quickly retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Gulp, gulp! The general and Liu Xiao gulped and gasped. They could feel the strength of the middle-aged man, but he killed Xiao Feng with just one punch. That kind of strength was truly shocking. In just one move, a martial king realm cultivator was killed in front of them. The expression in official Qin's eyes was also extremely gloomy. His face, which had always been smiling, was now covered with dark clouds and filled with anger. Xiao Feng, no matter who you are, you will pay the price today. Official Qin was furious. His eyes flashed with coldness and killing intent. Qi. As official Qin's voice fell, there were some silent fluctuations in the space. Then, an old man appeared in front of him. It was the old man who had just reached the martial royal realm, who had been following official Qin. Official Qin, you step back first. Let me deal with this guy. When the old man appeared, he looked at Du Xiaofu, but his voice was directed at official Qin. Then I'll have to trouble you, Guardian Zhiming. I want him alive. There must be something special about this guy. Maybe I can find some treasures. Official Qin did not object. He did not intend to fight with Qiao Feng. There was no need for that because Qiao Feng was going to die anyway. However, he might be able to find some treasures on him. Okay, I'll try my best to keep him alive. The aura of the old man, who was called Guardian Zhiming, began to surge. His eyes were bright as he stared at Du Xiaofu. The aura of the old man caused the surrounding space to freeze. It had already spread to Du Xiaofu, the general Liu Xiao and the others behind him. That's a martial royal realm expert. Under that terrifying aura, the general and Liu Xiao's expressions changed. They could feel that the old man in front of them had surpassed the martial royal realm. As for Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng and Tang Wu, they already knew that the old man was a martial royal realm expert. At that moment, they felt the pressure and the qi in their bodies almost stagnated. Brothers, there will be a small explosion today. The next update will be released around 7 p.m. Chapter 800. Kid, where are you from? Tell me, and I might spare your life today. Protector Ji Ming stood in midair and asked Du Xiaofu. His footsteps were getting closer and closer to Du Xiaofu. His aura was oppressive. He was a martial royal realm expert, the protector of Yuheng Hall, Emperor Ji Ming. He was famous in the entire spirit region. However, facing this young man, Emperor Ji Ming guessed that this young man might be a disciple of one of the 3 sects and 3 factions. Although he was not too worried, he still wanted to get a definite answer. Initial martial royal realm. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the other party. He could feel the aura emanating from the other party's body. It was quite vigorous. This old man should be much stronger than the 2 martial royal realm experts he had killed in the Stone City. Although he was much stronger, it was not in terms of cultivation level. Instead, it was in terms of cultivation level. His strength was indeed much stronger. His aura was extraordinarily vigorous. Emperor Ji Ming looked at Du Xiaofu and saw that the young man did not take him seriously. This kind of disregard made Emperor Ji Ming's gaze turn cold. Kid, you are too arrogant. I can feel that you have a secret technique to hide the aura of your cultivation level. However, you cannot hide that you are a martial king. Emperor Ji Ming's words carried a trace of indifference and a sense of superiority. He looked down at Du Xiaofu. The difference between the martial royal realm and the martial royal realm was too great. You will not live past today. Du Xiaofu looked at Emperor Ji Ming. Even if this person was stronger than the 2 martial royal realm experts he had killed in the Stone City, Du Xiaofu would not take him seriously. He had already killed an emperor. Although he had not become an emperor, he could already kill one. This made Du Xiaofu realize that although a martial monarch who had just ascended to the martial monarch realm was strong, there was no need for him to be concerned. Kid, you are courting death. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Emperor Ji Ming could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and shouted loudly. His dignity as an emperor was absolutely violated. In an instant, Emperor Ji Ming took a step forward and erupted with a terrifying aura that caused the entire sky to rumble and tremble. Talisman markings flashed, and a strand of dazzling light dyed the sky, while profound energy rose and fell like an ocean. Boom! His aura surged, and Emperor Ji Ming dashed towards Du Xiaofu at an extremely fast speed. That was the speed of a ruler. He could pass through the void in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in the spatial ripples. Swish! Emperor Ji Ming's finger congealed and shot straight at Du Xiaofu's chest. A terrifying aura erupted from this finger imprint. Energy swept out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void and instantly arriving at Du Xiaofu's chest. Emperor Ji Ming's attack was clean, swift, and terrifying. Emperor Ji Ming wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu with a single move. Regardless of speed or strength, he did not hold back and almost went all out. Emperor Ji Ming wanted to show off his strength as a martial royal realm cultivator. This was the attack of a martial royal realm powerhouse. A finger imprint was enough to pierce through mountains and rivers. Not far away, the general, Liu Xiao, Ghost Child, and the others who were about to be suppressed were horrified. Their hearts were in their throats. Swish! The terrifying finger imprint pierced through the void and landed on Du Xiaofu's chest in a flash. At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't dodge and allowed the fingerprint that could penetrate mountains and rivers to land on his chest. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's purple soft armor exploded with light. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu also moved. Murderous intent spread out from his eyes. Lightning flashed within both of his eyes. His entire body seemed to have lightning spreading from within. Similarly, a finger seal was formed, appearing just like a thunderbolt. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted softly. His hair danced wildly under the sweeping force. The domineering and destructive aura was like a suppressed volcano erupting. His eyes were filled with lightning. The thunderous finger imprint was a real thunderbolt. A destructive aura shot up into the sky and landed right in between Emperor Jiming's eyebrows. The Emperor of Jiming seemed to have sensed something, and his disdain and contempt instantly turned into fear. His pupils constricted, and his heart trembled violently. Swish! The finger imprint landed and destroyed all of Emperor Jiming's defenses. It pierced right through his forehead. Walala! Emperor Jiming's body turned into a bloody mist in his trembling eyes. Only the remaining lightning was left. It was like a gorgeous rain of light overflowing in all directions. The space was eerily silent. Everyone's eyes trembled as they witnessed a martial royal realm powerhouse being killed in a single move. The general, Liu Xiao, Ghost Child, and the others were also stunned. Officer Qin and the martial king realm cultivators from the royal mansion of Chujiang were finally filled with fear. Previously, Officer Qin had been wary of Qiao Feng because he knew that he was not an ordinary person. However, Guardian Jiming, a martial royal realm beginner, was also killed in a single move by Qiao Feng. Officer Qin and the others were completely shocked. Qin Guan knew that even if he used his trump card, he would not be able to kill a martial royal who had just reached the martial royal realm and was even a Guardian Jiming. Everyone was shocked. No one knew that Du Xiaofu had many trump cards. However, among all of Du Xiaofu's trump cards, the one that was impossible to guard against was not Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock cultivation method, nor was it the mysterious technique or the rock golden wings. It was his insane physical body. Du Xiaofu's physical body was extremely strong because he had cultivated the golden-winged rock cultivation method. It was comparable to the real rock golden wings. After that, various forging and opportunities allowed Du Xiaofu's physical body to be comparable to the real golden-winged rock cultivation method. Not long ago, when he was reborn, his physical body was refined by the thunder martial vein and the star energy, the grass of immortality, the dark hole grass, and the purple flame, demonic phoenixes, demonic flame. This allowed Du Xiaofu's physical body to be stronger than an ordinary golden-winged rock cultivation method. Such a terrifying physical defense was even stronger than a demonic beast sovereign. It was Du Xiaofu's most practical trump card. Such a terrifying physical body could make people careless and numb. It was enough to make the opponent fall into a state of eternal damnation. Emperor Jiming was no ordinary being. If Du Xiaofu really wanted to kill him, a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. Even if he could kill Emperor Jiming in the end, Du Xiaofu would have to spend a lot of time and effort. But now, Emperor Jiming was careless and disdainful, exchanging one finger for another. In such a way, Du Xiaofu, who had just reached the martial emperor realm, was powerless and pale. Whoosh, whoosh! In the sky, two figures arrived at the speed of lightning. Two terrifying auras descended, causing the general and the others, who were still in shock, to tremble violently. The two auras were even more terrifying than the martial emperor realm expert from before. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately looked toward the two people who had just arrived. They were two old men. One of them had a terrifying aura which was extremely similar to Ghost Child's. However, his aura was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. The other one was a 7-star talisman master who had just reached the martial emperor realm. He wore a brocade robe over his scholarly robe. Du Xiaofu wasn't too surprised by the appearance of these two people. His spiritual soul power had long since probed into the Jiang Chu royal residence. There was a 7-star soul symbol master and a martial monarch expert at the mysterious level. Chu Jianghuang. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered slightly. The martial king realm expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm looked quite similar to official Qin. He should be the city lord of Chujiang City, Chu Jianghuang. When Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi appeared, they immediately scanned the surroundings. When their gazes landed on the young face wearing a mask, their eyes were filled with coldness and some hidden astonishment. Father, Uncle Ling Yuanzi, Guardian Ji Ming has been killed by Qiao Feng. That guy's physical defense is terrifying. Seeing his father and Ling Yuanzi arrive, Official Qin's astonished expression recovered slightly. He immediately informed his father and Ling Yuanzi. Naturally, Qin Guan could tell that Du Xiaofu's terrifying physical defense was the prerequisite for him being able to kill Protector Jiming. He couldn't let his father and Ling Yuanzi suffer such a huge loss. Kid, after so many years, you are the first one who dares to behave atrociously in the Chujiang royal palace. Chu Jianghuang's voice was gloomy and hoarse like the voice of a ghost. A fierce and gloomy light gradually appeared in his eyes. You shouldn't have targeted me. Since you have done it, you must pay the price. Du Xiaofu's figure slowly descended. The eyes under the mask looked at Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi. The aura on his body also became colder and colder. Kid, you're dead today. Chu Jianghuang's gloomy eyes stared straight at Du Xiaofu. His old face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Chapter 801. This young man had killed a protector of Yuhing Palace, a martial king realm expert. Chu Jianghuang's heart was filled with murderous intent. He must kill this kid today. Du Xiaofu looked at Chu Jianghuang with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. This person had targeted Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others. He had lured Du Xiaofu into the Chujiang royal palace to kill him. With Du Xiaofu's personality, he would not let him go. Brother Ling Yuanzi, let's work together and suppress this kid first. Chu Jianghuang said to Ling Yuanzi beside him. Chu Jianghuang was still a little fearful of this person who could kill Jiming Emperor, regardless of whether it was because of his strong physical defense or not. Caution is the parent of safety. Chu Jianghuang was never a careless person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live to this day and achieve what he had today in this realm. All right, let's kill him together. Ling Yuanzi looked at Chu Jianghuang and nodded. It seemed like this was not the first time the two of them had worked together. Instantly, they spread out and trapped Du Xiaofu in the middle. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold as he looked at Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi. The profound qi in his body surged and spread out with a faint electric glow. Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, 3 beautiful figures came from afar. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. They were Rin Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Quebec General Li Yuxiao. Are you all right? Wu Kei asked happily when she saw the general and Li Yuxiao. We're fine. Li Yuxiao and the general came back to their senses. Then their eyes were attracted to Ren Yingying. That beautiful figure seemed familiar. Ren Yingying came to Du Xiaofu's side and glanced at Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi. Then she said to Du Xiaofu, I'll leave the martial king at the peak of the mysterious realm to you. I'll leave the 7-star talisman master to me. Seeing Ren Yingying, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei arrive, Du Xiaofu's worries disappeared. He nodded at Ren Yingying. Then he looked at Chu Jianghuang with a cold, killing intent. Du Xiaofu said, It seems like you guys can't work together. Chu Jianghuang and Ling Yuanzi's eyes flickered when they saw the 3 women walking over and looking at Ren Yingying. Brother Ling Yuan, let's end this quickly. We can't let him go. Chu Jianghuang took a deep breath. He was a little afraid, but it soon turned into a strong killing intent. Chu Jianghuang knew clearly that this young man before him was simply too terrifying. If this matter was not resolved today, it would not be long before this young man would reach an unimaginable level. If Chu Jianghuang didn't kill Chu Jianghuang now, Chu Jianghuang would be a huge threat in the future. Suppress. As Chu Jianghuang spoke, the aura of a 7-star talisman master surged out from Ling Yuanzi's body. Kill. As soon as Chu Jianghuang shouted out, his figure instantly flashed out as well. Strands of profound energy that seemed like ghost chi suffused his body like liquid, and a ghastly aura enveloped the entire Chujiang imperial palace before spreading towards the entire Chujiang city. At this moment, the gloomy aura spread throughout Chujiang city, causing those who weren't strong enough to feel dizzy. The profound energy in their bodies was about to freeze. Woo! In a short moment, the gloomy and terrifying aura made it difficult for people to breathe. Whoosh! Chu Jianghuang's body turned into a flash of lightning. Profound energy surged in his palm, and a black, baleful talisman master formed a ferocious ghost head. The ferocious ghost head was terrifying, as if it came from the depths of hell. It instantly shot towards Du Xiaofu. Woo, woo! The ferocious ghost head's palm descended, and it sounded like the wails of ghosts and gods resounded. Its terrifying aura corroded and destroyed everything, and it was like a devil from hell had charged out. But at the same time that the ferocious ghost head flashed down, Du Xiaofu's figure had already vanished without a trace. Kid, you won't be able to escape. Nether Ghost C. Such speed caused Chu Jianghuang to be surprised for an instant, and then his expression turned ferocious as black, profound energy that covered the heavens and the earth surged out explosively from his body. The black, profound energy instantly transformed into an enormous black sea of ghosts around Chu Jianghuang. The wails of ghosts and gods resounded within the black sea of ghosts, and black talisman markings condensed into numerous ferocious ghost heads. Woo, woo! The wails of ghosts and gods resounded as the black sea of ghosts occupied the sky. It was like the birth of hell, and the large expanse of ferocious ghost heads flashed about, causing one's hair to stand on end. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared within the sea of ghosts, and the strange, black, profound energy was capable of causing all traces in space to appear. The gloomy ghost energy was sufficient to make one's soul tremble, corrode one's profound energy, and affect one's state of mind. It's not bad, but it's a pity that these things are useless against me. Du Xiaofu looked at the surroundings, and his eyes secretly flickered with some fluctuations. Then, as his hand seals changed, the talisman markings beneath his violet robe and soft armor fluctuated, and his entire body seemed as if it was about to emit lightning, and an oppressive aura instantly spread out. Rumble. In the sky above this part of the world, wind and clouds suddenly surged, and dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Crackle! The might of thunder surged and suffused the horizon, and out of thin air, numerous silver snakes wreaked havoc in the sky, transforming into numerous bolts of lightning that spread out. Suddenly, Chu Jianghuang seemed to have sensed something, and while he was shocked, the ferocious talisman markings within the black sea of ghosts were suddenly blasted into ashes by the lightning. The numerous bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, causing one's hair to stand on end. The silver snakes swept about, and the ferocious ghost heads were blasted into pieces by the lightning. Then, under the sweeping lightning that covered the heavens and the earth, the black sea of ghosts was half destroyed by the lightning, and in the end it became faint. Bastard! The sound of thunder resounded, causing the countless gazes around the Chujiang royal palace to be shocked, and even the indistinct roar of Chu Jianghuang could be heard. Speaking of which, Chu Jianghuang was also somewhat unlucky. This move of his, Nether Ghost C, was his famous move that allowed him to dominate the world. Once he activated this move, even if his opponent was stronger than him, they would be greatly affected and not be a match for him. In these years, who knew how many famous experts of the spirit domain had been defeated by this Chu Jianghuang's Nether Ghost C? Even those with higher cultivation than him did not dare to rashly provoke him. But this time, Chu Jianghuang encountered Du Xiaofu, and that terrifying lightning was equivalent to the world's most masculine and yang object. The Yin Luo scripture that Chu Jianghuang cultivated and the Nether Ghost Sea that he activated were both ghosts of extreme yin and extreme cold. They reinforced and restrained each other, and could not be resisted at all. Roar! A flood dragon roared, and at the same time that the Nether Ghost Sea was destroyed, a black flood dragon rushed out. The flood dragon's ferocious head was like a ghost's head, and its eyes were suffused with ghostly flames. It erupted with a terrifying aura that swept across the sky, and was actually able to block the lightning that swept across the sky. The terrifying flood dragon directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. Its ghostly eyes glowing, and its killing intent overflowed to the sky. It wanted to directly kill Du Xiaofu. That terrifying aura swept across the sky, and it was not something that Jiming Emperor could compare to. At this moment, Chu Jianghuang's bloodline demonized, and used his full strength, wanting to kill the youth in front of him no matter what. It's the dark nether ghost flood dragon. Ghost Child was already trembling under the terrifying aura of the battle, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the terrifying flood dragon that suddenly appeared in the sky. That was the dark nether ghost flood dragon, and it was closely related to his 9 abyss ghost flood dragon bloodline. Another ghost. Du Xiaofu looked at the black flood dragon, his eyes still flashing with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, mysterious runes condensed into a stalk of grass that flew out. This stalk of grass had slender spiritual leaves, as if it was real, and mysterious runes flickered. As this stalk of grass flew out, the entire sky was filled with a suppressive aura that caused people's eyes to tremble. However, the aura spread out, and it made people's souls feel relaxed and happy. This stalk of grass was not inferior to the undying grass, and it was rare in the world. This stalk of grass could purify the spirit platform and suppress all evil. This was the Nether Insight grass, and its mysterious runes turned into a beam of light that suppressed all evil and ghosts. At this moment, the Yinghuang ghost dragon's eyes lost color, and it roared like thunder. Light overflowed, and a terrifying power erupted, wanting to break free from the suppression of the Nether Insight grass. It had to be said that Chu Jianghuang was really unlucky. Du Xiaofu's lightning power and the Nether Insight grass were both his absolute nemesis. The Yinghuang ghost dragon struggled with all its might, and its eyes were as vicious as a poisonous snake's, filled with unwillingness. After demonizing, Chu Jianghuang was unwilling. If not for the strange suppression, he felt that he could definitely suppress and kill the youth in front of him. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by everything. "Kid, you have some skills, but you can't do anything to me," Chu Jianghuang shouted. He was a martial emperor at the peak of the mysterious realm, but at this moment he was so cowardly. "Break!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The Nether Insight grass spun, and the rune beam turned into a lightning bolt that swept into the Yinghuang ghost dragon's body. Walala! The terrifying Yinghuang ghost dragon was immediately destroyed, turning into broken mysterious runes in the air. "Collect!" The moment the broken mysterious runes appeared, Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He activated the Nether Insight grass, and a terrifying pressure spread out, turning into a whirlpool that forcibly sucked in the broken mysterious runes of the Yinghuang ghost dragon. "Kid, one day, I swear that I won't let you go." The Yinghuang ghost dragon shattered, and Chu Jianghuang's body appeared. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body mysteriously disappeared. His meridian spirit was destroyed, and he was heavily injured. At this moment, Chu Jianghuang, a martial emperor at the peak of the mysterious realm, actually planned to escape. Chapter 802. You can't escape. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the surrounding space trembled. Silver bolts of lightning shot out from the dark clouds in the sky and covered the sky. Crackle! Lightning radiated in all directions and emitted a black light. The space trembled, and Chu Jianghuang, who had just disappeared, suddenly appeared under the lightning. At that moment, Chu Jianghuang's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. His body was covered with a black liquid like profound qi to resist the lightning. He shouted with a hoarse voice, Kid, you can't kill me. You're just a martial king. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. As Chu Jianghuang's voice fell, a voice filled with indifferent killing intent directly rang out beside Chu Jianghuang's ears, causing all the hairs on Chu Jianghuang's body to instantly stand up. I have already killed martial emperors. As the voice entered his ears, Chu Jianghuang's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared beside him. With difficulty, Chu Jianghuang looked at the mysterious masked young man who appeared in front of him. Mysterious lightning talisman runes flickered on the young man's body, and silver snakes wreaked havoc. He was like a god of lightning. To him, the young man was equivalent to a god of death. A terrifying pressure descended on this part of the world. At that moment, even Chu Jianghuang's soul, who was at the peak of the profound realm, was trembling. Human king. No human emperor. No. Chu Jianghuang was shocked. Chu Jianghuang was shocked. He felt that the masked young man had activated a terrifying lightning martial vein. He understood that the young man before him didn't just comprehend the lightning profound. He also possessed a terrifying lightning martial vein. The aura of the martial vein was above the human king. It even seemed to surpass the human emperor. It's just the profound realm of the martial king. It's over. Boundless killing intent flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes as a ball of lightning appeared in his hand. It was the size of a palm and slightly rotated. It caused lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. A large area of the sky froze and a destructive aura spread out. Then, it directly smashed towards Chu Jianghuang. At that moment, terrifying lightning spread out from the ball of lightning, and an absolute violent energy was released. At this moment, Chu Jianghuang was simply unable to effectively defend himself. The densely packed and frightening lightning of destruction had wrapped around his body in a short instant. Ah! Chu Jianghuang's blood-curdling screams resounded in the sky. Lightning flashed and lasted for a few seconds before exploding in midair. Rumble! A sudden clap of thunder resounded, and dazzling lightning wreaked havoc. The sky was filled with silver snakes of lightning, as if it was the punishment of the heavens, shaking the earth. Everything disappeared. The body of Chu Jianghuang, a martial emperor at the peak of the mystical realm, had also completely disappeared in midair. You can't escape. Almost at the same time, Ren Yingying, who was fighting with Ling Yuanzi, shouted. Mysterious runes of talismans circled around her, like the twinkling stars in the sky. Accompanied by an extremely vast and ancient aura, it spread out from the graceful figure's body like a storm. Kill! Ren Yingying cried out as the mysterious runes of the talisman blossomed in the sky. Her hair danced behind her head as a palm imprint burst forth. A frightening power rippled out as it enveloped Ling Yuanzi, who seemed to be trying to escape. Buffed! Ling Yuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror as his body turned into a bloody mist under Ren Yingying's palm imprint. Whoosh! Amidst the bloody mist, a ray of light escaped, releasing mysterious runes of the talisman. It was Ling Yuanzi's primordial spirit. As a 7-star talisman master, he had condensed his own primordial spirit. If his physical body was destroyed and his primordial spirit escaped, he would naturally be able to survive in the future if he had the chance. Die. However, Ren Yingying did not intend to let Ling Yuanzi's primordial spirit go so easily. She was already prepared, and a vast light enveloped the space. The vast light was like a star in the sky, imprisoning Ling Yuanzi's escaping primordial spirit within. Then it directly crushed it, completely destroying his spirit. After killing Ling Yuanzi, Ren Yingying's face was only slightly pale, but she was still calm. Compared to Du Xiaofu, she was less domineering and ferocious, but more calm, dignified, and holy. A 7-star talisman master and a martial emperor at the peak of the mystical realm were killed directly. They did not even manage to escape. Gulp! Liu Xiao, Gu Xinyan, Gua Xiaofeng, and the others all swallowed their saliva. On the other hand, the remaining martial kings of the Chujiang royal residence, as well as the many martial lords and guards who had gathered around, all had fear in their eyes. Their faces were as pale as ash. Officer Qin was stunned in midair. He originally thought that his father and Ling Yuanzi would be able to kill Qiao Feng. However, Officer Qin definitely did not expect that the final outcome would be him watching his father being killed on the spot. "I can't let you live." The moment after killing Chujiang Emperor, Du Xiaofu did not hold back at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he pounced on Officer Qin. Officer Qin was cold and cunning, like a poisonous snake. Most importantly, he was extremely talented. This made Du Xiaofu know that he could not let him leave today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. "Qiao Feng, I, Officer Qin, swear that I will never let you go in this life. I will repay the hatred of killing my father 100-fold. Officer Qin shouted. His long and narrow eyes were filled with hatred. The mysterious runes on his body instantly swept out. An unpredictable and terrifying aura instantly rippled out from his body. It was the activation of an extremely powerful martial vein. Reap what you sow. You can't survive the evil you bring upon yourself. Du Xiaofu shouted. A fist that was wrapped in lightning pierced through space, shattering the space ripples. Amidst the lightning, it was dazzling and gorgeous. Then, it directly landed on Officer Qin's body. Sizzle! Officer Qin's body was instantly blasted apart. However, no blood was spilled and no vitality was destroyed. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, a total of 8 figures swept out from the space where Officer Qin's body had just been blasted into pieces. Then, they swept across the sky in 8 different directions. The 8 figures of Officer Qin flashed and quickly disappeared into the sky. They weren't afterimages, but figures that were exactly the same. The aura fluctuations were exactly the same as they swept out in all directions. This change caused Du Xiaofu to be stunned. He could only watch helplessly as the numerous figures disappeared into the sky. That Officer Qin is a human king, so he should have a mirage martial vein. If we had known earlier, we would have been able to kill him. It's too late now. Ren Yingying stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, if Officer Qin were to escape, there would be some trouble in the future. If he escapes, then so be it. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings and saw that there were still quite a few martial kings and martial lords below. The killing intent in his eyes did not disappear, and he said to Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, and the others below, "Those who made things difficult for you back then, they also had a part in it, right?" "Yes. Quite a few of them have chased after us before," Black Eagle Tang Wu said. Looking at the remaining Martial King Realm and Martial Lord Realm cultivators, he felt very relieved. "Since it's like this, then all of you can die." As he muttered these words, an imperceptible fluctuation spread out from his body. Not good, Run. The remaining Martial Kings and Martial Lords, as well as the densely packed guards, didn't dare to stay any longer after they recovered from their shock. All of them immediately fled in panic. If even the Chujiang Emperor was killed, then they would only be ants. However, the many figures below who were swiftly fleeing suddenly froze one after another. On each of their faces, their eyes were suffused with astonishment, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Crackle! In the sky, the heart-palpitating aura of lightning froze the space, and then it fell down like it covered the sky and covered the earth. Lightning swept out, and one figure after another was wrapped in lightning. In a short instant, one figure after another didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before directly turning into ashes. Bang! 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 After the first thunderclap exploded, more and more thunderclaps quickly followed. One figure after another was destroyed by the lightning, exploding into ashes that covered the ground. Within Chujiang City, everyone looked at the Chujiang royal estate with shock and astonishment. Heavenly lightning descended there, and the enormous and magnificent Chujiang royal estate collapsed under the heavenly lightning, causing the ground to crack. Mountains collapsed, and the earth split. In a short period of time, the Chujiang royal estate turned into ruins and was razed to the ground. Someone saw a mysterious masked youth standing in midair, and his purple soft armor was wrapped in lightning, shocking the soul. It was that terrifying person that killed the Chujiang emperor. Everything happened in a short moment, and the entire Chujiang royal estate turned into ashes. Within the Chujiang royal estate, practically all the people with decent cultivations were killed. Only many old and weak women, children, and those with weak cultivations were able to swiftly flee while trembling. Seeing this scene of shock after shock, the general, Liu Xiao, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others could only gasp behind them. Retracting his aura, his hand swept through the ruins below, and many cosmos bags appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. Under the sweeping of that thunderstorm, many cosmos bags were even destroyed within it. This isn't a place to stay for long. Let's leave first. After putting away many cosmos bags, Du Xiaofu said to run Yingying beside him. This was within the spirit domain, and such a commotion would inevitably attract the attention of many people, not to mention that official Qin had already escaped. Whoosh, whoosh! Then several figures flew into the air and left under the shocked gazes of many in Chujiang City. Too terrifying, the Chujiang emperor was killed, and the Chujiang royal estate was razed to the ground. Within Chujiang City, countless people were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Chapter 803. It was dusk and the sun was setting. The mountain peak was truly beautiful. The green mountains were green in the sunset, the sun hung high in the trees, and there was flowing water. Thank you for your help. On the mountain peak, the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and Wu Kei once again clasped their hands in thanks. You're welcome. Spirit Realm is not a place you can stay for long. Official Qin has escaped, and Alioth Hall is behind him. You must leave Spirit Realm as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu said to the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others. Afterwards, he handed over a scripture filled with a baleful aura and a sealed jade slip to Ghost Child. He said, These are the Yinming Ghost Flood Dragons, Beast Energy Patterns, and the Yin Luo Scripture. They should be quite useful to you. The Yin Luo Sutra was found by Du Xiaofu from Chu Jianghuang's universe bag. The dark nether ghost dragons, beast energy, secret patterns were sealed by Du Xiaofu with the grass of immortality and forcefully collected. Chu Jianghuang wanted to kill Ghost Child for the Yama Sutra and the 9 Abyss Ghost Dragon Bloodline Soul. Du Xiaofu guessed that Chu Jianghuang's items might be useful to Ghost Child as well. In reality, Du Xiaofu's guess was right. After obtaining the Yin Luo Sutra, Ghost Child's Yama Sutra could reach the earth high grade. After obtaining the Dark Nether Ghost Dragon's Beast Energy Secret Arts, Ghost Child could also improve the 9 Abyss Ghost Dragon Bloodline Soul. Then, Du Xiaofu took out many pills, martial skills, and cultivation resources from his universe bag. He gave them to the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others, and told them to leave Spirit Realm as soon as possible. Whoosh, whoosh! After giving them instructions, Du Xiaofu and Reninging looked at each other and flew away. Who are they? That aura is too familiar. Seeing the two figures disappear, the general, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei's gazes stayed in the air for a long time. I think of two people. That aura and charm is too similar. The general's eyes moved. He thought of two people who were too similar to Qiaofeng and Reninging. Are you talking about them? Gu Xinyan looked at the general, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. In her heart, she also thought of two people. Their auras and charm were too similar. You haven't even entered the 7-star hall, and you've already caused trouble. It seems like your future path won't be easy. As night fell, Rin Yingying spoke to Du Xiaofu in a cave in a canyon. She held the spirit medicine in her hand and played with little Xingxing. She was having a lot of fun. What will come will come. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He then said softly, "I'll rest for a while. If there's anything, I'll look at it tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and started to regulate his breathing, and then his entire body rippled with an expanse of ancient white divine light. "Aoo, aoo." Little Xingxing raised his head and murmured in a low voice. His golden eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, and then he chewed on the spirit medicine in his mouth again. Rin Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu, who was enveloped in white light. There were some ripples in her eyes. Afterwards, Rin Yingying also started to regulate her breathing. In the night, starlight was drawn in from outside the cave. The starlight was like a curtain of light that flowed endlessly into her beautiful body. Time passed slowly. Around the mountain, the roars of wild beasts would occasionally reverberate in the depths of the mountain range. Echoes rose and fell. Whoosh, whoosh, starlight rippled on a mountain peak, and dozens of figures appeared silently. At the front of these dozens of people was an ordinary-looking, stumbling old man. He looked ordinary, but at this moment, with his appearance, there seemed to be an invisible aura that made one's soul tremble. The appearance of these figures did not cause any spatial ripples. However, with the appearance of these dozens of people, the galaxy in the sky also seemed to tremble for no reason. Chi, in the cave, Ren Yingying opened her eyes in a daze. As the morning light rippled in her eyes, the light around her body was completely withdrawn. Almost at the same time, the white light around Du Xiaofu's body was also completely withdrawn. The eyes under the mask opened, clear and deep like the stars, and then a faint golden electric light rippled. "Someone is coming. They're coming for us." Ran Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu, and there were some fluctuations in her eyes that did not leave a trace. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her cherry-like lips. Could it be that the people from Yuheng Hall have found us so quickly? Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly, and his figure immediately flew out of the cave. "Sigh, they found us quite quickly." Ren Yingying stood up and gently stretched. Her exquisite figure immediately outlined a slender and seductive arc, appearing holy and seductive. "Chi." Outside the cave, Du Xiaofu looked at the dozens of figures in front of him in the night and moonlight. Although the auras of those dozens of figures had been completely restrained, it still made Du Xiaofu's heart fluctuate for no reason. That kind of aura made Du Xiaofu feel that it was not the slightest bit inferior to the people of that clan back then. Dozens of gazes, following the appearance of Du Xiaofu, all of them had some fluctuations. They quietly looked at Du Xiaofu with some astonishment. However, as the holy and dignified woman appeared behind Du Xiaofu, many of their gazes immediately fluctuated. "They are coming for me. They are very strong. You should leave first." Ren Yingying bit her red lips and said to Du Xiaofu, "You leave first. I'll stop them." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He immediately stepped in front of Ren Yingying. The aura on his body swept, allowing Ren Yingying to leave first. Seeing this, Ren Yingying looked at the back of the figure that had stepped forward bravely in front of her. There was a strange ripple in her bright eyes. This ripple seemed to be able to move her heart. Ants from the outside world, get lost! As Du Xiaofu stepped forward, a young man walked out from the dozens of figures in front of him. His voice was powerful and sonorous, and there was undisguised ridicule and disdain for Du Xiaofu. This young man was only 21 or 22 years old. He was tall and strong, but he did not appear to be burly. Instead, his hair appeared to be slender. The extraordinary young man's eyes were like stars. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be runes flashing in his eyes. This young man was very extraordinary. After a few steps forward, his entire aura was immediately revealed. He was an emperor among his peers, and his divine appearance was extraordinary. "Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu stared directly at the young man. His face immediately darkened, and his eyes flashed with a domineering light as he shouted at the young man, "You are courting death!" The young man was stunned, as if he did not expect that the other party would dare to reprimand him. Then he shouted loudly, and his eyes surged with radiance. His aura was arrogant, and it was terrifying. "You are not strong enough." Du Xiaofu was not angry, but he was not happy. He stared coldly at the young man and did not retreat. Instead, he arrogantly faced him. "It seems like you are really courting death. Then I will fulfill your wish." The extraordinary young man's eyes were extremely cold, and there was a chill in his eyes. As his voice fell, a dazzling light rippled out from his body, and a terrifying aura exploded. Boom! In a short moment, the extraordinary young man directly attacked. His body seemed to have pierced through the void, and a palm print directly slammed down on Du Xiaofu. The dazzling light in the palm print raged like a falling star, and it could suppress everything. In an instant, the dazzling light of the runes had already drowned Du Xiaofu. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu gathered his strength and threw out a punch. There was a thunderous roar on his fist, and there was a continuous low explosion in the air, causing the space to tremble violently. It was as if the space was about to be directly blasted apart by this terrifying punch. The terrifying punch was unstoppable, and it carried a vast and terrifying aura. It was as if it was about to destroy everything, and it blocked the palm print of the extraordinary young man. Bang! A low, muffled sound rang out. Under the surprised gazes of many people, the extraordinary young man actually staggered and took 3 steps back in succession. Dang, dang! Du Xiaofu's body also retreated, and after 3 steps he stabilized his body. There was a dazzling light surging around his body, and there was a sizzling sound of thunder and lightning flashing, causing an indescribable fluctuation in the surrounding space. There was a terrifying aura that swept across the sky. The extraordinary young man was surprised and puzzled, as if he didn't expect the result to be like this. Then, there was a trace of embarrassment on his handsome face. His attack actually couldn't do anything to a person outside, and this person even seemed to be a few years younger than him. This made him lose face. "You have some skills, but you're still an ant." The extraordinary young man attacked again, and the aura on his body intensified. He didn't hold back at all. An array of light enveloped the area, as if a star had descended. Martial Emperor, Peak, Mysterious Realm. Feeling the aura on the young man, Du Xiaofu was shocked. This 22-year-old young man's cultivation was actually at the Martial Emperor Peak, Mysterious Realm. As he released his aura, Du Xiaofu could easily sense that this extraordinary young man's aura was the same as Chu Jianghuang's. However, there was a world of difference between the aura and Chu Jianghuang's, and Chu Jianghuang couldn't be compared to him. And you can't escape death in the end. The extraordinary young man attacked again, and as he formed a hand seal, the mysterious runes on his body bloomed, and a terrifying shadow like a star crushed the sky, directly suppressing Du Xiaofu. "My life is in my own hands, and you have no right to question it," Du Xiaofu shouted, and his eyes flashed with a domineering light. He waved his hand, and the mysterious runes on the runes formed an illusory grass that swept out. This was the grass of immortality, and it was crystal clear. The grass was shaped like a mushroom, and it looked like a real thing. As the grass of immortality swept out, a wave of pressure descended. This was just a grass, but it seemed to be able to destroy stars and destroy living beings. The grass of immortality's ultimacy swept out, and the dazzling mysterious runes turned into a whirlpool that spread out, directly blocking the extraordinary young man's attack. Grass of immortality! As the grass of immortality appeared, the dozens of eyes were filled with astonishment again. Chapter 804. The eyes of the leader, an old man with an unremarkable appearance, began to fluctuate. Ran Yingying and the others didn't say a word when Du Xiaofu and the extraordinary young man started their fight. They were all watching the fight between Du Xiaofu and the extraordinary young man. Yi Lin, stop! Ran Yingying finally opened her mouth and looked at the extraordinary young man. Saintess, what's wrong with killing an ant from the outside world? The extraordinary young man said. His terrifying aura continued to suppress Du Xiaofu. However, with Du Xiaofu's love for the grass of immortality, it wasn't easy for the extraordinary young man to suppress Du Xiaofu completely. He only had the upper hand now. I said stop. Do you need me to say it again? Ren Yingying's gaze sharpened. Her lips curled into a cold smile, making her look even more holy and majestic. Boom! Hearing this, the extraordinary young man looked at Du Xiaofu coldly. He forcefully pushed Du Xiaofu away and started to retreat. Du Xiaofu took advantage of the situation and retreated a little. He didn't continue to fight. He retracted his aura and stared at Ren Yingying. From Ren Yingying's scolding just now, Du Xiaofu knew that these people seemed to have a special relationship with Ren Yingying. It was different from what he had imagined. Greetings, Saintess. The extraordinary young man landed and bowed respectfully to Ren Yingying. Greetings, Saintess. Dozens of people bowed respectfully. Their gazes were filled with reverence. An invisible aura could distort the surrounding space. They are your men. Du Xiaofu looked at Ren Yingying. He had already guessed that the woman in front of him was unfathomable and had an extraordinary background. However, when he saw the powerful aura and the respectful attitude towards Ren Yingying, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be shocked. These people were not simple. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that Ren Yingying's background was deeper than he had imagined. Ren Yingying nodded towards Du Xiaofu. A strange light flashed through Ling Hui's eyes as she said, It seems that I can't accompany you to the Migra's palace. I have to go home. Du Xiaofu looked at the holy and dignified woman. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt uncomfortable. His eyes widened as he said, You're going back. Yes. Ren Yingying nodded slightly. She looked at the young man in front of her and said, I still have my own things to do. I can't come out often. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Then let's go back. When I'm done with my business, I'll go find you. Why are you looking for me? Ren Yingying gazed deeply at Du Xiaofu, her bright eyes flashing with splendor. Du Xiaofu was taken aback by the question. He then said, When I'm done, I can find you to eat barbecue and drink wine. Buffed! Ren Yingying could not help but burst into laughter when she heard this. Her smile was enough to make all living things fall. She said, Is that all? After speaking, Ren Yingying looked at Du Xiaofu. She bit her red lips and said, Actually, the name Ren Yingying was made up by me. I already knew. The next time you want to deceive someone, pay attention to retracting your aura. Otherwise, it will be very easy to be discovered. Du Xiaofu looked at the holy and dignified woman before him and smiled. In his heart, he already knew who this woman was. After being together for so long, Du Xiaofu was no fool. He was naturally able to guess that familiar aura. However, he was still somewhat suspicious. You actually knew. Then why didn't you tell me? When Ren Yingying heard this, she was very surprised. She felt that she had hidden it well and thought that Du Xiaofu would not discover it. Since you didn't tell me, I couldn't be bothered to ask. Also, the fragrance on your body hasn't changed. I'll know once I smell it. Du Xiaofu smiled. This woman in front of him was none other than Qi Yeshi from Tianwu Academy. Ren Yingying was just a name she made up. You, hearing this, Qi Yeshi seemed to have thought of something. Her cheeks flushed red and she glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu chuckled. He did not know why this woman would suddenly glare at him. He then asked Qi Yeshi in confusion, Why did you change your appearance? I couldn't tell at all. Qi Yeshi glared at Du Xiaofu helplessly and said in annoyance, "This is my original appearance. My appearance when I was in the academy is because my family has some special methods to change my appearance. It's extremely difficult to be discovered." "I see." Du Xiaofu felt as if he had been enlightened. She looked at Du Xiaofu with deep meaning in her eyes. Qi Eshi then passed Little Star to Du Xiaofu and said, "I'm leaving. Take good care of Little Star. If you dare to bully it, I won't let you off easily." After taking Little Star from Qi Eshi's arms, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him and nodded. "I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself and improve your strength. I'm still waiting for your wealthy family." As soon as Qi Eshi finished speaking, her delicate body moved. She tapped her foot lightly on the ground, and her graceful body suddenly rose from the ground and floated in midair. That beautiful figure's hair fluttered in the wind. The moonlight shrouded her, making her look holy and majestic. Swoosh, swoosh! As Qi Eshi left, several figures immediately followed behind her. The extraordinary young man called Yi Lin glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu and said, "Brat, my name is Yi Lin. Remember it well." As soon as he finished speaking, he also rose into the air. Du Xiaofu said to Yi Lin's back, "My name is Qiao Feng." Only the last unprepossessing old man remained on the mountain peak. He looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled at Du Xiaofu. Then he staggered his body and left. Swoosh, swoosh! One figure after another flew into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the night. Ao, ao! Little Star raised its head and looked in the direction that Qi Eshi had left. Its throat was full of ao, ao sounds. Its eyes were motionless as it waited for the beautiful figure to disappear. It seemed to be reluctant to part with her. Ingrate, she left. Does it feel a little uncomfortable? After a while, Du Xiaofu stroked Little Star in his arms. His gaze also fell on the distant sky. There was a complicated look in his eyes, and there was a little loneliness. At this moment, there was a little bit of dawn in the sky. A gray ray of light pierced through the hazy brown sky. Then the sky was filled with red clouds. The light of the rising sun was dazzling. "It's time for us to leave." Early in the morning, Du Xiaofu placed Little Star on his shoulder. His figure jumped on the mountain peak. Every time he jumped, there was a mountain peak below him. Several days later, the mountain range stretched on endlessly. The lush greenery covered the vast buildings. Find them. No matter what, we must find those young men and women. Yuheng Hall will not let them off easily. In the mountain range there was a large hall. A thunderous roar came out from it. In the bustling crowd, the streets were noisy. The clamor of hawking resounded through the clouds. This was a huge city called White Horse City. It was unknown how far away it was from Chujiang City. On the street, Du Xiaofu walked while holding Little Star in his arms. With a pained expression, he muttered, "What a prodigal! He's even more of a prodigal than Du Xiaoyao. All he does is eat." Little Star seemed to be used to Du Xiaofu's nagging. He didn't care about Du Xiaofu at all. He raised his head and glanced at Du Xiaofu before continuing to eat the elixir in his mouth. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu stopped outside a shop and said softly, "I'm still missing one last material. This is the third shop. I hope I can buy it." After saying that, Du Xiaofu walked into the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. This was a huge shop. It sold a dazzling array of cultivation resources. The fragrance of medicine assailed the nostrils. There were ripples of energy and multicolored light spread out. Goo goo! Sensing the aura of the elixir, Little Star's throat immediately made a goo-goo sound, and his golden eyes rolled around. Inside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, there were also many cultivators choosing cultivation resources. From time to time, the sound of bargaining could be heard. Business was booming. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" As Du Xiaofu walked into the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a passionate shop assistant came up to him with a smile. He looked quite smart. I want to find Vajra black copper. Do you have it here? Du Xiaofu asked. The reason he came to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was to find a refining material called Vajra black copper. Although Vajra black copper was not a top-grade, priceless refining material, it was extremely rare. There were not many weapon symbol masters who needed to use Vajra black copper, because in most cases they could use other materials that were similar to replace Vajra black copper. Therefore, one might not be able to find Vajra black copper in ordinary shops. Vajra black copper. The quick-witted shop assistant pondered for a moment, then said to Du Xiaofu, "Sir, please wait a moment. This Vajra black copper is very rare. I will ask our shopkeeper." "Go, I'll wait here." Du Xiaofu nodded, and the shop assistant immediately left. After that, Du Xiaofu looked around the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Many of the treasures were of high quality and were expensive. A few of them even tempted Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was looking around, he felt a gaze shoot over. This gaze seemed to have some subtle fluctuations. Du Xiaofu immediately raised his head to look. Not far away, an old man in his 60s who looked like a spirit symbol master was looking at Little Star in his arms. "It's 6 o'clock, there's still more, but it'll probably be late at night. Everyone save it for tomorrow. Don't worry." Chapter 805. The old man's figure was extremely thin, like a skinny monkey. The robe on his body seemed extremely empty. However, although the aura on the old man's body was intentionally hidden, it could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying. That invisible aura was extremely extraordinary. Seeing Du Xiaofu's gaze, the old man smiled at Du Xiaofu. This smile was extremely warm, but in Du Xiaofu's eyes he frowned slightly. After nodding with a smile, the old man turned around and continued to choose cultivation resources in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. "Sir, our shopkeeper invites you to the VIP room for a detailed discussion." Just as Du Xiaofu was frowning, the quick-witted shop assistant who had just left came forward again and gestured for Du Xiaofu to head to the VIP room. Du Xiaofu nodded and retracted his gaze from the old man. He followed the quick-witted shop assistant and arrived at the VIP room of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. The VIP room was in the depths of the business. From Du Xiaofu's secret prying, there were quite a few glyph formations in the surroundings that were not of a low level. Du Xiaofu felt that the glyph formations set up in the dark by the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion were not inferior to the ones set up by the Chujiang Royal Palace a few days ago. It was enough to show that the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion was extremely powerful. When Du Xiaofu entered the VIP room, he casually stuffed little Xingxing into his clothes. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept across the inner hall. "Sir, are you looking for Vajra black copper?" An old man in a long gown raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was clear and he had an extraordinary aura. Perfect 5-star glyph master. Du Xiaofu probed the aura of this old man. He had reached the level of a perfect 5-star glyph master. This level of glyph master cultivation was already extremely impressive. If it was in the outside world, a perfect 5-star glyph master would be treated well by a country. But in the Wanbao Pavilion, he was only a shopkeeper. "I need Vajra black copper. Does the shopkeeper have it?" Du Xiaofu nodded to the old man. Vajra black copper was something he couldn't do without. "Please forgive this old man for asking, but do you intend to use this Vajra black copper for yourself, or are you buying it for someone else?" The shopkeeper asked Du Xiaofu. He was sizing up Du Xiaofu openly. "For my own use, because I need to refine some things. I lack Vajra black copper." Although Du Xiaofu was a little surprised, the shopkeeper had asked him openly. After a slight hesitation, Du Xiaofu nodded his head in response. Although the Vajra black copper is not a rare treasure, it is still extremely rare. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the cultivation level of a 6-star symbol master are able to refine the Vajra black copper. I didn't expect that at such a young age you've already reached the level of a 6-star talisman master. This old man is truly ashamed." The old shopkeeper looked at Du Xiaofu with a complicated gaze. There was a hidden meaning in his words. He was clearly trying to find out Du Xiaofu's identity and cultivation level. "I only want to buy Vajra black copper. If the shopkeeper does not want to sell it to me, just say so. I can find another buyer." Du Xiaofu's gaze slightly moved as his expression darkened. The shopkeeper's probing words caused Du Xiaofu to become somewhat vigilant. "Little brother, please be at ease. Shopkeeper Huang has some special reasons for asking too much. Please forgive him." A voice sounded from the inner hall of the VIP room. Soon after, Du Xiaofu glanced sideways as a middle-aged man walked out. He had a slender figure and bright eyes. He wore a long brocade robe. When the middle-aged man appeared, he waved his hand slightly. The shopkeeper, who looked to be in his 50s, immediately retreated respectfully to the side. Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man before him. His gaze moved slightly as he raised his head slightly to size him up openly. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shangguan He, and I'm the pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. I should be slightly older than you. If you don't feel that you're at a disadvantage, you can just call me Brother Shangguan. Pavilion Master Shangguan and I are strangers. You're making me feel uneasy by being so courteous. Why don't we get straight to the point?" Du Xiaofu looked at Shangguan He as he concealed his aura. However, Du Xiaofu could still sense that Shangguan He wasn't a spiritual talisman master. Instead, he was a martial monarch whose cultivation was probably not lower than Chu Jianghuang's. As for the other party's attitude, Du Xiaofu couldn't help feeling suspicious when he was so courteous to someone he didn't know. It would be strange if there wasn't something behind this. "Haha, little brother, you're so straightforward that I'm embarrassed." Shangguan He looked at Du Xiaofu with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He then smiled and said, "Then I won't beat around the bush. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion does indeed have the Vajra black copper that little brother wants. In White Horse City, I'm afraid that other than the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, no other trading firm would have the Vajra black copper." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he looked at Shangguan He and said, "How much is the Vajra black copper for?" "The Vajra black copper is not for sale. Please forgive me, little brother." Shangguan He shook his head to express his apology. "Not for sale?" Du Xiaofu was a little disappointed when he heard this. Recently, Du Xiaofu had been comprehending the secret weapon art left by his master, the weapon sovereign. He had gained some enlightenment and experience, so he decided to refine some special items. Along the way, Du Xiaofu had collected a lot of refining materials, but the most important Vajra black copper was still missing. "Not for sale." Shangguan He shook his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, "But as long as little brother can win against the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, little brother, I have one condition. Celestial Treasure Pavilion can give little brother this Vajra black copper for free." "Pavilion Master Shangguan, why don't you tell me the condition first?" Du Xiaofu was curious about the Vajra black copper for free, but Du Xiaofu was still paying attention to that condition. Vajra black copper was not a rare item, but it should be worth a lot. It was easy to imagine the condition of giving it away for free. Shangguan He's eyes moved again, and he said to Du Xiaofu, "Little brother, do you know about the Myriad Weapon Convention?" Myriad Weapon Convention. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He hadn't been in Spirit Realm for long, so he didn't know about this so-called Myriad Weapon Convention. Shangguan He was surprised to see Du Xiaofu shake his head. He then said, "This Myriad Weapon Convention is a grand event in Spirit Realm, and even in the entire Central State it is extremely famous. The Myriad Weapon Convention is only held once every 10 years. The next Myriad Weapon Convention will be held in 12 days. At that time, all artifact and symbol masters in spirit realm below the level of 6-star perfection will be able to participate. Every time the Myriad Weapon Convention is held, artifact and symbol masters from all over Central State will participate. The Myriad Weapon Convention is also held by Migres Hall. Migres Hall. When Du Xiaofu heard this, the 3 words Migres Hall caused his heart to tremble. Migres Hall. These 3 words had a special effect on Du Xiaofu. Migres Hall was created by his master, the Venerable Artifact, and his master was the Hall Master of Migres Hall. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Shangguan, he continued, at the Myriad Weapon Convention, as long as you can enter the top 10 artifact and symbol masters, you can enter Migres Hall to study the artifact forging experiences left behind by the Venerable Artifact. If you are willing to join Migres Hall, you can become a guardian of Migres Hall. If you are unwilling, you can become a guest guardian of Migres Hall. His voice paused slightly, and then Shangguan, he continued to say to Du Xiaofu, if you can become the champion of the Myriad Weapon Convention, you will not only receive the most profound artifact forging experiences left behind by the Venerable Artifact. If you are willing, you can become a guardian of Migres Hall if you join. If you are unwilling, you can become a guest guardian of Migres Hall and forever study the artifact forging experiences of the Venerable Artifact. The artifact forging experiences left behind by the Venerable Artifact. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a slight smile. From Shangguan He's words, Du Xiaofu could roughly guess how famous his master, the Venerable Artifact, was back in the middle ground. Just the artifact forging experiences left behind by his master, the Venerable Artifact, were enough to cause countless of blacksmiths to chase after him. There were probably not many people in this world who could do that. Little brother, you should have heard of the Venerable Artifact, right? Shangguan, he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Cough! Du Xiaofu coughed gently and said to Shangguan he without leaving a trace, I've heard of a little, but not much. Even though he said that, Du Xiaofu felt helpless in his heart. He had not only heard of the name of the Venerable Artifact, he was his first official master. The secret weapon manual and saint body manual that his master had spent his entire life studying were all in his mind right now. The Venerable Artifact was one of the top powerhouses whose name spread throughout the entire middle ground thousands of years ago. His artifact forging skills were superb, and with his identity as a blacksmith, the Venerable Artifact stood tall in the middle ground. Unfortunately, it was said that the Venerable Artifact's whereabouts were unknown. Some said that he had disappeared, while others said that he had fallen. Speaking of the Venerable Artifact, Shangguan He's eyes were filled with respect. At the end, he sighed slightly and said, however, the Myriad Weapon Convention left behind by the Venerable Artifact has been passed down. The Myriad Weapon Convention, which is held once every 10 years, is extremely popular every time. It is a grand event for all artifact and talisman masters, and also a grand event for the entire spirit realm. Chapter 806. Then what does this have to do with me? Du Xiaofu asked curiously, seeing the reverence in Shangguan He's eyes when he mentioned his master, the revered artifact master. He felt a little closer to Shangguan He. Because the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion wants to invite you to represent the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in the Myriad Weapon Conference. Shangguan, he looked at Du Xiaogang and said, as long as you agree, no matter what ranking you obtain, we can give you the Vajra Black Copper. You want me to represent the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the Myriad Weapon Conference. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He did not expect Shangguan He to have such a condition. His eyebrows twitched as he asked, what benefits will this bring to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion? If you are lucky enough to enter the top 10 and become a guardian of the Migres Palace, please take care of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. In addition, you need to make a copy of the revered Artifact Master's forging experience for the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Shangguan, he said to Du Xiaofu, in the entire spirit domain, many forces are doing the same. To be honest, this time, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion has not only invited you, little brother. There will be several other people participating as well. After all, it is simply too difficult to enter the top 10 of the Myriad Weapon Convention. The more people there are, the more chances there will be. In the past, the top 10 of the Myriad Weapon Conference were almost always occupied by the disciples of the Migra's Palace. It is even more impossible to win the championship. In terms of forging, almost no one can shake the disciples of the Migra's Palace. But it is also because of this that the Myriad Weapon Conference is even more popular. It proves that the forging experience left behind by the revered artifact master in the Migra's Palace is an absolute treasure for artificers. In addition, it is a great event for artifact masters to be able to spar and observe with many artificers in the Myriad Weapon Conference. What if no one from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can enter the top 10? Du Xiaofu looked at Shangguan He and asked, "It doesn't matter if you don't enter the top 10. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will not take back the things given out. In the future, you will still be an honored guest of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Shangguan He said, how could he not know how difficult it was to enter the top 10 every time the Myriad Weapon Conference had tens of thousands of participants? Even if they found a weapon talisman master at the peak of the 6-star talisman master to participate, the chances of entering the top 10 were slim. Putting aside the fact that the disciples of the Migra's Palace occupied the top 10, there were also other artifact talisman masters participating in the competition. Every time, there would be many powerful individuals participating. The competition was extremely intense. Du Xiaofu thought for a while, then looked at Shangguan He and asked with a smile, "In that case, it seems that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can get some benefits, but in reality, almost all of their efforts will be in vain." Of course, to tell you the truth, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has existed for quite a long time. We've sent people to participate in several Myriad weapon conventions. However, no one has been able to enter the top 10. Shangguan He smiled bitterly at Du Xiaofu and said, "As far as I know, many forces in Spirit Realm are like this every time the Myriad Artifact Conference takes place. All of their efforts go to waste, but they still have to do it." His voice paused slightly, and Shangguan He took a deep breath and said to Du Xiaofu, "This is a gamble. If we lose, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can still bear the responsibility. If we win, we can gain a lot. As for the result, it depends on luck." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and he was thinking in his mind, "Little brother, have you thought about it?" Shangguan He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Okay, I agree. However, I have to get the Vajra black copper first, because I need it in a few days." Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Shangguan He. Hearing this, Shangguan He's eyes moved slightly, and then he nodded and said, "I believe in little brother. Then, please come to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in 10 days. At that time, we have to go to the Great Weapon City to participate in the Myriad Weapon Convention. We need 2 days to leave in advance." "Okay," Du Xiaofu replied and nodded slightly. "I don't know little brother's name. You need to register for the Myriad Weapon Convention. At that time, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion will arrange everything for you." Shangguan He smiled and asked, "Qiao Feng," Du Xiaofu said, after getting the Vajra black copper that he wanted. Du Xiaofu left the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. After Du Xiaofu left, in the VIP lounge of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, shopkeeper Huang's eyes were filled with confusion. He asked Shangguan He, "Pavilion Master, although the Vajra black copper is not a rare item, it is still very valuable. That Qiao Feng doesn't seem to be very old. If we give the Vajra black copper to him now, will he not be able to get it back? Moreover, at his age, I'm afraid that he won't be able to make it into the top 10. Hearing this, Shangguan He smiled mysteriously and said, "I don't know what the result will be. I only know that the other people that we have found this time also don't have much hope. Anyway, we are still short of the 5 people that we originally wanted. It's not like we can't afford the Vajra black copper. Just treat it as a big gamble. At least I can feel that this Chiao Feng is not simple. Pavilion Master, why do you say so? Shopkeeper Huang asked curiously. He did not notice how dazzling that mysterious young man was. Standing in front of me, he is still able to remain calm and collected. This is enough. Shangguan, he stood with his hands behind his back. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said. His eyes seemed to be filled with determination. How can a young man like him be simple? Mountains and forests stretched out endlessly, undulating up and down. This was an old forest deep in the mountains, and it was quite a distance away from White Horse City. The depths of the mountain range were usually uninhabited. Swoosh! In midair, a figure flashed through the air and stopped in the air above this mountain range. He looked at the continuous mountain range and the boundless sea of trees, sizing up and searching around with a slightly serious expression. This person was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His body was extremely thin, like a skinny monkey. The robe on his body seemed extremely empty, and it fluttered with the wind. Where did you go?" The old man's figure appeared and looked around. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Are you looking for me?" At this moment, a faint voice was heard. In the forest not far away, a figure flew through the air from the crown of a towering tree. It was Du Xiaofu, who had left the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion not long ago. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in front of him. It was the Soul Symbol Master who was staring at Little Star in the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Since leaving the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, this person had been following him. However, that kind of tailing did not escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Seeing Du Xiaofu appear, the old man was secretly surprised. Soon after, the old man's gaze was attracted by little Xingxing, who had peeked out from Du Xiaofu's clothes. A smile appeared in his eyes as he said to Du Xiaofu, "Young man, why don't we make a deal?" "You followed me so far just to make a deal with me?" Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and asked the old man. "Of course." The old man nodded. He did not know why, but looking at the strange young man's smiling eyes, there was an involuntary uneasiness in his heart. However, this inexplicable uneasiness was immediately suppressed. The old man said to Du Xiaofu, "The little demonic beast in your arms should be a demonic beast variant. I like it very much. How about I give you a king grade elixir in exchange?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old man, shook his head, and said, "I don't want to make this deal. You can leave. Young man, this deal is not bad. Don't regret it later. I don't have much patience." Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said again. The threat in his words was already indescribable. "I don't want to make a deal." Du Xiaofu still shook his head and said to the old man, "Don't tell me you want to force a deal? Forcing a deal is against the rules." "Young man, you are so naive. What's the point of forcing a deal? Since you don't want it, I have to do it myself." As the old man's voice fell, a 7-star mysterious talisman master's aura swept out, making people's minds and souls tremble. The old man's hand seals condensed, and the runes flashed, emitting a faint light. He wanted to suppress the young man in front of him as quickly as possible, and then take the demonic beast variant. "Young man, leave this demonic beast variant to me," the old man shouted, and his figure instantly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The 5 runes in his hand were like 5 lightning whips, respectively wrapping around Du Xiaofu's neck and limbs. Whoosh! The strange rune whips were strange and terrifying. They emitted a dazzling light that made people's souls tremble. "Robbery, you got the wrong person." Suddenly, at the same time, a loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Du Xiaofu's eyes shone brightly as he unleashed his full power. He used his freakishly powerful physical body to sweep through space, ignoring the old man's mysterious 7-star talisman master attack. Mysterious Soul Eye, Undying Grass, Undying Grass, Divine Thunderstorm. With a malicious smile on his face, Du Xiaofu had long been prepared for this attack. Using the boundless, profound energy within his body, he launched a series of attacks towards the mysterious 7-star spirit talisman master. 8 night watch. Because I was busy with some personal matters yesterday, I didn't prepare in advance. So, from 8 in the morning to 5 in the morning, I finished writing today. Xiao Yu will insist on it, but if he sleeps now, Xiao Yu will wake up in the afternoon. So, today's update should be in the evening. Brothers, don't wait for the update during the day. In addition, I am shamelessly asking for flowers and recommendation tickets. Thank you, brothers and sisters first. Chapter 807. Rumble. As the series of attacks descended, the defense of the old 7-star spirit talisman master was destroyed in an unstoppable manner. A mysterious 7-star talisman master had the same cultivation as a mysterious martial emperor. However, in terms of physical strength and attack power, a talisman master could not be compared to a martial cultivator under normal circumstances. Du Xiaofu had even killed Emperor Jiangqiu. It was easy to imagine what would happen to the mysterious 7-star talisman master. The old man would never have thought that the mysterious youth in front of him was not his fat sheep, but a terrifying fiend. Uft, uft. As blood gushed out of his mouth, the old man's body fell from the sky. He fell from the treetop and crashed into the towering trees before finally landing heavily on the ground. The old man fell to the ground, causing the ground to crack. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The old man was a mysterious 7-star talisman master. He was quite famous in the entire Middle State. Who would have thought that he would be so weak in front of the youth? Originally, the old man wanted to rob Han's son along the way. He wanted to finish the fight quickly and take the beast Zenigeniac. He wanted to finish the fight quickly and leave quickly. He didn't want to be discovered. If word got out, it would be bad for his reputation. However, the old man would never have thought that the end result would be like this. Uft! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared without a sound just as the old man's body crashed to the ground. Several rune fingerprints fell and sealed the old man. Ayo, ayo! Little Xingxing poked its head out from Du Xiaofu's arms. Its golden eyes rolled around as it looked at the old man who was sealed by the restriction. It let out a low growl, obviously taking pleasure in the old man's misfortune. Old thief, you found the wrong person if you want to rob me. Du Xiaofu ruthlessly kicked the old man's butt. The heavy kick caused the old man to cry from the pain. However, under the seal, the old man's face turned red and he couldn't make a sound. After that, this old man could only look on helplessly as the mysterious youth rudely took away all 3 of his Cosmo sacks. It could be said that he had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man who was sealed by the restriction. His gaze was uncertain. After thinking for a while, he grabbed the old man's shoulder and left the mountain range with a few flashes. At dusk, in the huge and majestic mountain range, the air was filled with a blazing aura. The plants in the mountain range were different from those in other places. Ordinary plants would not be able to survive in the blazing heat. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a mountain peak. The surrounding peaks rose and fell, but the surroundings were completely covered by red rocks. This was a volcano. It was unknown when this volcano had erupted, but the creatures around the mountain had been burned to ashes by the terrifyingly high temperature of the lava. Chi-la! On the mountain peak, there was an arc-shaped cave entrance. Amidst the fluctuations of runes, several young figures flashed out. The figures had imposing appearances, and their bodies rippled with an aura that made one's soul overflow. The one in the lead was a young man who looked to be 22 or 23 years old. His skin was not fair, but there was a touch of handsomeness in his delicate facial features. His eyes flickered with an ethereal light. The Myriad Weapon Conference is about to begin, right? The ethereal youth stretched out his hand with a slight smile on his face. Looks like the champion of this Myriad Weapon Conference will be Senior Brother Tao. An extraordinary youth, said to the ethereal youth. There are no absolutes. Every time the Myriad Weapon Conference is held, there will be extraordinary talisman masters appearing. However, as disciples of the Migres Palace, our Migres Palace stands tall in the central continent by refining weapons. Naturally, we can't lose face for the Migres Palace in the Myriad Weapon Conference, the ethereal youth said with a faint smile. For the Myriad Weapon Conference, Senior Brother Tao has forcefully not broken through to the level of a 7-star talisman master. In addition to the refining skills of our Migres Palace, it's impossible for the people of the outside world to compare with us. In short, this Myriad Weapon Conference will be the same as the previous ones. The top 10 will belong to our Migres Palace. There was some arrogance in the eyes of a brocade-robed young man. In terms of refining skills, the Migres Palace naturally had the qualifications to be arrogant. There is always someone better than you. Our Migres Palace's weapon forging technique is naturally extraordinary. However, there is a limit to what we can comprehend from the Palace Master's weapon forging technique. In addition, the weapon forging technique left behind by the Palace Master is incomplete. The ethereal youth sighed softly and said, "If we can obtain the Palace Master's complete secret soldier art and sacred body art, then in terms of refining skills, we will truly be able to stand tall in the central continent. Our Migres Palace will also be able to resound throughout the central continent once again." Senior Brother Tao, it's been so many years, but there has never been any news of the Palace Master. Could it be that the rumors are true? That our Palace Master has already, a young man was worried. There were many rumors outside. The ethereal young man interrupted the young man and said, "The Palace Lord's cultivation has long reached a level that we can't imagine. He definitely won't die like the rumors say. Moreover, the other 6 Palace Lords, although they never show themselves, it's rumored that they haven't died yet. They are all in closed-door training, trying to reach a level that we can't imagine. That's why the Palace Lord of the Migres Palace wouldn't die like the rumors say. He's most likely in closed-door training. I wonder when the Palace Master will return." A young man's eyes were filled with yearning when he heard this. He said softly, "It is rumored that the Palace Master's secret soldier art and sacred body art were so powerful that even those top demonic beasts would tremble in fear. If the Palace Master returns, our Migres Palace will not have to be suppressed by the other palaces all these years." At night, the continuous city was shrouded by the moonlight. The bustling noise was still quite noisy. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, a yellow-robed man stood quietly. His head was covered by a hood, only revealing a pair of deep eyes. Faintly, there seemed to be some lightning flashing in his eyes, which was particularly conspicuous under the night sky. Whoosh, whoosh, several silhouettes appeared silently. They were all dressed in similar black clothes, like ghosts. Only their eyes were exposed outside the black hood of their robes, flashing with a sharp light. "What news have you brought?" the yellow-robed man asked as the black-robed men appeared. His voice was slightly old, as if it came from the mouth of an old man. "My lord, the higher-ups have confirmed that the 2 people from the Stone Dragon Empire are the ones we have been looking for. Now, we will start the 2nd round of the plan." A black-robed man said respectfully to the yellow-robed man, "After so many years, we have finally found the right people." Hearing this, the yellow-robed man's eyes brightened and a fierce aura fluctuated. He said, "The 2nd round of the plan will start from the Migres Palace. The plan has been stagnant for so many years. It is time to make some progress." A black-robed man said, "My lord, it will be quite troublesome to enter the Migres Palace. If we reveal any flaws, it will be easy to alert the enemy." Boom! As the black-robed man's voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly spread out, and a frightening aura rippled in the surroundings. A bolt of lightning wreaked havoc and suddenly rushed towards the black-robed man who had just spoken. Bang! A low, muffled sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man's body was destroyed by the lightning. The terrifying might of the lightning rippled in the surroundings. "My lord, please calm down." The remaining black-robed men trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they immediately knelt on the ground. "Just do what I say. Don't act smart and alert the enemy. I know what to do. In a few days it will be the Migres Palace's Myriad Weapon Conference. The top 10 will be able to enter the Migres Palace. At that time, it will be an opportunity. You can go to the Migres Palace to inquire about the situation and find a way to probe if the remaining old men have hidden information about Xiao Fenglei." As soon as the yellow-robed man finished speaking, his figure flashed and he immediately disappeared into the sky. Under the night sky, in a deep valley in the mountains, there was a flickering light and a blazing aura reverberated in the surroundings. In the surroundings of the valley, runes were faintly discernible. On a huge rock, Du Xiaofu condensed hand seals. His whole body was enveloped in a white radiance. In front of him, a 5-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron were throbbing with blazing flames. His aura rippled out. Full attribute, spiritual stove and talisman cauldron, dual cultivator of martial arts and talisman. At the peak of the 6th star of perfection as a talisman master and an equipment talisman master. His soul force is comparable to a mysterious 7th star talisman master. The aura on his body is extremely ancient. Not far away, an old man sealed in a restriction looked at Du Xiaofu. The shock in his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. He was unable to speak, but his gaze was filled with shock. Following Du Xiaofu's refinement, a black cloud appeared in the sky above the valley at some unknown time. It gradually covered the entire sky. Early in the morning, this part of the world was covered by black clouds. The light was also gloomy. The energy of the world fluctuated, and faint sounds of thunder resounded from the black clouds. A strange and astonishing aura that made one's soul palpitate rippled in this part of the world. At the peak of the 6th star of perfection, is this guy going to refine a Tao artifact? Sensing the changes in the energy of the world, the eyes of the sealed old man trembled. Deep shock surged in his eyes. "I slept until about 5:00 in the afternoon. The first watch is here. Little Yu continues to write. Tell everyone to wait. Apologies. Apologies." Chapter 808. Under the elder's shocked gaze, the dark clouds in the sky gradually changed. They rippled like waves and finally condensed into a huge ball of dark clouds. Boom! When the ball of dark clouds condensed, the entire sky above the valley trembled inexplicably. There was a faint rumble of thunder and strange black runes spreading out. In a short time, a second dark cloud appeared in the sky. The terrifying aura was even more dense and majestic. Then, under the elder's dumbfounded gaze, a second huge ball of black light condensed. 2 stars of the lightning tribulation, mid-grade Tao artifact. Looking at the black balls of lightning in the sky, the elder's eyes trembled and ripples of shock appeared in his eyes. On the rocks in the valley, Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove talisman cauldron became more and more intense. It was as if one's heart would beat faster just by looking at it. Rumble! The lightning tribulation finally began. Dark clouds gathered and balls of lightning occupied the area. The low rumble of thunder resounded in the sky as if it was about to be destroyed. It made one's hair stand on end. The lightning swept down, and the valley suddenly trembled violently. The first ball of lightning, formed by the first ball of lightning, directly bombarded the spiritual stove talisman cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu. Walala! Silver snakes filled the sky and shattered runes bloomed. Terrifying energy swept through the sky. Boom! In a short time, the space trembled again. The second ball of lightning surged almost at the same time. The terrifying might of lightning filled the sky. The second ball of lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the sky. Then it landed on the spiritual stove talisman cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu. Chi la. The lightning struck and the silver snakes shuttled back and forth. The space exploded and overturned, causing people's eardrums to hurt and their minds to become dizzy. Bang! 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 Destructive energy spread out in the surrounding valley. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. When the two bolts of lightning fell, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The terrifying suppressive aura gradually disappeared without a sound. Light returned to the valley once more. Within the valley, everything was destroyed. Dust filled the air. Several mountains in the surrounding area collapsed, and large cracks spread out into the distance. Ayo, ayo. Under the old man's astonished gaze, he saw that in the valley where the mountains were crumbling and the earth was crumbling, the small demonic beast was actually covered in lightning. Its mouth seemed to have not had its fill yet, as if it had just swallowed the lightning from the thunder tribulation. The mysterious young man stood tall and straight, his body rippling with faintly visible lightning. When the lightning tribulation landed on the mysterious young man's body, it didn't seem to be affected at all, as if it wanted to continue. It was only now that the old man was able to clearly see that there were 3 needle-like objects in front of the mysterious young man as lightning circled around him. The needle-like object was covered in runes, and it rippled with the pressure of a mid-grade Tao artifact. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Phew! Du Xiaofu withdrew his spiritual stove and talisman cauldron, and his aura became extremely weak. With a wave of his hand, 3 spiritual needles appeared in his palm. The spirit needle rippled with the might of a medial grade Tao artifact. It seemed to have merged with space, making it difficult to detect. "I've finally refined the soul-extinguishing spirit needle." Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed a smile. The reason he looked for the Vajra black copper was to refine the mid-grade Tao artifact, the soul-extinguishing spirit needle. The soul-extinguishing spirit needle was a Tao artifact recorded in the Weapon Sovereign's secret weapon technique. This Tao artifact was rather special. Cultivators couldn't fuse with it, and it belonged to spirit talisman masters. It specialized in suppressing the soul and could silently penetrate space. It had many changes and was extremely strange. According to the records in the secret weapon technique, the soul-extinguishing spirit needle was a surprise attack. Once it entered the body, it could easily destroy the opponent's spirit and soul, directly killing them. To Du Xiaofu, he was currently hiding his identity. Even Ba Ying and Apeng Golden Wings couldn't easily reveal themselves. Therefore, Du Xiaofu had long intended to refine 1 or 2 Tao artifacts that he could use. In the end, when he saw the soul-extinguishing spirit needle recorded in the secret weapon technique, he immediately had an idea. The soul-extinguishing spirit needle was unpredictable, and it was a surprise attack. Du Xiaofu placed great importance on it. Putting away the spirit needle in his hand, Du Xiaofu wasn't in a hurry to fuse with it. This wasn't a place to stay for long. Then Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing, who had appeared before him at some point in time. Shock appeared in his eyes. Earlier, Du Xiaofu could clearly see that when the lightning tribulation descended, little Xingxing actually took the initiative to come out and devour the lightning. Under the power of the lightning tribulation, it was actually unable to injure little Xingxing. Instead, after devouring a few mouthfuls of lightning from the lightning tribulation, it was like eating snacks, still wanting more. Little Xingxing glanced at Du Xiaofu's gaze. Then it went into Du Xiaofu's embrace. In its intimacy, it couldn't be bothered with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked around. After putting away the talisman arrays, he stuffed a few medicinal pills into his mouth. Then he lifted the old man on the ground and left. Swoosh, swoosh. After a while, many figures gradually appeared around the valley where Du Xiaofu had left. Many gazes swept over, and they were all rather puzzled. At dusk, the setting sun shrouded the mountain range. In the natural cave, Du Xiaofu's body was shrouded in white light like a divine light. There was an ancient aura rippling and then it slowly converged. Phew! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. They flickered and slowly returned to being clear and deep. The aura on his body had recovered quite a bit. In the cave, the old man who was restrained looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes. In just one day, the young man in front of him was able to recover his aura. This recovery speed was quite abnormal. Feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Once he encountered an opportunity, he could break through at any time. It was the same for the cultivation of martial arts. As long as the opportunity came, he would be able to break through. However, this opportunity was not something that could be obtained at will. It could only be encountered and not sought. He could only let nature take its course. Forcefully breaking through was not necessarily a good thing. Now we can have a good chat. Du Xiaofu walked in front of the old man who was sealed by the restriction and released a part of the restriction so that he could speak. What do you want to talk about? The old man asked. His face was still pale and he was in a sorry state. He had been ravaged very badly. After these days, the old man definitely did not dare to treat the mysterious young man in front of him as a peer who was still wet behind the ears. There was only deep fear and shock in his eyes. Why did you snatch the demonic beast in my hand? Du Xiaofu sat on a rock in front of the old man and looked at him as he asked, The demonic beast in your hand seems to be an extraordinary demonic beast. I just wanted to exchange it with you, but you were not willing, so The old man spoke with a look of grievance. If he had known that the young man in front of him was abnormal, he would not have dared to rob him halfway. He would have taken a detour. I did not want to trade with you, and you dare to rob me? Du Xiaofu glared at the old man. He was a little unhappy. He stretched out his leg and kicked the old man's butt. The old man cried out in pain. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a face of grievance and said, Kid, I am a person of status. You have to show me some respect. You have status, yet you dare to rob me. You want me to show you respect? Du Xiaofu did not hesitate to kick him again. Kid, I was wrong. Please let me go. The old man begged for mercy. He felt so wrong that tears were about to fall from his old face. Why should I let you go? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at the old man and said indifferently, If you want to die now, then don't try anything funny. The seal I set up isn't something you can break easily. However, you've been trying to break it for so long, so you should be able to break it soon. Hearing this, the old man's gaze suddenly trembled. He looked at Du Xiaofu with deep meaning. He had indeed been secretly trying to break the restriction seal. However, the restriction seal was extremely strange. After trying for so long, he still had a long way to go. The old man thought that he had done it secretly. However, he did not expect that everything had been noticed by the mysterious young man. Du Xiaofu did not pay attention to the old man. He took out the old man's 3 Qingquan bags and began to break the restriction. Du Xiaofu estimated that a 7-star mysterious talisman master status was definitely not low. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little anticipation. One had to know that Chu Jianghuang's wealth was not small. Du Xiaofu felt that the old man's wealth should not be below Chu Jianghuang's. After all, everyone knew that talisman masters were generally relatively wealthy. Kid, my Qingquan bags are not easy to open. Let's make a deal. If you let me go, I will give you the items in my 3 Qingquan bags. How about it? The old man looked at Du Xiaofu and took the initiative to speak. At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. You do have some skills. Your spiritual soul power is also not bad. Du Xiaofu sighed and tried to break the restriction runes on the old man's 3 Qingquan bags. He found that the old man had some skills. His spiritual soul power was also not bad. His Qingquan bags were not easy to break. However, Du Xiaofu did not give up and continued to break. Then, in less than 3 hours, the old man's 3 Qingquan bags were broken by Du Xiaofu. Who? The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. He was a 7-star talisman master and was somewhat famous in the central province. The restriction seal on his Chinquan bags was not easy to break. Even a talisman master with a higher cultivation level than him might not be able to break it. But now, the young man in front of him had opened his 3 Chinquan bags in less than 3 hours. As a 7-star mysterious talisman master, the old man naturally knew that the mysterious young man in front of him had reached a terrifying level of comprehension in talisman master. The most terrifying thing was that the mysterious young man was only a 6-star complete talisman master. Chapter 809. Du Xiaofu checked the 3 Chinquan bags, and his gaze became very embarrassed. He originally wanted to look at all 3 of them together. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to open the second one after opening one. Du Xiaofu checked the 3 Chinquan bags and found that they were empty except for a few king great elixirs and some miscellaneous items. There wasn't even a decent spiritual herb or royal great elixir. Du Xiaofu finally understood why the old man was willing to trade the 3 Chinquan bags for him to leave. There was nothing valuable in the 3 Chinquan bags. Looking at Du Xiaofu's expression, the old man seemed to be a little embarrassed. His face alternated between green and red as he awkwardly said, "Actually, I originally had a lot of valuable things on me, but something happened recently, so I'm empty." "You're wasting my energy." Du Xiaofu glanced at the old man helplessly and said, "You tell me yourself. Should I kill you or destroy your cultivation as punishment?" Hearing this, the old man's eyes trembled and he said, "Young man, you don't have to be so ruthless. You didn't lose anything. Don't be so ruthless." Du Xiaofu said, "I'll take care of you today and let you go. When we meet again in the future, if there's a chance, it'll be strange if you don't bite me. If people don't touch me, I won't touch them. If people touch me, I'll kill them all." The old man's eyes trembled and his expression turned serious. He looked at the young man in front of him. He naturally wouldn't doubt the young man's words. Such a fiend would definitely not be merciful. "Consider me unlucky. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Today, I'm destined to die in front of you. Do it. However, when the time comes, please cover my bones with some soil. I only hope that there's a place for me to be buried." The old man stared at Du Xiaofu for a moment before closing his eyes. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. This old man still had some backbone. He frowned and said, "I'll give you a way out. Do you want it?" "What means of survival?" When Bailey Su heard this, he immediately opened his eyes. Although he dared to die, it did not mean that he did not want to live. Being able to continue living was definitely better than dying. "Follow me for 10 years as my slave. This is the path to survival. Otherwise, you will die. Think about it," Du Xiaofu said with a serious expression. Du Xiaofu didn't really want to kill a 7-star mysterious talisman master. However, if this person did not make him feel at ease, Du Xiaofu would not be merciful, lest he bring trouble to himself in the future. Bailey Su's eyes trembled. As a 7-star talisman master, it was hard for him to accept being a slave for 10 years. If it were any other 7-star talisman master, it would be absolutely hard for them to accept. "All right, I agree. 10 years it is. This time I admit defeat." Bailey Su clenched his teeth and replied. He knew that he had no other choice. This time, he had fallen into his grandmother's house. Du Xiaofu undid Bailey Su's seal. With his own strength, he was not afraid of Bailey Su doing anything in the open. However, he still had to be on guard against him in the dark. Du Xiaofu handed a goo poison pill to Bailey Su. He said, "I will not be at ease with you for the time being. This is a goo poison pill. You will need the antidote within a year. Take it first." Bailey Su looked at Du Xiaofu for a while. His eyes twitched. This mysterious young man in front of him was more difficult to deal with than he thought. He helplessly took the goo poison pill from Du Xiaofu's hand and swallowed it. "Don't worry. As a slave, I will not make things difficult for you. However, if you want to do something, You have to think carefully about whether you have the strength to do anything to me. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled at Bailey Su, but the warning in his eyes was not expressed in words. He said, "In the future, just call me Third Young Master. Try to hide your aura outside." Bailey Su nodded. Looking at the young man in front of him, he was puzzled. Was this really just a young man? The next morning, outside White Horse City, looking at the magnificent city gates, Bailey Su asked Du Xiaofu, "Third Young Master, why are we still in White Horse City?" "I heard that there is a myriad weapon convention. Do you know about it?" asked Du Xiaofu. "Of course I know about the myriad weapon convention. All talisman masters at the peak of 6-star and below can participate." As Bailey Su spoke, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu with some astonishment. He said, "You are not going to participate in the myriad weapon convention, are you? Is there a problem with the myriad treasure pavilion using Vajra black copper to make me participate?" Du Xiaofu glanced at Bailey Su and asked. "Huff!" After Bailey Su took a deep breath, he looked at Du Xiaofu helplessly. In his heart, he knew very well that although the young man in front of him was only a peak 6-star talisman master, he was a terrifying master who could refine a mid-grade Dao artifact with just a wave of his hand. If this guy were to participate in the Myriad Weapon Convention, it would not be called the Myriad Weapon Convention. It would simply be a blow to the other talisman masters. At that time, there would probably be many talisman masters who would be so shocked that they would commit suicide. Just let the other talisman masters live. Why would a talisman master make things difficult for a talisman master? Bailey Su glanced at Du Xiaofu and muttered. In his heart, he could only pray for the other talisman masters at this Myriad Weapon Convention. White Horse City, Myriad Treasure Pavilion. In the VIP room, there were several people sitting upright. The one sitting at the head was Shangguanhe. On his left sat a young man of about 28 or 29 years old, and two middle-aged men in their 40s. In addition, there was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was dressed in a long robe, and his eyes were slightly sharp. Although the aura of the four people was restrained, it was not difficult to see that they were all talisman masters. Their cultivation level was also at the 6-star talisman master level. "Everyone, please wait a moment. We still have a little brother Qiao Feng who hasn't arrived yet. Looking at the time, he should be here soon." Shangguan, he smiled slightly and said to the four people in the room with great courtesy, "Let everyone wait for him alone. I don't know how good his refining skills are, but it's quite rude." The old man in his 50s moved slightly, and there was some displeasure in his eyes. However, in front of Shangguan, he did not show it. When Shangguan heard this, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "Talisman Master, please take a seat. That little brother Qiao Feng should be here soon." Seeing that Shangguan had spoken, the old man in his 50s could not say anything more. "He's just the last to arrive. Although he has made everyone wait for a long time, it's not rude." At this moment, a voice came from outside the VIP room. Then, two figures stepped in. It was Du Xiaofu and Bailey Su. Outside the VIP room, Du Xiaofu happened to hear those words, which caused some fluctuation in his eyes. In the VIP room, everyone raised their heads and looked at Du Xiaofu and Bailey Su. The old man, who was called the Talisman Master by Shangguan, he also looked to the side and swept his gaze across young Master Du and Bailey Su. The old man let out a low snort, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he maintained an air of self-restraint. "Little brother Qiao Feng has arrived." Shangguan, he stood up. With his cultivation and strength, his attitude was extremely respectful. After that, his gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at Bailey Su. "I promised Pavilion Master Shangguan, so I will naturally arrive." Du Xiaofu nodded. He had a good impression of Shangguanhe. When others respected him, he would return the favor tenfold. Du Xiaofu had such a character. Therefore, he was also very polite to Shangguanhe. "If little brother thinks highly of me, Just call me elder brother. There's no need to treat me as an outsider. Shangguan, he said, now that little brother has arrived, let's set off. We will need some time to reach Great Weapon City. It's always better to set off early. Brother Shangguan, it should be fine if I bring a servant with me, right? Du Xiaofu nodded and asked. Servant? Shangguan he and the several people in the VIP room were surprised. Then Shangguan he nodded and said, of course there's no problem. A moment later, everyone in the Sky Treasure Pavilion rode on a flying, demonic beast that had just ascended to the Beast King stage and set off for Great Weapon City. Other than Du Xiaofu, Bailey Su, Shangguan he, and the other 4 Talisman Masters, there were more than 10 people in the Sky Treasure Pavilion who were going together. Among them, there were 2 Martial Kings for Martial Lords and 2 5-star Talisman Masters. The other few were also at the Pulse Spirit Realm. The lineup was not weak. Along the way, from Shangguan he's introduction, Du Xiaofu learned that the other 4 Talisman Masters were called Huotsong, Wen Xian, Duan Zhengyu, and Le Jinghan. These people were all invited by the Sky Treasure Pavilion to participate in the Myriad Weapon Conference. They only wanted to have a chance to enter the top 10 of the Myriad Weapon Conference. At that time, the Sky Treasure Pavilion would be able to rise. Among them, Le Jinghan seemed to have the title of Artifact King. According to Shangguan he's introduction, Le Jinghan was a talisman master who had already refined half a Dao artifact. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the complete 6-star realm, and he had the chance to step into the 7th-star realm at any time. This artifact king, Le Jinghan, was also extremely famous in the spirit realm. He had already participated in the Myriad Weapon Conference twice. Although he did not enter the top 10, his results were still not bad. Hearing Shangguan he's introduction, Le Jinghan was extremely proud. His gaze swept across Du Xiaofu indifferently. Lu Jinghan's arrogance landed in the eyes of Bailey Su, who was already in a bad mood, and he almost flipped out. If it wasn't for Du Xiaofu's secret signal, Bailey Su would have already sent a slap over. Bullshit artifact king. He dares to call himself king after refining half a Dao artifact. With Du Xiaofu's suppression, Bailey Su could only endure. He could only pray for Lu Jinghan in his heart as he cursed in disdain. In the Myriad Weapon Conference, the most important thing is to be calm. Only then can you perform at your normal level. Being nervous is a big taboo. In addition, the attainment in refining weapons is naturally the most important. It is not easy to stand out among tens of thousands of weapons and symbol masters in a contest. Thinking back to the last time, this old man was regretfully defeated in the last 300. On the back of the flying demonic beast, Lu Jinghan spoke with some pride and a sense of superiority. I was exhausted yesterday, so I'm still a little out of it today. The update was only completed now. Everyone, please forgive me. The update will be completed today. Chapter 810. The other 3 Talisman Masters looked at Lu Jinghan with admiration in their eyes. After all, being able to rank in the top 300 in the Myriad Weapon Convention 10 years ago was indeed not bad. Now that 10 years had passed, Lu Jinghan had already reached the peak of the complete 6-star realm. It was rumored that he had already forged a half-step Dao weapon. Therefore, this time he really had a chance to enter the top 10, and the chances were very high. According to the previous Myriad Weapon Convention, those who entered the top 10 were all able to forge half-step Dao weapons. If he was lucky, Lu Jinghan would indeed have a good chance of entering the top 10. The other 3 Talisman Masters then asked Lu Jinghan about some things to pay attention to in the Myriad Weapon Convention. This made Lu Jinghan even more arrogant and superior. He glanced at Du Xiaofu with some disdain. Bailey Su couldn't bear to listen anymore. His face changed color. This was simply torture. With Bailey Su's temper, if it wasn't for Du Xiaofu secretly hinting at him to stop him, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist smacking that guy to death. The most difficult ones to deal with are the disciples of the Migra's palace. They are all outstanding in forging. Although they are young, they are all extraordinary. However, as long as they perform well, it's not like they don't have a chance. Lu Zhenhan and the other 3 talisman masters chatted nonstop. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and didn't mind. Lu Zhenhan wasn't young, but being able to forge a half-step Dao weapon at the peak of the complete 6-star realm was considered pretty good regardless of whether it was a coincidence or luck. He did have some capital. In the ancient Sky sect, Guzong was only able to forge a half-step Dao weapon at the peak of the complete 6-star realm. However, Guzongyi had not reached the peak of the complete 6-star realm. Compared to Lu Zhenhan, he was much younger. Moreover, he had already been able to refine a pseudo-Dao treasure more than a year ago. His talent was obvious. Shangguan, he didn't speak much, only occasionally flattering Lu Zhenhan. His gaze was mostly secretly sizing up Du Xiaofu. What are you trying to act like? If you're really a dish, you wouldn't have been eliminated the first 2 times. Bailey, Su couldn't take it anymore as he listened to Lu Zhenhan's incessant chatter. What do you mean? Hearing this, Lu Zhenhan's face immediately turned red. This was clearly a slap to his face. Lu Zhenhan stared intently at Bailey Su and said in a low voice, "If you don't explain yourself today, don't blame me for being impolite." "Io, I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to me." Bailey Su was stunned when he heard this. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. He really didn't care about a peak complete 6-star weapon symbol master. Before he fell, many martial emperor realm cultivators, including those at the peak of the complete martial emperor realm, had to bow in front of him. Forget it, we're all going to participate in the Myriad Weapon Conference. Don't make things difficult for Pavilion Master Shangguan. Du Xiaofu said helplessly, "Forget it, it's easy for you to say. A servant dares to be so impudent. Indeed, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Birds of a feather flock together." Lu Zhenhan said coldly. With his status, how could he let things go so easily? The instant Lu Zhenhan's words left his mouth, Du Xiaofu's gaze abruptly landed on him. He stared directly into Lu Zhenhan's eyes and said indifferently, "I said to let my people forget about it. If you say another word, I won't be responsible for what my people will do. Don't blame me for not warning you." Looking at the pair of deep eyes under the purple mask, Lu Zhenhan didn't know why, but he suddenly shivered. It was as if a chill had suddenly spread throughout his body. "Weapon King, little brother Qiao Feng, how about giving me some face? It's fate that we're able to participate in the Myriad Weapon Conference together. I still have to rely on you guys during the Myriad Weapon Conference." "Shangguan," he said politely as he looked at Du Xiaofu and Lu Zhenhan. "Humph." Lu Zhenhan swept his long sleeves and stared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. He then said to Shangguan, "I'll give face to Pavilion Master Shangguan. Some people will only realize their ignorance during the Myriad Weapon Conference." After saying that, Lu Zhenhan didn't say anything else and closed his eyes. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and helplessly at Shangguan. He then closed his eyes to rest. On the other hand, Bailey Su was a little disappointed. He originally thought that he could find an excuse to make a move, but he couldn't do anything now. The other 3 talisman masters looked at Du Xiaofu and Lu Zhenhan. They didn't say anything else and closed their eyes to rest. After this episode, the flying demonic beast became much quieter. Only the sound of flapping wings could be heard as the group headed towards the Great Weapon City. The Great Weapon City was definitely one of the most famous cities in the Central Plains. Not only was it the most popular trading center for Dao weapons, talisman weapons, spiritual weapons, and various refining materials in the Central Plains. Many businesses and forces from other places in the Central Plains would come to the Great Weapon City to trade. In addition, every Myriad Weapon Conference was held in the Great Weapon City. This also led to the Great Weapon City's special status. As the Myriad Weapon Conference approached, talisman masters who were rarely seen in the vast Great Weapon City, could be seen frequently. Recently, there were countless experts in the Great Weapon City. In a short period of time, experts gathered and various forces came. There were all kinds of people, and it was very lively. When Du Xiaofu and Shangguan arrived at the Great Weapon City, it was already night time on the second day. The vast city stretched as far as the eye could see. It was extremely eye-catching, like a monstrous giant beast. Swoosh, swoosh! Outside the Great Weapon City, flying demonic beasts came from time to time. Many talisman masters were rushing to the Great Weapon City. Every time the Myriad Weapon Conference is held, all the inns in the Great Weapon City will be full. Fortunately, our Myriad Treasure Pavilion has some businesses in the Great Weapon City. One of them is an inn. Everyone can have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow is the day of the Myriad Weapon Conference. Shangguan, he said to everyone in an inn. After passing through a rather noisy area, they arrived at a quiet courtyard and guest room. Du Xiaofu and Bailey Su were arranged to stay in a courtyard. After looking around, Bailey Su casually set up a seal. Third young master, there are many experts in the Great Weapon City recently. Bailey Su said to Du Xiaofu. Using his spiritual soul power, he found that there were many experts in the city now. Protect me. I have to prepare for tomorrow's Myriad Weapon Conference, Du Xiaofu said to Bailey Su. Hearing this, Bailey Su couldn't help but glare at Du Xiaofu. The terrifying master in front of him was going to participate in the Myriad Weapon Conference, and he had to make preparations first. This was simply not letting other talisman masters live. At night, the bright moon hung in the sky. In the Great Weapon City, there was a lively noise coming from time to time. In the courtyard, Shangguan, he looked at the night sky. The night wind blew gently, causing his clothes to flutter. Pavilion Master, do you think there is any hope among the 5 people this time? An old man came to Shangguan. He sighed. He was a martial king realm cultivator who had accompanied Shangguan he from White Horse City to Great Weapon City. The one with the most hope should be Le Zhanhan. If he can perform normally this time, there is indeed a great chance. In order to invite him, we have paid a great price. However, this person is arrogant and cunning. He is only interested in profit. Even if he really enters the top 10, I'm afraid it might not be a good thing for us. Shangguan, he looked at the night sky, and his eyes narrowed. He then said softly, but this time I can't see through Qiao Feng. That Qiao Feng seems to be somewhat mysterious. Hearing this, the martial king realm cultivator nodded slightly. Shangguan, he smiled and said he's more than mysterious. If I'm not wrong, the servant following behind him is at least a talisman master of the mysterious 7 stars. This kind of person is more than mysterious. The next morning, after dawn, Great Weapon City slowly woke up. Today was a grand event in Great Weapon City, and one of the biggest events in the entire spirit domain. The Myriad Weapon Conference, which was held once every 10 years, would begin today. As the darkness before dawn passed, many figures appeared on the streets of Great Weapon City, which already had a trace of ancient aura. Some people were rushing to the square of Great Weapon City to watch the Myriad Weapon Conference. There were also obvious talisman masters among them. These talisman masters, as spirit talisman masters, had a noble status. There were very few of them, and it was rare to see them. Therefore, they appeared more mysterious and respectable. But today, there were talisman masters everywhere on the streets of Great Weapon City. All the talisman masters' destination was the same. They were heading to the largest square in the center of Great Weapon City. That was the place where the Myriad Weapon Conference would be held today. Early in the morning, the white divine light around Du Xiaofu's body slowly retracted. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. The light fluctuated and then returned to being clear and deep. Today was the day of the Myriad Weapon Conference. Du Xiaofu's eyes faintly pondered. At this moment he was extremely moved. The Myriad Weapon Conference was held by the Migra's palace, and his master, the revered artifact, was the palace master of the Migres palace. But now, more than 1,000 years had passed, and he did not know the current situation of the Migres palace. His master's physical body might still be in the Alioth palace. No matter what, I'll think of a way to enter the Migres palace first, Du Xiaofu muttered softly. Then he stood up and took a deep breath before walking out of the room. Chapter 8:11. Third young master. Those fellows outside are waiting for you. Du Xiaofu walked out of the room and saw Bailey Su in the small hall. The two of them walked out of the small hall. Outside the courtyard, Shangguan He, Lu Jinghan, and the others were already waiting. However, they seemed to have just come out. When he saw Du Xiaofu, Lu Jinghan's eyes turned gloomy. However, he seemed to be afraid of something and did not say anything. Everyone, let's go. All the procedures have been completed. This is the participation jade slip. When the time comes, use the jade slip to enter the venue and your own refining spot. As Shangguan He spoke, someone handed a jade slip with a string hanging on it to Du Xiaofu, Lu Jinghan, and the other 4 weapon symbol masters. The rules of the competition are not complicated. The higher the grade of the item you refine, the higher your ranking will be. At that time, there will be experts from the Migres Palace and many weapon refining experts as judges. However, if you fail in the process, you will immediately leave the competition. You will need to prepare your own materials for the item you want to refine. If you lack any materials, there is still time. The Sky Treasure Pavilion has a branch here that can prepare them for you. Shangguan, he said to Du Xiaofu and the other 4. It could be seen that he was quite nervous today. When everyone heard this, they all expressed that they were ready. The Myriad Weapon Conference was such a big event that everyone had already prepared in advance. Du Xiaofu also nodded. Although he was going to the Sky Treasure Pavilion to buy the Vajra black copper, he had a lot of other refining materials with him. Many of them were extremely high-grade refining materials. Then this time, the Sky Treasure Pavilion will rely on the 5 of you. Seeing that the 5 of them nodded and were ready, Shangguan he led everyone out of the inn and headed towards the great weapons city square. On the wide street, densely packed figures gathered from all directions. Among them, many soul symbol masters could be seen. Among them, the number of weapon symbol masters was undoubtedly the highest. Only a grand event like the Myriad Weapon Meeting would be able to gather so many weapon symbol masters. Flying at a low altitude, Shangguan he looked at the numerous weapon symbol masters on the street and sighed. Weapon talisman masters, medicine talisman masters, and formation talisman masters are all people. They need more recognition and fame. This Myriad Weapon Conference is the place where those weapon talisman masters below the level of 6-star weapon talisman masters will become famous overnight. Bailey Su Editor. Chrissy, although he was Du Xiaofu's master, the invisible aura of an expert, was unable to hide. However, after hearing Bailey Su's words, Lu Zhanhan master's face violently. Bailey Su's words clearly felt like a slap to his face. His tone and words were as if he was looking down on a 6-star symbol master. Mistresses. Shangguan he, who was in the middle, could only smile and say awkwardly, although Bailey to Bailey you, Zhanhan su as NNS. Bailey Su did not pay much attention to Lu Jinghan's gaze. He knew very well that it would not be long before Lu Jinghan cried. However, what puzzled Bailey Su was the fact that he could not understand why the Terror Lord would be interested in participating in the Myriad Weapons Convention. He was simply going to bully others. On the street, Du Xiaofu followed the crowd to the plaza. Along the way, he heard the clamor and saw many weapon symbol masters. His heart could not help but ripple. This was the Myriad Weapon Conference, organized by the Migres Hall under his master weapon sovereign. It was also a weapon refining competition. If he was unable to obtain a ranking, it would be a disgrace to his master weapon sovereign. However, Du Xiaofu was in a difficult position. If he used the secret weapon art, it would be too obvious. Would his identity be easily exposed? If his relationship with his master weapon sovereign was exposed, it would be rather inconvenient. As they flew through the air, the surroundings were densely packed with figures. Finally, a huge square appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The vastness of the square caused Du Xiaofu to raise his eyebrows and look at it. The vast plaza was so vast that one could not see the end of it. The surrounding crowd was even more spectacular. One could only see a dense mass of heads. The number of spectators was innumerable. On the plaza, there were many scattered stone platforms. The figures of weapon symbol masters shuttled back and forth. They seemed to be looking for their own refining positions according to the number on their jade slips. The 5 of you, the entrance, is in front. All the procedures have been completed. You may enter. I will cheer for the 5 of you from the seats below. I hope that everyone can achieve good results. The crowd was so dense that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Fortunately, there was a special passage at the entrance of the weapon symbol master. Shangguan, he said, after leading the 5 to the entrance. The 5 of them nodded. Beside the entrance, there was a person with an extraordinary aura. He was wearing armor and checking the jade slips. After that, he would remind the weapon symbol master of the precautions before entering the plaza. Huff! When Du Xiaofu stepped onto the vast plaza, he could not help but take in a deep breath. The densely packed figures were all weapon symbol masters. There were probably close to 10,000 of them. There were also many weapon symbol masters queuing up to enter the plaza. On the plaza, there was a stone platform about 10 feet wide. There was a number on the stone platform. The weapon symbol masters would enter their refining positions according to the number on their jade slips. There were several seats on the highest platform in the plaza. They seemed to be the final seats for the judges. Around the arc-shaped square, at the edge of the square, there were many seats in the front row that were closest to the refining area. One look was enough to tell that these seats were prepared for the various factions and experts. Not just any spectator could sit there. Humph! Le Zhenghan coldly snorted as he shot a glance at Du Xiaofu. Then he walked towards the plaza in search of his refining seat with ease. Du Xiaofu ignored Le Zhenghan and smiled faintly. At this moment, there were already several weapon symbol masters standing behind their refining positions in the plaza, waiting for the 1,000 weapon convention to begin. Du Xiaofu looked at the number on his registration jade slip and found his refining position. Du Xiaofu's refining position was located in the center of the plaza. It was an inconspicuous position. Looking around, Du Xiaofu did not see Le Zhenghan and the other 3. Their refining positions did not seem to be nearby. As time passed, more and more weapon symbol masters flooded in from the entrance. There were also a few female weapon symbol masters amongst them, looking valiant and formidable. All of the weapon symbol masters were searching for their refining positions according to their own numbers. With the spectator stands at the top, the black mass of figures was already densely packed together as many screams of worship rang out. In addition, the densely packed weapon symbol masters around him were mostly 6-star weapon symbol masters. This made Du Xiaofu's heart burn with a trace of passion. Du Xiaofu was, after all, a young man. In this kind of situation, he could not help but feel a little impatient. He wanted to compete with the weapon symbol masters of the entire spirit realm and the central continent. After a while, the VIP seats in the front row began to fill up. Inside and outside the plaza, there was a sea of people. Shouts and clamor converged into a flood that rushed into the clouds. Suddenly, a commotion came from the front of the crowd. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the commotion and saw that there were hundreds of figures entering the weapon symbol master entrance. Hundreds of people, both men and women. They were all young, the youngest not even 20 years old. But every one of them had an extraordinary temperament and a hint of arrogance in their eyes. At the front was a handsome young man with an ethereal gaze. Many young girls in the crowd cheered and shouted. When these young men and women entered, they neatly entered the front row of refining positions. These young men and women all stood in the front row of refining positions. They were the most eye-catching and the most attention-grabbing. From the heated discussion around him, Du Xiaofu learned that these young men and women were all disciples of Migra's palace. Migra's palace represented the highest palace of weapon symbol masters in spirit realm. The disciples who walked out of the Migra's palace all had extraordinary attainments in artifact forging. As the disciples of Migra's palace came, the crowd behind them became restless again. Many figures, once again, slowly entered the stage under the escort. Chapter 812. At the entrance of the plaza, there were quite a number of old and burly men walking forward. Behind them, there were quite a number of figures respectfully crowding around them. The surrounding onlookers also slowly calmed down. As these figures walked forward, the faintly discernible auras on their bodies rippled, seemingly causing the entire great weapon city to ripple for no reason. It's the elders and protectors of the Migra's hall. There should be elders from the other halls of the 7-star hall as well. According to the rules of previous editions, some elders from the other halls will be arranged to act as judges during the 1,000 weapon conference. It is said that some important figures outside the 7-star hall will also be invited to act as judges in order to show that the 1,000 weapon conference is fair and open. Those are all top-notch experts. There were still some whispers in the surroundings. Their gazes were all filled with respect and yearning as they watched the figures slowly walk up to the highest platform in the plaza. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His gaze was also sizing up the figures that had arrived. Looking from afar, the auras of the figures were restrained. However, compared to the auras of the elders of the ancient sky sect, they were definitely not much weaker. The old man in the middle looked to be around 70 years old. His face was filled with wrinkles, and he wore a somewhat loose, plain-colored robe that did not fit him. He looked as though he had one foot in the grave, but his seat was the most central position on the high platform. His eyes were constantly smiling. As this old man sat down, quite a number of old and burly men around him also sat down. There were also quite a number of people standing behind him. Their gazes swept across the 10,000 weapon symbol masters in the plaza. As this group of people sat down, the curtains of the 1,000 weapon conference finally opened under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Clang! A clear sound of a bell reverberated both inside and outside the plaza. It resounded throughout Great Weapon City, causing the surrounding whispers to suddenly become quiet. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, countless gazes both inside and outside the plaza landed on the high platform in the plaza. They watched as the 70-year-old man, who seemed to have one foot in the grave, slowly stood up. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the old man in his 70s, who looked like he was about to die, trembled as he stood up. He slowly walked to the front of the referee's seat on the high platform, and his gaze swept across the over 10,000 weapon symbol masters in the plaza. Everyone, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming to participate in the Myriad Weapons Conference that has been held by the Migra's Palace for 1,530 years. Let me introduce myself first. This old man is Zhu Xiu of the Migra's Palace. The old man's voice was old and calm. However, at this moment, it clearly reverberated in the ears of everyone inside and outside the square. At this moment, both inside and outside the square, including the tens of thousands of weapon symbol masters on the square, were all looking at Zhu Xiu with gazes filled with reverence. That's Elder Zhu Xiu from the Migra's Palace. It's rumored that Elder Zhu Xiu's attainments in refining weapons have already reached an extraordinary level. Elder Zhu Xiu's name has shaken the Central Plains. His attainments in craftsmanship are enough to rank him in the top 10. Shocked whispers spread out as countless gazes looked at Elder Zhu Xiu in awe. That old man, who seemed to be on the verge of death, had an extremely high reputation among the current weapon symbol masters. His extraordinary attainments in craftsmanship had allowed him to rank in the top 10 of the current weapons symbol masters. Myriad Weapons Conference, 1,530 years. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. At this moment, when he heard such a number, he could not help but feel proud for his master, the weapons sovereign. Elder Zhu Xiu's gaze swept across the surroundings. His gaze still carried a light smile as he said, "The Myriad Weapons Conference will be ranked by the highest level of craftsmanship. The judges will jointly judge. Those who cheat will have their cultivation crippled at the very least, or be killed at the very least. In the end, the top 10 will be able to become a protector of my Migra's palace. The champion will be able to become an elder and will be able to comprehend the refining experience of my Migra's palace's master, the weapons sovereign." Boom! As Elder Zhu Xiu's words fell, the surroundings boiled, and many gazes immediately surged with passion. Entering the Migra's palace to become a protector elder and become famous in the world. To be able to obtain the refining experience of the weapons sovereign was an irresistible temptation for all weapons symbol masters. Next, let me introduce the other 4 main judges this time. First, Merak Palace's elder Yun Ziqin, Tinju Palace's elder Yin Xuanlong, Alioth Palace's elder Ko Jixiong, and the last one is weapon addict Guang Hongxing. As Elder Zhu Xiu's voice fell, a beautiful woman in her 40s, a slender middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament, a burly old man in his 50s, and an old man who looked as old as Elder Zhu Xiu stood up and nodded to the surroundings before returning to his seat. Looking at the figures, the surroundings were bustling with excitement and reverence. Their names resounded in all directions, and each of them was a top expert. The people from Alioth Palace are also here. Du Xiaofu secretly raised his eyebrows. At this moment, a voice came from the top again. "Now, on behalf of the judges and the Migra's palace, I announce that the Myriad Weapons Conference will now begin." Rumble! When Elder Zhu Xiu's last word fell, the entire place completely exploded. Thunderous cheers reverberated in all directions, shaking the clouds. One by one, the weapon talisman masters who were already prepared placed all the refining materials in their cosmos bags on the stone platforms in front of them. Then, one by one, they activated their spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. Walala! As the spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons were activated, flames of various colors rose, as if countless fireworks had suddenly appeared. Tens of thousands of spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons appeared one after another. This spectacular scene was so grand that it froze the entire city. This magnificent scene made everyone present unable to help but feel their blood boil. In a short period of time, there were already weapon talisman masters who began to refine. On the other hand, the disciples in the front row of the Migra's palace were not too anxious. Instead, they closed their eyes and calmed their hearts. Then pairs of bright eyes opened, and spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons condensed in front of them like fireworks. 4-colored spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. That's a special flame that can increase the speed and quality of refining. As the group of young male and female disciples of the Migra's palace condensed their spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, each and every action of theirs attracted the attention of many people, giving rise to quite a few astonished voices. Rumble! In the front row of 5-colored spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons condensed in front of the youths of the Migra's palace. A terrifying aura rippled out, causing the surrounding spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons to tremble. 5-colored spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, full attribute spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. That's Tao Yu, the refining genius of the Migra's palace. 5-colored spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, full attribute. Following the appearance of the 5-colored spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, an uproar arose from the whole place. Even the referees on the high platform were moved by the appearance of the 5-colored spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. Afterwards, on the referees' seats, the powerhouses discussed in low voices one after another, their gazes falling on the square with great attention. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry. After looking all around, he slowly took out a pile of refining materials from his cosmos bag before condensing his spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. However, at this moment, the spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons condensed by Du Xiaofu only had the radiance of 3 attributes. The radiance of the other 2 attributes were dim. The spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons of 5 attributes were really too eye-catching. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while before deciding to conceal them. Du Xiaofu planned to smoothly enter the top 10. As long as he didn't lose his master's face, it would be fine. Du Xiaofu's deliberate concealment was truly extremely concealed. Without leaving any traces, he didn't attract any attention from others. The myriad weapon meeting was taking place, so the spectators weren't in a hurry. The myriad weapon meeting wasn't something that could be completed in a single day. In the previous myriad weapon meetings, it wasn't strange for a Dao artifact to appear. With the cultivation level of a 6-star symbol master, it would take at least 10 days to refine an initial rank Dao tool. Following the start of the myriad weapon meeting, the entire venue was placed under martial law. The auras of many powerhouses spread in the surroundings. No one was allowed to affect the myriad weapon meeting, or they would be mercilessly suppressed. Moreover, with the peak powerhouses seated in the judges' seats, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble in Great Weapon City. Bang, bang, bang. Just 2 hours after the myriad weapon meeting began, a few explosions began to ring out. A few spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons exploded. Some talisman masters with low cultivations became overly nervous and directly exploded their cauldrons. A few nervous talisman masters in the surroundings were affected by the explosions, and quite a few of them declared their failure. To these failed talisman masters, some of them retreated in dejection with flushed faces. Some of them cursed at the people beside them for affecting them, but they could only obediently choose to leave. Du Xiaofu completely blocked off the surrounding movements and began to immerse himself in his refinement. As Du Xiaofu's performance was extremely low-key, he didn't attract anyone's attention. At the front row of the plaza, Bailey Su was currently following Shangguan He and was fortunate enough to have a seat. It was Shangguan He who personally invited Bailey Su to sit. "What's that guy doing?" Bailey Su's gaze had always been locked onto Du Xiaofu through the crowd. Seeing Du Xiaofu withdraw his spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, as well as his aura, it was clear that he planned to hide until the end. Since he wanted to hide, why bother participating in the myriad weapon meeting? This made Bailey Su feel extremely strange. Shangguan He gazed at the plaza, and it could be seen that he was rather nervous. In the front row of the plaza, the young disciples of the Migra's hall closest to the judges' seats were all young, but there wasn't the slightest bit of panic in their movements. All of the refinement seemed to be under their control, which made people secretly look at them in a new light, as expected of a disciple of the Migra's hall. I only finished today's update at 3:30 in the morning again. Apologies, everyone. Please forgive me. Sorry. Chapter 813. Time slowly passed. Blazing flames soared into the sky from the cauldrons in the plaza, making the surroundings of the plaza as hot as a furnace. The spectators with lower cultivations found it hard to resist the heat that could affect the soul. And in this kind of refining, there were constantly artifact symbol masters who were unable to bear the pressure, causing their cauldrons to explode and fail. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. The number of failures had already reached more than half. There were also a few artifact symbol masters who succeeded in refining spiritual artifacts. However, the success of these artifact symbol masters only depended on their participation. Their cultivations were all at the level of 4 or 5-star artifact symbol masters. They participated in the Myriad Weapon Conference purely to train themselves. As for obtaining a ranking, they didn't dare think too much about it. Bang! Not far from Du Xiaofu's refining position, there was a 5-star artifact, Symbol Master, at the peak of the 5th star. For some reason, the temperature inside his cauldron rose higher and higher. Flames surged and finally his cauldron exploded. Following the explosion of this cauldron, many artifact Symbol Masters in the surroundings were affected. The artifact Symbol Masters in their cauldrons also failed. Du Xiaofu didn't move or shake, blocking all movements in the surroundings. The spectators in the surroundings had been observing for several days and nights. Some closed their eyes to rest, waiting for the most exciting final showdown. Everyone knew that the true showdown in the Myriad Weapon Conference would only begin after the 10th day. Even if there were artifact Symbol Masters who succeeded in refining spiritual artifacts and artifact symbols, they were only there to serve as a foil. The true peak showdown would be at the end. After the 8th day, there were less than 1,000 artifact Symbol Masters left out of the 10,000. However, the artifact Symbol Masters who could still remain in the plaza were all of high cultivation. Walala! Energy rippled and aura swept out. Artifact symbols appeared continuously, causing the spectators to whisper to each other. There were also artifact Symbol Masters who failed in refining their artifact symbols at the last moment, leaving with a disappointed and dispirited expression. There are only 2 people left. In the spectator seats behind Shangguan He, a martial king elder had a gloomy and dignified expression. This time, there was no one else in the heavenly treasure pavilion. In these 8 days, the 2 of them only managed to forge practitioner weapons. One of them failed in the end and left regretfully. Only the 2 of them remained. Shangguan He did not speak. His eyes were fixed on the field. Only Bailey Su was the most relaxed. His face was leisurely and contented as he watched the many weapon and Symbol Masters compete with each other. His gaze occasionally swept across the judges' seats. On the 9th day, there were less than 100 tool Symbol Masters left in the field, and the auras inside each and every one of their spiritual stoves and symbol cauldrons were the most vigorous. Boom! When a high-grade practitioner weapon appeared, its aura attracted everyone's attention. On the evening of the 9th day, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. It was unknown when, but layers of dark clouds had gathered in the sky, and a heart-palpitating aura began to spread. Swish, swish! Many of the spectators who were resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes at this moment. Everyone looked at the dark clouds above the square, and their eyes began to ripple. Has a Tao artifact started to succeed? Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Dark clouds gathered, and there were faint flashes of lightning. That was the sign of the lightning tribulation. Hula! The dark clouds gathered in front of a middle-aged man. Inside his spiritual stove and symbol cauldron, a large blade appeared. The mysterious patterns of the talisman fluctuated, and its aura was astonishing. But in the end, this middle-aged tool, Symbol Master, did not attract the lightning tribulation. Even the half-Tao artifact was a little worse. Although he succeeded in refining it, this middle-aged tool, Symbol Master's eyes were filled with regret. He had no choice but to leave. However, the middle-aged tool, Symbol Master's departure had already received cheers from the spectators' seats. To be able to refine a talisman weapon that was close to the half-Tao artifact level at the Myriad Weapon Convention was already extraordinary. Walala! Soon after, many dark clouds gathered and many talisman weapons that were close to the half-Tao artifact level appeared. One by one, the tool Symbol Masters left the field looking happy and worried. There were also those who were unlucky and failed when they were close to the half-Tao artifact level. The spiritual stove and symbol cauldron exploded and blood spurted out. It was extremely regretful. On the judge's seat, behind Elder Ko Jixiong of the Hall of Alioth, a young man sat upright. His temperament was excellent, his long black hair was combed extremely smoothly, and his whole body was snow white. The young man's face was also very handsome, but at this time his face was gloomy. Facing the square, he did not even raise his eyes. facing the myriad weapon symbol masters in the square. He seemed to not care about them. Official Qin, when the time comes, let's go back to the hall first. As long as they are in the spirit domain, they can't escape. Elder Ko Jixiong turned around and transmitted his voice to the white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man raised his head. His long and narrow eyes carried a kind of feminine aura. Only then did he look indifferently at the square. Suddenly, the white-clothed young man's gaze trembled. On the square, among the sparse hundreds of people, a purple figure appeared in his eyes. That figure was wearing a purple soft armor and a purple mask. That figure killed his father, Emperor Chu Jiang, and razed the Chu Jiang royal residence to the ground. Even if it turned into ashes, he could still recognize it. How could he forget it? It's him. It's that Xiao Feng. Official Qin's eyes suddenly changed greatly. He directly stood up and stared at the young man in purple soft armor in front of him. Coldness shot out from his eyes. Coincidentally, during the Myriad Weapon Conference, he and his master brought many people from Alioth Hall back to Chujiang City to search for Xiao Feng. However, Xiao Feng and the others had already disappeared without a trace. After that, they came to the Myriad Weapon Conference in Great Weapon City. They originally thought that Xiao Feng and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that they would find them without any effort after searching high and low for them? As Official Qin suddenly stood up, the coldness in his eyes spread and killing intent shot out. Many of the judges' gazes instantly fell on Official Qin. Elder Zhu Xiao, Artifact Attic Guang Hongwing, Elder Yun Ziqin, Elder Yin Xuanlang, and the others all looked at Official Qin. Official Qin, that person is that Xiao Feng? Elder Ko Jixiong's expression instantly changed. His gaze followed Official Qin's gaze and swept across Du Xiaofu. In the end, he looked at Official Qin and asked, "Master, it's that kid. Even if he turned into ashes, Disciple would still recognize him. Master, you must uphold justice for Disciple." Official Qin nodded. His eyes were scarlet red. The hatred of his father's murder was absolutely irreconcilable. He absolutely could not let that Xiao Feng go. "Elder Ko, what's going on?" Elder Zhu Xiao looked at Ko Jixiong and asked. His gaze was calm, as if he was smiling at all times. "There's someone called Xiao Feng here. He killed my Yuhing Hall's protector Zhiming and massacred thousands of people from the Chujiang royal residence. Even my disciple, Official Qin, was killed by him." Coldness flashed across Ko Jixiong's eyes. However, there was also some surprise in his eyes. That mysterious youth, Xiao Feng, seemed to be quite young. Was he really as powerful as his disciple, Official Qin, had said? "Oh!" Elder Zhu Xiao, Elder Yun Ziqin, Artifact, Addict Guang Hongwing, Elder Yin Xuanlang, and the others were all somewhat astonished when they heard Elder Ko Jixiong's words. Their gazes passed through the crowd in the plaza and curiously looked at Du Xiaofu. "That young man doesn't seem to be very old. I've met Chujiang City's Chujiang Emperor once before. He's a martial emperor at the peak of the profound realm. Could it be that that young man really has the ability to kill Protector Zhiming and Chujiang Emperor?" Elder Yin Xuanlang of the Tianji Hall looked at the youth who was refining weapons on the plaza with a rather heroic face. There was some doubt and astonishment in his eyes. If that youth could kill Chujiang Emperor and Protector Zhiming, how powerful must he be? This was absolutely inconceivable. "I woke up at 4 p.m. today and didn't slack off at all. I don't know why, but I'm a bit stuck and only managed to write this chapter now. I know that many brothers are waiting for me to update, so I sincerely apologize. I also hope that brothers can understand. I guess it's because I've been staying up late for a few nights, so I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Little you will continue to write and update a lot. I also plan to sleep early today so that it won't affect the update." Chapter 814. There should be something strange about that brat. However, We cannot let him off since he dared to touch a member of Yuhing Hall and killed a protector of Yuhing Hall. Ko Jixiong said in a deep voice as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. That youth is forging steadily. His every action is controlled and confident. His control of the flame's temperature is extremely precise, and there is no excessive consumption. This is also a great test of mental energy and spiritual strength. Weapon addict Guang Hongwing looked at the purple soft-armored youth with some astonishment in his eyes as he said, that youth's weapon refinement seems simple and ordinary, but he is actually extremely talented in weapon refinement. He's not simple at all. Elder Ko, if that young man has a grudge with Yuhing Palace Hall, let's settle it after the Myriad Weapon Convention. Right now, we are still in the Myriad Weapon Convention. Everyone is watching us. The entire Central State is watching us. Our every move is being watched by all the guests. Elder Zhu Xiu softly said. His eyes were fixed on the purple-armored young man's figure as he stared at him with interest. I will settle it after the Myriad Weapon meeting. Ko Jixiong nodded. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he looked at the youth in the plaza. Now was indeed not the time to make a move. Master! Qin Guan wanted to make a move immediately. He could not bear the grudge of his father's murder for even a moment. How could he bear to watch as the murderer of his father was right before his eyes? Don't be impatient. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of your elders. Sit down. Ko Jixiong softly chided. That brat was still participating in the Myriad Weapon meeting and was naturally unable to make a move. However, he was already in Great Weapon City, and there was no need to fear that he could escape. Qin Guan only regained his senses after being chided by his master. He fiercely waited for the purple figure to wipe off the cold glint before he sat down and regained his composure. However, the cold glint in his eyes was difficult to suppress. This time, the disciples of Migra's Hall have performed extremely well. Congratulations, Zhu Xiu. Weapon addict Guang Hongwing looked at the Migra's Hall disciples, who were forging weapons not far away from the judges' seats. They had performed extremely well. The majority of the Migra's Palace's disciples were in the top 100. The few disciples who left the arena only had a low cultivation and were only here to train themselves. Artifact addict, aren't you being sarcastic? At the very most, these disciples this time around can only be considered to be rather stable. However, there aren't many outstanding individuals. Only Tao Yu alone can be considered to be not bad. Elder Zhu Xiu softly said. One could see that he was rather satisfied with the ethereal youth in the middle. This Tao Yu isn't just not bad. He has a 5-colored spiritual stove and a talisman cauldron. His mental strength is also out of the ordinary, and his spiritual roots are at the peak of the human king level. He has always been extremely intelligent in the field of artifact forging, and his comprehension is extremely high. I think that surpassing the two of us is only a matter of time. Weapon addict Guang Hongwing rolled his eyes at Elder Zhu Xiu. He was well aware of Tao Yu's attainments in weapon refining. He was the most outstanding disciple of this batch of Migra's Palace disciples. He had many tricks up his sleeves and was definitely a peak existence among his peers. Elder Zhu Xiu smiled at Guang Hongwing and didn't say anything else. They were indeed well aware of Tao Yu's extraordinary attainments in refining artifacts. Night fell. In the dark night, brilliant lights overflowed and energy rippled like fireworks. Dark clouds converged in the sky and flashes of lightning could be faintly seen. High-grade talisman artifacts that were closest to the level of pseudo-Dao artifacts appeared one after another, causing the surroundings to be as bright as day. The dense crowd of onlookers discussed spiritedly. Until the next morning, there were less than 20 talisman masters in the entire square who were still refining artifacts. A thick layer of dark clouds had also converged in the sky above the entire great artifact city. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Boom! Winds and clouds surged in the sky as the energy of the world fluctuated strangely. A strange and astonishing aura that made one's soul palpitate rippled in the air above the square and quickly spread in all directions. The aura of pressure is getting stronger. Is a Tao artifact really going to appear? The crowd of onlookers in the surroundings of the square began to clamor. The aura that spread invisibly made the hearts of the onlookers tremble violently. Boom! A short moment later, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron in front of an old man. A short spear blade rushed out of the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron, engraved with dazzling talisman patterns. A dazzling light soared into the sky, and an astonishing aura fluctuated as if it was alive. The pressure was astonishing. "Withdraw!" The old man opened his mouth and lightly shouted. With a wave of his hand, the short spear appeared in his hand, and a terrifying aura rippled in all directions. It can be considered a pseudo-Tao artifact. It almost attracted a one-star lightning tribulation, but it's still missing the last step. Looking at the short spear in the hands of the old man below the square, Guang Hongwen, who was in the referee's seat, said softly. The old talisman master looked at the short spear in his hand and revealed a smile. However, looking at the dozen or so talisman masters who were still refining artifacts, the old man's eyes couldn't help but become worried again. At the level of pseudo-Tao artifacts, there was still suspense if they wanted to enter the top 10. A moment later, the square surged again as more than a dozen talisman masters appeared one after another. All of them were pseudo-Tao artifacts, shaking the square. The surrounding spectators were in an uproar as they watched the pseudo-Tao artifacts appear one after another. Apart from the Myriad Weapon Conference, it was really hard to see these pseudo-Tao artifacts appear one after another. The majority of the dozen or so talisman masters were young disciples of the Migra's palace, and all of them were pseudo-Tao artifacts. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 people left in the entire square. There's hope now. In the VIP seats, a martial king old man behind Shangguan, he was pleasantly surprised. At this last moment, there were actually 2 people who could still remain in the square, who represented the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion this time. One was Qiao Feng, and the other was the Talisman King Lu Jinghan. Shangguan, his eyes also revealed some fluctuations of joy. The last 5 people were still in the square. Everyone knew that those who had not succeeded at this time were naturally of a higher level. At this moment, there were still 2 people in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. As long as they didn't make a mistake at the last moment, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would be rich this time. It's a little unusual this time. In the judge's seat, Elder Yun Ziqin of the Migra's palace looked at the last 5 people in the square with some astonishment in her eyes. It's a little unexpected. Elder Zhu Xiu's eyes also moved, and his body that was about to die sat up a little. At this moment, only 2 of the last 5 people in the square were disciples of the Migra's palace. The other 3 were all outside of the Migra's palace. I know one of them. His name is Lu Jinghan, and he's quite famous outside. He does have some ability in refining. As for the youth called Qiao Feng, he's always been calm, and I can't see through him. Guang Hongwing looked at the last person in the square and frowned slightly. He softly said, "The black-robed man gives me a feeling that he's hard to see through. His origin is unfamiliar. I have some impression of that Lu Jinghan. He seems to have participated in the Myriad Weapon Conference a few times." Elder Zhu Xiu looked at the square. Other than Tao Yu and the other 2 disciples of the Migra's palace, there was also Qiao Feng and Lu Jinghan. The last person was an unfamiliar black-robed man. His attire was rather peculiar, and his face was covered by a black hood. Even his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the aura on his body was within the limits of a perfect 6-star talisman master. Just as Zhu Xiu's voice sounded, the numerous experts in the judge's seat seemed to have sensed something at the same time. Many of them raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Chapter 8:15. Just as Zhu Xiu's voice fell, many experts at the referee seats seemed to have felt something at the same time. and many of them raised their heads to look at the sky. Under the gazes of the crowd, a vast expanse of dark clouds rolled, and then condensed into an enormous dark cloud lightning ball. Rumbling thunders could be heard, and strange black spell symbols could be seen spreading in the air. On the dark cloud lightning ball, there was a terrifying aura that caused the sky to inexplicably tremble. A silent pressure spread out, causing the spectators around the plaza to feel fear. 1-star lightning tribulation. This is the appearance of an elementary rank Dao artifact. Only elementary rank Dao artifacts can attract 1-star lightning tribulation. A true elementary rank Dao artifact has appeared. That's a disciple of the Migra's palace, right? It doesn't seem to be Tao Yu. That's Yu Mingyuan, also a disciple of the Migra's palace. He's at the perfect 6-star realm, and he's able to forge an elementary rank Dao artifact. He's too powerful. As the enormous, dazzling dark cloud lightning ball condensed, the surrounding spectators whispered in shock. Many surprised gazes in the entire plaza immediately focused on one of the young men in the plaza. I didn't think that Yu Mingyuan would also reach this step. It can be considered to have surprised me. On the referee's seat, Elder Zhu Xiu's aged face also showed some surprise. At this moment, all of the gazes in the entire plaza were tightly focused on the Migra's palace youth, Yu Mingyuan. The enormous dark lightning ball collapsed behind him, and the silver snake wreaked havoc in the sky, spreading its pressure. Boom! Almost at the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky once again. Once again, 3 dark cloud lightning balls appeared, circling above the heads of Du Xiaofu, Tao Yu, and the mysterious black-robed man. Could it be that 4 Dao artifacts will appear this time? The continuous appearance of the dark cloud lightning balls caused a strong shock to surge out of the hearts of the spectators. The terrifying might of thunder surged and filled the sky. That purple soft armored man and the black-robed man are actually experts in artifact forging as well. Many of the surrounding spectators couldn't help but tremble as they spoke. I didn't think that little brother Qiao Feng would actually have such shocking attainments in artifact forging. 1-star lightning tribulation. Brother Qiao Feng, hold on. Behind Shangguan, the heavenly treasure pavilions, 2 martial kings, talisman masters, and martial marquis, cultivators, all clenched their fists when they saw this. Their hearts were in their throats. At this moment, Shangguan eyes were also filled with excitement and nervousness. 1-star thunder tribulation was the precursor to the appearance of a low-grade Dao artifact. As long as they could refine a low-grade Dao artifact, the Sky Treasure Pavilion would have struck it rich this time. Only Bailey Su remained indifferent. He glanced at the black cloud and lightning ball behind Du Xiaofu and didn't care at all. He had personally witnessed Du Xiaofu attracting a 2-star lightning tribulation with just a wave of his hand. At this moment, this 1-star lightning tribulation was simply something that this freak was deliberately hiding. Rumble. Under everyone's watchful gazes, many trembling gazes, Yu Mingyuan's 1-star lightning tribulation had finally begun. Dark clouds surged around the edges of the dark lightning ball, and streaks of silver lightning surged out. The lightning might that spread out caused the hairs on one's body to suddenly stand. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed out, and the lightning trembled. In the end, it pierced through space and descended. Swish! As the lightning descended, the might of the lightning tribulation caused the scalps of all the spectators to feel as if they were about to explode. Finally, the terrifying lightning directly bombarded the battle mace that was hovering above the spiritual furnace symbol cauldron in front of Yu Mingyuan. Bang bang! The lightning exploded, and the lightning on the battle mace wreaked havoc into the sky, dazzling the sky in all directions. Pucci! Yu Mingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face immediately turned pale, and his body staggered back a step. Electric light fluctuated on his body, but in the end he was able to resist the terrifying might of the lightning tribulation. Buzz! A battle mace soared through the sky, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. The talisman runes on it flickered, faintly accompanied by the remnants of lightning. The surrounding space faintly distorted, releasing an astonishing power. It's a success, a low-grade Dao artifact. Weapon addict Guang Hongwing smiled slightly, his eyes filled with praise. It's a bit unexpected. Elder Zhu Xiu also smiled slightly. He was also surprised that Yu Mingyuan was able to successfully refine a low-grade Dao artifact. Suddenly, weapon addict Guang Hongwing looked surprised. At this time, the black clouds and lightning ball behind the purple-armored youth seemed to have been affected by Yu Mingyuan's one-star tribulation and started to gradually disperse. The black clouds dispersed, and Du Xiaofu's spiritual furnace symbol cauldron appeared. Engraved with talisman runes, it released rays of light. Sai, I thought that youth would be able to refine a Dao artifact, but I didn't expect it to be only a semi-Dao artifact. Weapon addict Guang Hongwing was somewhat disappointed. He had always held some hope for that purple-armored youth, but in the end he only managed to refine a semi-Dao artifact. To be able to trigger a one-star tribulation, although it failed in the end due to its influence, it's still a peak existence among semi-Dao artifacts. His attainments are also extremely high. Elder Zhu Xiu said softly, looking a bit surprised, that youth had clearly been calm all along, and according to reason, Yu Mingyuan's influence in the surroundings shouldn't have affected him so much. But in the end, that youth was still one step away, which was quite a pity. Humph! Officer Qin coldly snorted, and his gaze swept towards the square. A semi-Dao artifact, but it should be the closest to an elementary Dao artifact. In the spectator seats, the people of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion looked at the curved blade in front of Du Xiaofu, and they were already extremely satisfied. It's already exceeded my expectations. A smile appeared on Shangguan He's face. It was not difficult for him to feel that even though Qiao Feng had only successfully forged a Quasi-Dao artifact, it should still be at the peak of the Quasi-Dao artifact level. There should be no suspense for him to enter the top 10. What is this kid doing? Only Bailey Su had a face full of suspicion, but this matter had already become a foregone conclusion. Entering the top 10 wasn't a problem, but it was impossible for him to win the championship. Just now, a disciple of the Migra's palace had already refined a Dao artifact. Could it be that he just wants to enter the Migra's palace and doesn't want to shine too much? After a moment, Bailey Su's eyes moved. It wasn't hard to guess Du Xiaofu's true intentions, and then his eyes trembled. Bailey Su couldn't help but be shocked. With that kid's age, to be able to restrain his strength in such an occasion and not fight for it, this kind of temperament and determination was terrifying enough. If it was someone else, not to mention a young person, even if it was an old person, how many of them would be able to have such temperament and determination in such an occasion? Humph! At this moment, far away from Du Xiaofu's refining position, Lu Zhenghan glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had only stopped at the semi-Dao artifact, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort, and his eyes revealed a sneer. Then the hand seals in Lu Zhenghan's hands changed, transforming into waves of mysterious talisman runes that rushed into the spiritual furnace in front of him. Walala! Suddenly, dark clouds gathered behind Lu Zhenghan's back, slowly condensing into a dark cloud and lightning ball. It was actually a sign that it was about to reach the elementary Dao artifact level, which also caused many people to be shocked and astonished. Walala! In front of the referee's seat, Tao Yu's hand seals changed, condensing hand seals one after another, and finally began to reveal mysterious talisman runes in front of him. These mysterious talisman runes lined up and condensed in front of him, instantly condensing into a huge demonic tiger shadow. Ayo! The demonic tiger shadow roared, as if thunder was rumbling. The mysterious talisman runes all over its body spat out, ferocious and incomparably fierce, its power shocking the heavens. Beast energy. Tao Yu wants to fuse beast energy into the Tao artifact. At this moment, the gazes of many experts in the referees' seats trembled. Weapon addict Guang Hongwing's old body trembled slightly, revealing a look of shock. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect Tao Yu to be able to comprehend to this extent. How astonishing. It seems that I have underestimated him." Elder Zhu Xiu also revealed a look of surprise at this moment, and then his face was full of smiles. Fusing beast energy into a talisman artifact was left behind by the Hall Master, but it was incomplete, and one could only rely on one's own comprehension. For Tao Yu to be able to reach this step, his talent was truly astonishing, and even Elder Zhu Xiu couldn't help but praise him. Du Xiaofu was also surprised as he looked at Tao Yu. It was a familiar secret technique from the Secret Soldier mantra. By inscribing the beast energy secret technique into the weapon would be like a tiger that had grown wings and increase its power. Just looking at Tao Yu's display, Du Xiaofu could feel that the secret soldier arts Tao Yu was using was quite different from the real secret soldier arts on his body. There were many parts that were similar but lacked spirit, and there were also many parts that were quite different. The demonic tiger shadow roared before turning into a talisman rune and rushing into the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Tao Yu. Whistling sounds resounded, colliding with the 7-foot-long spear in the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Tao Yu. Rumble, the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Tao Yu shook loudly, and this kind of impact almost made Tao Yu unable to control himself. The process of fusing beast energy into a Tao artifact and engraving the talisman runes from the secret technique of beast energy onto the weapon was extremely difficult and complicated. Every talisman rune was not something that could be easily inscribed. Tao Yu persevered, and a black cloud formed behind him once again. A second black cloud of lightning was faintly discernible, showing signs of taking shape. Could it be that it's about to become a mid-grade Tao artifact? Following the appearance of the second black cloud of lightning behind Tao Yu, the whole place was in an uproar. This was a sign that a mid-grade Tao artifact was about to take shape. Walala! Suddenly, the space above the square began to tremble again. Under the shocked gazes of the people in the square, a second black cloud of lightning directly took shape behind the mysterious black-robed person. The two black lightning balls entrenched themselves like a pair of pearls. Almost at the same time, a third black cloud silently entrenched itself in the sky above the square behind the mysterious black-robed person. Heavens, is the tribulation of 3 stars about to begin? Attracting the tribulation of 3 stars, is a high-grade Tao artifact about to take shape? Looking at the third black cloud gathering in the sky above, all the spectators in the square trembled. Many people stood up in shock, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, the experts in the referee's seats, including artifact addict Guang Hongwing, Elder Zhu Xiu, Elder Yun Ziqin, Elder Yin Xuanlong, and Ko Jixiong, all changed their expressions and violent ripples appeared in their eyes. It took me 5 o'clock in the morning to finish. I apologize, everyone.